Sage. Even though Joseph has spoken so much of death that it darkens his lips like a berry stain, even though I cannot get the images out of my head of a little girl singing and a young man pointing to himself and reciting his age, what I find myself thinking about are the others, the ones Joseph hasn't told me about, the ones who didn't even leave a mark on his memory, which is infinitely more horrible. He was at Auschwitz, and so was my grandmother. Did she know him? Did they cross paths? Did he threaten her, beat her? Did she lie awake at night in her fetid bunk and redraw the monster in her story with features that matched his? I have not mentioned Joseph to my grandmother for good reason. She has spent over 6 decades keeping her memories bottled up. But as I leave Joseph's house, I cannot help but wonder if my grandmother is one of the ones he doesn't recall, and if he is one of the ones she has worked so hard to forget. The inequity there makes me sick to my stomach. It is pitch dark and raining when I leave Joseph's house, shaking beneath the responsibility of his confessions. What I want is someone I can run to, someone who will hold me tight and tell me that I'm going to be okay, someone who will hold my hand until I fall asleep tonight. My mother would have done that, but she's not here anymore. My grandmother might, but she would want to know what has upset me so deeply. So I drive to Adam's house, even though I have told him I don't want to see him, even though it is nighttime, the portion of the pie chart of his life that belongs to someone other than me. I park at the curb and look in the fishbowl window of the living room. There is a boy watching television, Jeopardy, and beyond the couch, a girl sits at the kitchen table reading. Buttery light spills over her shoulders like a cape. The kitchen sink faucet is running, and Adam's wife is washing dishes. While I watch, he appears with a fresh dish towel and takes a salad bowl from her soapy hands. He dries it, sets it on the counter, and then wraps his arms around Shannon from behind. The sky opens overhead, which is surely a metaphor and not just a low-pressure system. I start to run and make it to my car just as the night is cleaved by a violet streak of lightning. I peel away from the curb, from this happy family, and drive too fast to the divided highway. The puddles on the asphalt are vast and black. I think of Joseph's image, the ground welling up with blood, and I am so distracted that at first I do not see the doe fly from the woods at the edge of the road to leap in front of my car. I veer sharply, struggling to control the wheel, and hit the guardrail, smacking my head against the window. The car comes to a stop with a hiss. For a moment, I black out. When I open my eyes, my face is wet. I think I might be crying, but then I touch my cheek and my hand comes away bloody. For one horrible, heart-stopping moment, I relive my past. I look at the empty passenger seat and then peer through the shattered windshield and remember where I am and what has happened. The deer is lying in the road, screened by the white veil of the headlights. I stumble out of the car. In the pouring rain, I kneel down and touch its face, its neck, and I start to sob. I am so distraught that it takes me a moment to realize that there is another car illuminating the night, a hand gentle on my shoulder. "Miss?" the policeman asks. "Are you all right?" As if that were an easy answer. As if I could reply with a single word. After the cops call Mary, she insists on getting me checked out at a hospital. When the doctor puts a butterfly bandage on my forehead and tells her I ought to be watched for signs of concussion, she announces I will be staying overnight at her house and does not allow me to argue. By then my head hurts so much I am in no condition to put up a fight, which is how I wind up in Mary's kitchen drinking tea. Mary's hands are covered with dried purple paint. She'd been working on a mural when she was contacted by the police. The painting surrounds me, on the walls of the breakfast nook, a half-finished dreamscape of the apocalypse. Jesus, I'm guessing it's Jesus anyway, because he's got the long hair and the beard, but his face looks suspiciously like Bradley Cooper's, is holding out his hand to those tumbling toward Mephistopheles, who is female and resembles Michelle Bachmann. The poor souls who are falling are in various states of undress, and some are still just roughly sketched before I can make out the features of Snooky, Donald Trump, Joe Paterno. I touch my finger to the spot on the mural just behind my back. Elmo? I say. Really? How long has he been a toddler? Mary asks, shrugging as she passes me the sugar. He never gets old. Clearly he made a deal with the devil. She holds my hand across the table. It means a lot to me, you know, that you called me. I choose not to point out that the police were the ones who called. I thought you were angry at me because I told you to take time off, but really it's for your own good, Sage. She smiles a little. Sister Immaculata used to say that to me all the time when I was a kindergartner in parochial school. I never stopped talking, so one day she put me in the trash can. I was short enough that I fit. Every time I complained, she kicked the can. I'm supposed to be grateful that you didn't throw me in the dumpster? No, you're supposed to be grateful that someone cares enough about you to help you get back on track again. You know it's what your mother would have wanted. My mother. The reason I had gone to grief group in the first place. If she hadn't died, I might never have cultivated a friendship with Joseph Weber. So what happened tonight? Mary asks. Well, that's a loaded question. You know, I hit a deer and my car swerved into the guardrail. Where were you headed? The weather was awful. Home, I say, because that isn't a lie. I would like to tell her all about Joseph, but she already dismissed me once when I tried to confide in her. It's like he said, we believe what we want to, what we need to. The corollary is that we choose not to see what we'd rather pretend doesn't exist. Mary can't accept the thought that Joseph Weber might be a monster, because that implies that she was duped by him. Were you with him? Mary asks tightly. At first I think she is talking about Joseph, but then I realize she means Adam. Actually, I told Adam I didn't want to see him for a while. Mary's jaw drops. Amen! But then I drove to his house. When Mary buries her face in her hands, I grimace. I wasn't going to go inside, I swear it. Hello? Why didn't you come here? Mary asks. I have enough herbal tea and Haagen-Dazs to compensate for any breakup, and I'm more emotionally available than Adam ever was. I nod. You're right. I should have called you. But instead, I saw him with his wife and kids. I got rattled, I guess. And I was distracted, which is why I hit the deer. I realized that I've crafted this entire story without even mentioning Joseph's name. I have more in common with my grandmother than I originally thought. Nice try, Mary says, but you're lying. I blink at her, my breath caught in my throat. I know you. You were driving to see him because you wanted to tell him you'd made a mistake. If you hadn't Peeping Tom the whole happy family scene, you probably would have climbed a trellis and thrown pebbles at the window until he came outside to talk to you. I scowl at her. You make me sound like such a loser. Mary shrugs. Look, all I'm saying is that it wouldn't hurt you to hold a grudge longer than a single breath. Isn't that a little Old Testament for a nun? Ex-nun. And let me tell you, that serenity crap from The Sound of Music? Bullshit. Inside the cloister, the sisters are just as petty as people on the outside. There are some you love and some you hate. I did my share of spitting in the holy water font before another nun used it. It was totally worth the 20 rosaries I said for penance. I rub my left temple, which is throbbing. Can you get me my phone? She gets up and rummages through my purse to find it for me. Who are you calling? Pepper. Liar. The last time you talked to your sister, she hung up on you because you said tutoring a 4-year-old to get into an exclusive preschool made as much sense as hiring a swim coach for a guppy. You wouldn't call Pepper if you were trapped in the car and it was about to catch fire. Just let me check my messages, will you? Mary thrusts the phone at me. Go ahead, text him. By tomorrow morning, you're going to be begging him to forgive you anyway. It's your M.O. I scan my contacts for Leo's number. Not this time, I promise. Apparently, even Nazi hunters take a breather. Although I leave 3 voicemails for Leo that night and the next morning, he does not answer, and he does not call me back. I fall into a fitful sleep in Mary's guest bedroom, where an elaborate carving of Jesus carrying his cross hangs over my head. I dream that I have to drag a crucifix up a Sisyphean hill and look down from its peak to see the bodies of thousands of naked men, women, children. Mary drives me home on her way to the bakery, even though I insist that it would just be better for me to join her there. Once I'm back in my house, though, I'm restless. I don't think I can handle another session with Joseph today. I don't want to talk to him until I have connected with Leo anyway. I want to get my mind off Joseph, so I decide to bake something that requires my undevoted attention. Brioche. It's a bread that is an anomaly. 50% of it is butter, yet instead of being a brick of a loaf, it is melt in your mouth, sweet, airy. To make it on a hot, humid day like this is an added challenge, because it requires all ingredients to be cold. I even refrigerate the mixing bowl and the dough hook. I begin by beating the butter with a rolling pin while the dough is mixing. Then I add it in small portions to the mixer. This is my favorite part about brioche. The dough doesn't quite know what to do with all that butter and begins to come apart. But with enough time, it manages to bring itself back to center, to a satin consistency. I turn off the mixer and rip off a hunk of dough the size of a plum. Holding it between my hands, I pull it slowly to see if it sheets, growing transparent as it stretches. I set the dough into a container and cover it tightly with plastic wrap, then place it on my counter and begin to clean up the kitchen. The doorbell rings. The sound startles me. I'm not home during the day usually, and no one ever rings the doorbell at night. Even Adam, when he comes, has his own key. I'm expecting the mail lady or the UPS guy, but the man standing on my porch is not in uniform. He's wearing a rumpled suit jacket and a tie, even though it's easily 85 degrees out. He has black hair and beard stubble, and eyes the color of polished walnut. And he's easily 6'3". "Sage Singer?" he says, when I open the door. "I'm Leo Stein." He is not what I anticipated, in more ways than one. Immediately, I shake my bangs forward to cover my face, but I can tell I'm too late. Leo is staring at me, as if he can see through the screen of hair. "How did you know where I live?" I ask. "Are you kidding? We're the Department of Justice. I know what you had for breakfast this morning." "Really?" "No." He grins, and it takes me by surprise. I would think a person like him doesn't smile very often. I would think, given all he's heard, that he's forgotten how. "Could I come in?" I don't know if there's a protocol here, if I'm even allowed to turn him away. I wonder if I've done something terribly wrong, if there have been hidden cameras focused on me and Joseph, if I'm in trouble. "Okay, the first thing you have to do is breathe," Leo says. "I'm here to help you, not arrest you." I turn in profile so that he can't see the bad side of my face. He says, "Is something wrong?" "No, why?" "Because you're twisted the way I was when I fell asleep at my desk last month. I couldn't straighten my neck for a week." I take a deep breath and meet his gaze, challenging him to look at me. "Oh," he says softly. "Well, that's not what I expected." I don't know why I feel like I've been slapped. Most polite people do not say anything at all when they see my scars. If Leo had done that, at least I could have pretended he didn't notice. It's silly, but I pictured you with brown eyes, not blue, he says. My mouth drops open. I like the blue, though, Leo adds. It suits you. That's all you have to say? I reply. Really? He shrugs. If you were thinking I'd run away screaming because you have a few silver cyborg lines on your face, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Cyborg? Look, I don't know you very well, but you seem a little fixated on physical appearance. That's far less interesting to me than the fact that you brought Joseph Weber to my attention. At the mention of Joseph's name, I shake my head to clear it. I talked to him yesterday. He's done so many horrible things. Leo reaches into a battered briefcase and takes out a file. I know, he says. That's why I thought it was time for us to meet each other. But you said I would have to talk to one of your historians. A flush works its way up his neck. I was in the neighborhood, he says. You were in New Hampshire for something else? Philly, he replies. Close enough. Philly is 8 hours away by car. I step back, holding the door. Well then, I reply. You must be hungry. Leo Stein cannot stop eating the brioche. The first batch has come out of the oven, impossibly light. I serve it warm, with jam and tea. He rhapsodizes, his eyes closing in delight. I've never tasted anything like this. They don't have bakeries in Washington? I wouldn't know. My sustenance consists of really bad coffee and sandwiches that come out of a vending machine. I have spent the past 2 hours telling Leo everything Joseph told me. In between, I have shaped the brioche into a traditional tete, brushed it with an egg wash, and baked it. It's easier for me to talk when my hands are busy. With each word that passes my lips, I feel less heavy. It is as if I am giving him sentences made of stones, and the more I relay, the more of the burden he is carrying. He takes notes and writes on his legal pad. He scrutinizes the clipping I slipped into my pocket before I left Joseph, the one of him eating his mother's cake that ran in the local paper in Wavelsburg. And he doesn't even do a double take when he looks at me. Are you going to talk to him directly? I ask. Leo looks up at me. Not yet. You've developed a good rapport. He trusts you. He trusts me to forgive him, I say, not to turn him in. Forgiveness is spiritual. Punishment is legal, Leo says. They're not mutually exclusive. So you'd forgive him? I didn't say that. It's not my place or yours, if you ask me. Forgiveness is the imitation of God. So is punishment, I point out. He raises his brows and smiles. The difference is that God never hates. I'm surprised you can believe in God after meeting so many evil people. How could I not? Leo asks, after meeting so many survivors. He wipes his mouth with his napkin. So you saw his tattoo? He clarifies. I saw a mark that could have been a tattoo. Where? Leo holds up his arm. Show me. I touch his left biceps muscle, below the armpit. I can feel the heat of his skin through the cotton of his shirt. Here. It looked like a cigarette burn. That's consistent with Waffen-SS Blutgruppe tattoos, Leo says, and with the file we've got so far, as is his claim that he was with the 1st SS Infantry Brigade in 1941 and that he worked at Auschwitz II after 1943. He opens the folder on the table between us. I see a grainy photograph of a young man in a Nazi uniform with skulls on the lapels of his coat. It could be Joseph, I suppose, but I can't tell. Hartmann, Reiner. I read, peeking as he slips the photograph from its paperclip. There is an address in spiky handwriting I cannot read, and the letters AB, which must be his blood type. Leo closes the folder quickly, classified information, I suppose, and sets the photo beside the newspaper clipping. The question is, are these the same guy? In the first, Joseph is a young boy. In the second, he's a man. The quality of both photos is shoddy at best. I can't tell. But does it really matter? I mean, if all the other stuff he's said fits. Well, Leo answers, that depends. In 1981, the Supreme Court concluded that anyone who was a guard at a Nazi concentration camp took part in supporting the activities that occurred there, including murder, if we're talking about Auschwitz too. The court's analysis was reminiscent of a trial in Germany years earlier, in which a suspect said that if German authorities prosecuted him, they should prosecute everyone at the camp, because the camp operated as a chain of functions, and everyone in that chain had to perform his function, or the whole apparatus of annihilation would have ground to a halt. So everyone from the guards to the bean counters at Auschwitz is culpable for what happened there, simply because they were aware of what was going on inside its fences and performed their duties. Think about it like this. Let's say you and your boyfriend decide to kill me in my office. The deal is that your boyfriend is going to chase me around the room with a knife while you stand outside holding the door closed so I can't escape. Both of you are going down for murder one. It's just a division of labor about how you each participated. I don't have a boyfriend, I blurt out. It turns out that it is easier to say aloud than I would have expected, and instead of feeling as if my heart has been ripped out of my chest, it seems as if I am made out of helium. I mean, I did, but things aren't. I shrug. Anyway, he won't be killing you in your office anytime soon. Leo blushes. Guess that means I'll be able to sleep well tonight. I clear my throat. So all we have to do is prove that Joseph worked at Auschwitz, I say. If he's confessed to that, isn't it enough? That depends on how trustworthy his confession is. Why would any court think he'd lie about that? Why does anyone lie? Leo says. He's old. He's got mental issues. He's a masochist. Who knows? For all we know, he wasn't even there. He could have read a book and regurgitated that history to you, but that doesn't mean it's his own. Even though you have a file with his name on it. He's already given you one false name, Leo points out. This could be another. So how do we make sure he's really Reiner? There are two ways, Leo says. Either he has to keep talking to you and eventually spill information that's inside this file, up-close SS information that isn't the kind of stuff you can glean from watching the History Channel 24/7, or we need an eyewitness who remembers him from the camp. He touches the newspaper clipping and the Nazi Party registration photo. Someone who could say that these two men are one and the same. I look at the loaf of brioche, no longer steaming but fragrant and warm, the jam staining the maple table. My grandmother told me that her father used to ask her a riddle. What must you break apart in order to bring a family close together? Bread, of course. I think of this, and even though I am not religious, I pray that she will forgive me. I think I know someone who can help, I say.
Say what you want, Damien argued. I'm only trying to keep you safe. I had opened the door, expecting Alex, only to find the captain of the guard instead. I had told him I was busy, and this was true. This week, business had grown stronger. We couldn't produce enough baguettes to feed demand. The loaves, like my rolls, were sweeter than anything my father had ever baked. Alex joked with me and said he had a secret ingredient, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. Then it would only be an ingredient, he said. Now I listened to Damien as he lectured me in my kitchen. An oupure, I said. Those are folk tales. There's a reason tales get told. What else makes sense? The livestock was one thing, Anya, but this beast is going after humans. I had heard of them, of course, of the undead who rose from their coffins, unsatisfied, and gorged themselves on the blood of others. An Upur would eat its own flesh if it had to. Old Sal, who sold baskets in the village square, was superstitious. She never walked near a black cat. She threw salt over her shoulder. She wore her clothes inside out the night of the full moon. She was the one who buzzed about this Upur that was terrorizing our village, whispering every time we set up shop beside each other at market. "You can spot them in a crowd," she had said. "They live among us, with their ruddy cheeks and their red lips, and after their death they complete their transformation. If that's already happened, it's too late. The only way to kill an Upur is to cut off its head or cleave open its heart, and the only way to protect yourself from one is to swallow its blood." I had dismissed old Sal's stories, and now I would dismiss Damien's. I folded my arms. "What is it you want me to do, then?" "It's said that you can catch an Upur if you can distract it," he explained. "Once it sees a knot, it has to untie it. If there's a pile of seeds, it has to count them." Damien reached above my head, took a bag of barley grain and dumped it on the counter. "And why would the Upur happen to wander into my bakery?" "It's possible," Damien said, "that he's already here." It took me a moment to understand, and then I was furious. "So because he's an outsider, he's the easy target? Because he didn't go to school with you like all your soldier friends, or because he has a different way of pronouncing words? He's not a monster, Damien, he's just different." "Do you really know that?" he challenged, backing me up against the wall of the brick oven. "His arrival coincided with the killings." "He's here all night and at home with his brother all day. When would he even have time to do the things you claim? Are you with him while he's working, watching him, or are you asleep?" I opened my mouth. The truth was, I had been spending more and more time in the kitchen with Alex. I told him about my father and about Baruch Byler. He told me about how he'd wanted to be an architect, designing buildings so tall that you became dizzy standing on the top floors. Occasionally I fell asleep curled at the table, but when I did, I always awakened to find that Alex had carried me to my bed. Sometimes I thought that I liked staying up late with him because I knew he'd do that. I started to sweep the barley up with my hands, but Damien caught my wrist. "If you're so sure, then why not leave it and see what happens?" I thought of Alex, running with his brother from town to town. I thought of his hands at my throat, sewing me whole again. I met Damien's eyes. "All right," I said. That night, I didn't meet Alex in the kitchen. I wasn't even there when he let himself inside. Instead, when he knocked softly on my bedroom door, I told him I was feeling ill and wanted to rest. But I didn't. I imagined him distracted by the barley, sorting it into piles. I imagined blood on his hands and pooling in his mouth. When I couldn't sleep, I lit a candle and crept down the hall to the kitchen. I felt the heat through the wooden door, radiant from the oven. If I stood on my toes, I could peer through a chink in the wood. I wouldn't have a panoramic view of the kitchen, but maybe I could see Alex working as he usually did, allaying my worst fears. I had a perfect view of the butcher block table, with the bag of barley still spilled on its side. But the pile of grains had been organized, seed by seed, into military formation. The door swung open so suddenly I fell inside, landing on all fours. The candle I was carrying rolled out of its holder and skittered across the stone floor. As I reached for it, Alex's boot stepped down, extinguishing the flame. "Spying on me?" I scrambled to my feet and shook my head. My gaze was drawn to the barley in neat rows. "I'm a little behind in my baking," Alex said. I had a mess to clean up when I arrived. I realized that he was bleeding. A bandage was wrapped around his forearm. You're hurt. It's nothing. He looked like the man I had laughed with yesterday when he did his impression of the town drunk. He looked like the man who had lifted me into his arms when I saw a mouse skitter across the floor and refused to walk in the kitchen until I was sure it had been caught. He was so close now that I could smell peppermint on his breath. I could see the flecks of green in the molten gold of his eyes. I swallowed. Are you what I think you are? Alex didn't blink. Would it matter? When he kissed me, I felt like I was being consumed. I was rising, expanding from the inside, frustrated that there was skin between us, that I couldn't get closer. I clawed at the small of his back, my fingers slipping beneath his shirt. He held my head in the cradle of his hands, and gently, so gently that I didn't even feel it, he bit my lip. There was blood in my mouth and on his. It tasted like metal, like pain. I pulled away from him, drinking the taste of myself for the first time. In retrospect, I could only think that he was as shaken by the moment as I was, or surely he would have heard the approach of Damien, who flung open the door with his soldiers, their bayonets trained on us.
Leo. The reason that we go to meet the people who bring us plausible tips about potential Nazis is so that we can make sure they aren't nuts. You can usually get a good reading in a few moments about whether your informant is balanced and sane, or whether she's acting on a grudge, is paranoid, or is just plain crazy. Within moments of meeting Sage Singer, I know this. She isn't trying to frame this Joseph Weber guy. She has nothing to gain from turning him in. She's incredibly sensitive because she has a scar that ripples from her left eyebrow down her cheek. Also, because of said scar, she has no idea that she's incredibly hot. I get it, really, I do. When I was 13, I had the worst case of acne. I swear my pimples gave birth to smaller pimples. I got called Pepperoni Face or Luigi because that was the name of the guy who owned the pizzeria in my hometown. On school picture day, I was so nervous about having my image captured for eternity that I actually willed myself into throwing up so I could stay home. My mother told me that when I was older, I'd teach people to never judge a book by its cover, and that's pretty much exactly what my job entails. But sometimes, when I glance in the mirror even now, I feel like I'm still staring at that kid. I bet whatever Sage is picturing when she looks at her reflection is a lot worse than what the rest of us actually see. Ginevra is the one who is dispatched to vet most of the cold callers who reach our department. I've only met 2 or 3. They were all in their 80s, Jews who still saw the faces of their captors superimposed on everyone they happened to meet. In none of those cases did the allegation pan out to be correct. Sage Singer is not 80 years old, and she's not lying either. Your grandmother, I repeat. She's a survivor? Sage nods. And somehow in the past 4 conversations I've had with you, that never came up? I'm still trying to figure out if this is a very good thing or a very bad thing. If Sage's grandmother is willing and able to identify Rainer Hartmann as an officer at Auschwitz-Birkenau, that would be a direct link between the file Ginevra's amassed and the information Sage has culled from the suspect. But if Sage has predisposed her grandmother in any way to the suspect by saying, for example, that she had been talking to him, then any eyewitness testimony given is prejudicial. I didn't want you to think that was why I called you. It had nothing to do with my grandmother. She never talks about her experience, ever. I lean forward, clasping my hands. So you haven't told her about your meetings with Joseph Weber? No, Sage says. She doesn't even know he exists. And she's never discussed her time at Auschwitz with you? Sage shakes her head. Even when I've asked her specifically, she won't talk about it. She looks up at me. Is that normal? I don't know that there's anything normal about being a survivor, I say. Some feel that because they lived, it's their responsibility to tell the world what happened so it won't happen again and so people won't forget. Others believe that the only way to go on with the rest of their lives is to act as if it never happened. I sweep my crumbs into my napkin and carry my plate to the sink. Well, I say, thinking out loud, I can give my historian a call. She can get a photo array cobbled together in a few hours, and then she won't talk to you either, Sage says. I smile. Grandmothers find me especially charming. She folds her arms. If you hurt her, note to self, don't threaten a federal agent. And second note to self, don't worry. I give you my word. I won't push her if she isn't able to open up about it. And if she does? Then what? You arrest Joseph? I shake my head. We don't have any criminal jurisdiction over Nazis, I explain. We can't incarcerate your man or set him free. The crimes took place outside the United States long before we had extraterritorial jurisdiction statutes. It wasn't until 2007 that the U.S. genocide statute was amended to cover more than genocides perpetrated by U.S. citizens other than General Custer's actions against the Native Americans. All we can do is try to catch him on immigration charges and get him deported. And even then, I've been trying for years to get Europeans to develop a moral backbone and take Nazis back and prosecute, and it hardly ever happens. So we're doing all this for nothing? Sage asks. We're doing all this because your grandmother made her home in the United States, and we owe her peace of mind. Sage looks at me for a long moment. Okay, she says. I'll take you to her condo. There are things in Rainer Hartmann's file that Sage Singer doesn't know about. It's my job to tell her as little as possible, to instead coax out of her what she can tell me. And even then, I can't be sure that a court will be able to connect the dots and prosecute him. I can't be sure that Hartmann will survive long enough to receive his comeuppance. So far, what Sage has relayed to me is information that could be gleaned from the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum archives or from poring through a book. Military actions and dates, company units, career trajectories. Even the blood group tattoos are something you know about if you study Third Reich history. As untenable as it seems that someone is making up a false, guilty identity, stranger things have happened. But in this file, there are specifics about Rainer Hartmann that only Rainer Hartmann and his superiors and maybe his closest confidants should know. None of which Sage Singer has said yet. Which could mean that Joseph Weber hasn't gotten around to telling her those stories. Or that Joseph Weber isn't Rainer Hartmann. At any rate, getting an ID from Sage's grandmother Minka is just one more piece of the puzzle. Which is how I find myself driving back toward Boston, on the exact same route I just traveled from Logan Airport to New Hampshire, with Sage sitting beside me in the car. That's a new one, I say. No one in my department has ever been so upset by a testimony that they went out and hit a deer with their car. It wasn't intentional, Sage mutters. A big isn't. I beg your pardon? I turn to her. It means so long your health. You don't speak Yiddish, I guess. I'm not Jewish, I told you that. Actually, she had asked me if it mattered. Oh, I say, I just assumed morality has nothing to do with religion, she says. You can do the right thing and not believe in God at all. So you're an atheist? I don't like labels. I imagine you wouldn't growing up here. Doesn't exactly look like a diverse religious community. That's probably why it took Joseph so long to find someone from a Jewish family, Sage says. Well, it doesn't really matter, since you're not going to forgive him. She's silent. You're not, I repeat, my jaw dropping. Are you? I don't want to. But there's a part of me that says he's just an old, frail man. One who possibly committed crimes against humanity, I reply. And even becoming Mother Teresa wouldn't erase that. He waited over half a century to confess? That's not inherent goodness. It's procrastination. So you believe people can't change? That once you do a bad thing, you're a bad person? I don't know, I admit. But I do think some stains never wash out. I glance at her. Other people in town, they knew your family was Jewish? Yes. And Joseph picked you to confess to. You aren't an individual to him any more now than a Jew was over 65 years ago. Or maybe he picked me because he thinks of me as his friend. Do you really believe that? I ask, and Sage doesn't reply. To be forgiven, the person has to be sorry. In Judaism, that's called teshuvah. It means turning away from evil. It's not a one-time deal either, it's a course of action. A single act of repentance is something that makes the person who committed the evil feel better, but not the person against whom evil was committed. I shrug. That's why Jews don't just go to confession and say the rosary. Joseph says he's already made his peace with God. I shake my head. You don't make peace only with God, you make it with people. Sin isn't global, it's personal. If you do wrong to someone, the only way to fix that is to go to that same person and do right by him, which is why murder to a Jew is unforgivable. She's quiet for a moment. Have you ever had someone walk into your office and confess to you? No. Then maybe Joseph is different, Sage says. Did he come to you because he wants to make himself feel better, or because he wants to make his victims feel better? Obviously that's not possible, she replies. And that makes you feel badly for him? I don't know. Maybe. I focus my attention on the road. The German people have paid billions of dollars of reparations to individuals, to Israel. But you know what? It's been nearly 70 years and they've never held a public forum to apologize to Jews for the crimes of the Holocaust. It's happened elsewhere, South Africa, for example. But the Germans? They had to be dragged by the Allies into the Nuremberg trials. Officials who had helped build the Third Reich stayed on in government after the war just by denying they were ever Nazis, and the German people accepted it. Young people today in Germany who are taught about the Holocaust brush it off, saying it's ancient history. So no, I don't think you can forgive Joseph Weber. I don't think you can forgive anyone who was involved. I think you can only hold them accountable and try to look their children and grandchildren in the eye without blaming them for what their ancestors did. Sage shakes her head. Surely there were some Germans who were better than others, some who didn't want to go along with what Hitler said. If you can't see them as individuals, if you can't forgive the ones who ask for it, doesn't that make you just as bad as any Nazi? No, I admit. It makes me human. Minka Singer is a tiny woman with the same snapping blue eyes as her granddaughter. She lives in a small condo and has a part-time caretaker who moves like a shadow around her employer, handing her reading glasses and her cane and a sweater before she can seemingly even think to ask for them. Contrary to what Sage indicated, she is absolutely thrilled to be introduced to me. So tell me again, she says as we settle on the couch in her living room. Where did you meet my granddaughter? Through work, I answer carefully. Then you know how she bakes, yes? A person could get used to that kind of food all the time. You'd have to have a lifetime deal with Jenny Craig, I reply. And then I realize why Minka has been so happy to meet me. She wants me to date her granddaughter. I'm not gonna lie. The thought of that makes me feel like I've been zapped by a bolt of electricity. Grandma, Sage interrupts, Leo didn't come all this way to talk about my bread. You know what my father used to say? True love is like bread. It needs the right ingredients, a little heat, and some magic to rise. Sage turns beet red. I cough into my hand. Miss Singer, I've come here today because I'm hoping you'll tell me your story. Ah, Sage, that was meant for your eyes only. The silly fairy tale of a young girl, that's all. I have no idea what she's talking about. I work for the United States government, ma'am. I track down perpetrators of war crimes. The light goes out of Minka Singer's eyes. I have nothing to say. Daisy, she calls out. Daisy, I'm very tired. I'd like to lie down. I told you so, Sage murmurs. From the corner of my eye, I see the caretaker approaching. Sage is lucky, I say. My grandparents aren't alive anymore. My grandpa, he came here from Austria. Every year he held a big backyard party on July 22nd. He'd have beer for the grown-ups and an inflatable pool for us kids, and the biggest cake my grandmother could make. I always assumed it was his birthday. It wasn't until I was 15 that I learned he'd been born in December. July 22nd, that was the day he became a U.S. citizen. By now, Daisy had reached Minka's side and has her hand beneath the woman's frail arm to help her stand. Minka rises and takes 2 shuffling steps away from me. My grandfather fought in World War II, I continue, getting to my feet. Like you, he never talked about anything he'd seen. But when I graduated from high school, he took me to Europe as a graduation gift. We visited the Colosseum in Rome and the Louvre in Paris, and we hiked in the Swiss Alps. The last country we visited was Germany. He took me to Dachau. We saw the barracks and the crematoria where the bodies of prisoners who had died were burned. I remember a wall with a ditch below it angled away to catch the blood of prisoners who were shot. My father told me that immediately after visiting the concentration camp, we would be leaving the country, because I was going to want to kill the first German I saw. Minka Singer looks back over her shoulder. There are tears in her eyes. My father promised me I would die with a bullet to the heart. Sage gasps, stricken. Her grandmother's eyes flicker toward her. There were dead people everywhere. You had to walk on them sometimes to get away. So we saw things. A bullet in the head. There were always brains coming out, and it scared me. But a bullet in the heart, that didn't seem so bad by comparison. So that was the deal my father made me. I realize in that instant the reason Minka has never spoken of her experience during the war is not that she has forgotten the details. It's because she remembers every last one, and wants to make sure that her children and grandchildren do not have to suffer the same curse. She sits back down on the couch. I don't know what you want me to say. I lean forward and take her hand. It's cool and dry like tissue paper. Tell me more about your father, I suggest.
Part 2. When I grow up and reach the age of 20, I'll set out to see the enchanting world. I'll take a seat in a bird with a motor. I'll rise and soar high into space. I'll fly, sail, hover over the lovely faraway world. I'll soar over rivers and oceans. Skyward shall I ascend and blossom, the cloud my sister, the wind my brother. Written by Avraham Koplovich, born 1930. He was a child in the Łódź ghetto. He was taken from the ghetto on the final transport to Auschwitz-Birkenau in 1944 and was murdered there at age 14. What they had told me of the Upur couldn't be true. The whip wielded by Damien had lashed open Alex's back so that his skin hung in ribbons and he was bleeding. How could a monster with no blood of his own do that? Not that it mattered. The crowd had turned out to watch the punishment, to revel in the pain of the creature that had caused them so much misery. In the moonlight, sweat gleamed on Alex's body, twisting in agony as he strained against his bonds. The villagers threw water in his face, vinegar and salt in his wounds. A light snow fell, blanketing the square. A bucolic picture postcard, except for the brutality at its center. "Please," I begged, breaking free from the soldiers who were restraining the onlookers so that I could grab Damien's arm. "You have to stop." "Why? He wouldn't have. 13 people have died. 13. He jerked his head at a soldier, who caught me around the waist and held me back. Damien lifted the whip again and sent it whizzing through the air, cracking against Alex's flesh. It didn't matter, I realized, if Alex was even to blame. Damien knew the village simply needed a scapegoat. The cat's eye tail had opened a gash along Alex's cheek. His face was unrecognizable. His shirt hung in shreds at his waist as he sagged to his knees. "Anya," he gasped, "go away." "You bastard!" Damien shouted. He hit Alex so hard in the face that blood sprayed like a fountain from his nose, that his head snapped back on the stalk of his neck. "You could have hurt her!" "Stop!" I shrieked. I stomped as hard as I could on the foot of the soldier who was restraining me and threw myself on top of Alex. "You'll kill him!" I sobbed. Alex was limp in my arms. A muscle jumped along Damien's jaw as he watched me try to bear the weight. "You can't kill something," he said coldly, "that's already dead." Suddenly, a soldier burst through the seam of the crowd, skidding in the snow to salute Damien. "Captain, there's been another murder." The villagers parted, and 2 soldiers stepped forward, carrying the body of Baruch Byler's wife. Her throat had been torn out. Her eyes were still open. "The taxman, he's missing," one soldier said. I stepped forward as Damien knelt beside the victim. The woman's body was still warm, the blood still steaming. This had happened moments ago, while Alex was here, being beaten. I turned back, but the ropes that had held him a moment ago were slack, curled on the snow like vipers. In the blink of an eye, all the time it took the murmuring crowd to realize that a man was wrongly accused, Alex had managed to escape.
Minka. My father trusted me with the details of his death. "Minka," he would say in the hot summer, "make sure there is lemonade at my funeral. Fresh lemonade for all." When he dressed up in a borrowed suit for my sister's wedding, my father said, "Minka, at my funeral, you must be sure I look as dapper as I do today." This upset my mother to no end. "Abram Levin," she would say, "you're going to give the girl nightmares." But my father, he would just wink at me and say, "She is absolutely right, Minka. And for the record, no opera at my funeral. I hate opera. But dancing, now that would be nice." I was not traumatized by these conversations, as my mother thought. How could I be, knowing my father? He owned a very successful bakery, and I had grown up watching him load loaves into a brick oven in his undershirt, his muscles flexing. He was tall and strong and invincible. The real joke behind the joke was that my father was too full of life to ever die. After school, I would sit in the shop and do my homework while my older sister, Basha, sold the bread. My father didn't let me work at the cash register because school was more important to him. He called me his little professor because I was so smart. I had skipped 2 grades and passed a 3-day exam last year to get into gymnasium. It had been a shock to find out that even though I qualified, I was not accepted to the school. They only took 2 Jews that year. My sister, who had always been a little jealous of the premium placed on my intelligence, pretended to be upset, but I knew deep down she was happy that finally I would have to work a trade, just like her. However, one of my father's customers intervened. My father was such an accomplished baker that beyond the challah and the rye and the loaves that every Jewish housewife bought daily, he had special clients who were Christian, who came in for his babka and his poppy seed cake and mazurek. It was one of these clients, an accountant, who intervened so that I could attend the Catholic high school. During religious hour, I would be excused from class to do my homework in the hall with the other Jewish girl who attended. Then after school I would walk to my father's bakery in Łódź. When the shop closed, Basha would go home to her newlywed husband, Rubin, and my father and I would walk through the streets to our house, in a neighborhood mixed with Christians and Jews. One evening, as we were walking, a phalanx of soldiers marched past us. My father pushed me into the hollow made by a doorframe to let them pass. I did not know if they were SS, or Wehrmacht, or Gestapo. I was a silly girl of 14 who didn't pay attention to that. All I knew was that they never smiled, and they moved only at right angles. My father started to shield his eyes from the setting sun, and then realized that his gesture looked like a Heil, their greeting. So he pulled his arm down to his side. "At my funeral, Minka," he said without a hint of laughter in his voice, "no parades." I was spoiled. My mother, Hannah, cleaned my room and did all the cooking. When she wasn't fussing over me, she was needling Basha to make her a grandmother already, even though my sister had only been married for 6 months, to the boy she'd been in love with since she was my age. I had friends in my neighborhood. One girl, Greta, even went to my school. Sometimes she invited me to her home to play records or listen to the radio, and she was perfectly nice. But in school, if we passed in the hall, she never made eye contact with me. That's just the way it was. Polish Christians did not like Jews, at least not in public. The Szymańskis, who lived in the other half of our building and invited us for Christmas and Easter, when I would stuff myself with non-kosher food, never looked down on us because of our religion. But my mother said that's because Mrs. Szymański was not a typical Pole, but rather was born in Russia. My best friend was Daria Horowitz. We had been in school together until I passed the entrance exams, but Daria and I still managed to see each other most every day and fill in all the details we'd missed about each other's lives. Daria's father owned a factory outside the city, and sometimes we would take a horse and buggy out there to have picnics by the lake. There were always boys buzzing around Daria. She was beautiful, a tall and graceful ballet dancer, with long, dark eyelashes and a little bow of a mouth. I was nowhere near as pretty as she was, but I figured the boys who buzzed around Daria couldn't all have her as their girlfriend. There would be some heartbroken fellow left over for me, and maybe he would be so taken with my wit that he wouldn't notice my crooked front tooth or the way my belly pooched out a tiny bit in the front of my skirt. One day, Daria and I were in my bedroom, working. We had a grand plan, and it involved the book that I was writing. Daria was reading it, chapter by chapter, and making corrections with a red pen, which was what we thought an editor would do. We were going to move together to London and live in a flat, and Daria would work at a publishing house, and I would write novels. We'd have fancy cocktails and dance with handsome men. In our world, Daria said, throwing aside the chapter she was marking up, there will be no semicolons. It was one of our favorite pastimes, reimagining a world run by Daria and myself that was perfect. A place where you could eat as many Kaiser rolls as you wanted without getting fat. A place where no one took mathematics in school. A place where grammar was an afterthought instead of a necessity. I looked up from the notebook in which I was scribbling. Seems indecisive, doesn't it, Either be a period or be a comma, but make up your mind. The chapter I had been working on for the past hour was only a few sentences long. Nothing was coming to me, and I knew why. I was too tired to be creative. My parents had been fighting last night and woke me up. I could not hear all of their argument, but it was about Mrs. Szymański. She had offered to hide my mother and me, if need be, but couldn't take all of us. I didn't understand why my father was so upset. It wasn't as if my mother and I would ever think of leaving him. In our world, I said, everyone will have an automobile with a radio. Daria flipped onto her belly, her eyes lighting up. Don't remind me. Last week, we had seen an automobile pull up to Wodospad, a fancy restaurant where once I had seen a movie star. When the driver got out of the car, we could hear music wafting from the inside, seeping into the air, and lingering like perfume. It was a wonder to think about having music with you as you traveled. On that day, I had also noticed a new sign on the restaurant. Psi I Żydzi nie pozwolono. No dogs or Jews allowed. We had heard stories of Kristallnacht. My mother had a cousin whose shop had been burned to the ground in Germany. One of our neighbors had adopted a boy whose parents had been killed in a pogrom. Reuben kept begging my sister to go to America, but Basha wouldn't leave my parents behind. When she told them that we should move into the Jewish area of the city before things got worse, my father said she was too excitable. My mother pointed to the beautiful wooden buffet table, which must have weighed 300 pounds, and which had belonged to my great-grandmother. "How can you grab a suitcase and pack up your life?" she asked my sister. "You'd leave all your memories behind." I know Daria was remembering that sign on the restaurant too, because she said, "In our world, there will be no Germans." Then she laughed. "Ah, poor Minka, you look like you're going to be sick at the very thought." But then, a world without Germans is a world without Herr Bauer. I put aside the notebook and inched closer to Daria. Today, he called on me 3 times. I'm the only one he picked more than once to answer a question. "That's because you raised your hand every time." That was true. German was my best subject in school. We had a choice of taking French or German. The French teacher, Madame Genière, was an old nun with a giant wart on her chin that had hairs growing out of it. On the other hand, the German teacher, Herr Bauer, was a young man who looked a little like the actor Leon Liebgold, if you squinted or just daydreamed excessively, as I was wont to do. Sometimes, when he leaned over my shoulder to correct gender agreement on my paper, I would fantasize how he might take me in his arms and kiss me and tell me we should run away together. As if that would ever happen between a teacher and a student, or a Christian and a Jew. But he was easy on the eyes at the very least, and I wanted him to notice me, so I took every class he offered. German grammar, conversation, literature. I was his star pupil. I met with him during lunch just to practice. "Glauben Sie, dass es regnen wird, Fräulein Levin?" he would ask. "Ach ja, ich denke, wir sollten schlechtem Wetter rechnen." Oh yes, I think we should expect bad weather. Sometimes he would even share a private joke with me in German. "Noch eine langweilige Besprechung?" Yet another boring meeting, he would say in passing, smiling pleasantly as he marched beside Father Yankoviak down the hall, knowing that the priest could not understand a word he was saying, but that I did. Today, I made him blush, I confided, smiling. I told him I was writing a poem, and asked him how you might say in German, "He took her in his arms and kissed her breath away." I was hoping maybe he'd show me instead of tell me. "Ugh!" Daria shuddered. "The thought of a German kissing me makes my skin crawl. You can't say that. Herr Bauer, he's different. He never talks about the war. He's far too much of a scholar for that. Besides, if you lump them all together because they're German, how does that make you any different from the way they lump us all together just because we're Jews?" Daria picked up a book from my nightstand. "Oh, Herr Bauer," she cooed, "I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. To Berlin. Oh, wait. That's the same thing, isn't it?" She mashed the book up against her face and pretended to kiss it. I felt a flash of annoyance. Daria was lovely, with her long neck and her dancer's body. I didn't make fun of her when she strung along several boys at once who'd flock around her at parties and vie for the honor of getting her some punch or a sweet. "It's just as well," she said, tossing the book aside. "If you start running around with a German professor, you're going to break Josek's heart." Now it was my turn to blush. Josek Shapiro was the one boy who didn't look twice at Daria. He'd never asked me to take a walk with him, or complimented me on a sweater or how I fixed my hair, but the last time we had gone on a picnic to the lake near the factory, he had spent a whole hour talking to me about my book. He had recently been hired by the Chronicle to write, and was almost 3 years older than I was. But he didn't seem to think it was foolish to believe I could one day be published. "You know," Daria said, pointing to the pages she had been reading, "this is really just a love story." "So what's wrong with that?" "Well, a love story. That's no story at all. People don't want a happy ending. They want conflict. They want the heroine to fall for the man she can never have." She grinned at me. "I'm just saying that Anya's boring." At that, I burst out laughing. "She's based on you and me." "Then maybe we're boring." Daria sat up, crossing her legs. "Maybe we need to make ourselves more cosmopolitan. After all, I could be the kind of lady who'd drive to a restaurant in a car with a radio." I rolled my eyes. "Right, and I'm the Queen of England." Daria grabbed my hand. "Let's do something shocking." "Fine," I replied. "I won't hand in my German homework tomorrow." No, something worldly." She smiled. "We could have schnapps at the Grand Hotel." I snorted. "Who's going to serve 2 little girls?" "We won't look like little girls. Can't you steal something from your mother's closet?" My mother would kill me if she found out. "I won't tell her if you don't," Daria said, reading my mind. "I won't have to tell her." My mother had a 6th sense. I swear, she must have had eyes in the back of her head to be able to catch me sneaking a taste of the stew from the pot before dinner was served, or to know when I was working on my story in my bedroom instead of doing my homework. When she has nothing else to worry about, she worries about me. Suddenly, from the living room, there was a shriek. I scrambled to my feet and ran, Daria at my heels. My father was clapping Reuben on the back, and my mother was embracing Basha. "Hannah," my father crowed to her, "this calls for some wine." "Minusha," my mother said, using her pet name for me. She looked happier than I had ever seen her. "Your sister is having a baby." It had been strange when my sister moved out after her wedding, so that I had my own room. It was stranger now to think of her as somebody's mother. I hugged Basha and kissed her on the cheek. "Oh, there's so much to do," my mother said. Basha laughed. "You have some time, Mama. You can never be too prepared. We'll go out shopping tomorrow for yarn. We must start knitting. Abram, you'll make do without her at the cash register, which you know is not a good job for a woman who's expecting, standing there all day long with her back hurting and her feet swollen." My father exchanged a look with Reuben. "This could be a vacation," he joked. "Maybe, for the next 5 months, she'll be too busy to bother complaining about me." I glanced at Daria, who smiled and raised her brows. We looked like 2 children playing dress-up. I was wearing one of my mother's silk dresses and a pair of Daria's mother's pumps, and the kitten heels kept getting stuck between the cobblestones on the street. Daria had done up my face with makeup, which was supposed to make us look older, but which made me feel like a painted clown. The Grand Hotel rose above us like a wedding cake, with tiers upon tiers of windows. I imagined the stories going on behind each one. The 2 people in silhouette on the 2nd floor were newlyweds. The woman staring out from the 3rd floor corner suite was remembering her lost love, whom she would meet for coffee later that afternoon, for the first time in 20 years. "So," Daria asked, "aren't we going in?" As it turned out, it was even more difficult to actually go into the hotel pretending to be someone else than it was to gather enough bravery to walk there in our fancy clothes. "What if we see someone we know?" "Who are we going to see?" Daria scoffed. "The fathers are all getting ready to go for evening prayers. The mothers are home getting dinner ready." I glanced at her. "You first." My mother thought I was at Daria's, and Daria's mother thought she was at my house. We could easily get caught, but we were hoping our adventure would compensate for whatever punishment we might incur. As I hesitated, a woman swept up the stairs of the hotel past me. She smelled strongly of perfume, and had nails and lips painted fire-engine red. Her clothes were not as fine as those of the clientele of the hotel, or the men she was with, for that matter. She was one of those women, the ones my mother pulled me away from. Women of the night were more common in Bauchi, the poorer section of the city. Women who looked like they never slept, their shawls wrapped around their bare shoulders as they peeked from their windows. But that didn't mean there was a lack of loose women here. The man walking behind this one had a tiny mustache like Charlie Chaplin and a walking cane. As she sailed through the hotel doorway, he cupped his hand on her bottom. "That's disgusting," Daria whispered. "That's what people are going to think we are if we go inside," I hissed. Daria pouted. "If you weren't going to go through with this in the first place, Minka, I don't know why you said—" "I never said anything. You said that you wanted—" "Minka?" At the sound of my name, I froze. The only thing worse than my mother discovering I was not at Daria's house was someone recognizing me and running back to tell my mother. Grimacing, I turned around to see Josek, dapper in his coat and tie. "It is you," he said, smiling, and he didn't even steal a glance at Daria. "I didn't realize you came here." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked, guarded. Daria elbowed me. Of course we come here. Doesn't everyone? Josek laughed. Well, I don't know about everyone. The coffee's better elsewhere. What are you doing here? I asked. He lifted a notebook. An interview. A human interest piece. That's all they let me do so far. My editor says I have to earn breaking news. He looked at my dress, pinned in the back because it was too big, and the borrowed shoes on my feet. Are you going to a funeral? So much for looking sophisticated. We're headed out on a double date, Daria said. Really? Josek replied, surprised. I didn't think... Abruptly he stopped speaking. You didn't think what? That your father would let you go out with a boy, Josek said. Clearly, that's not the case. Daria tossed her hair. We're not babies, Josek. He grinned at me. Then maybe you'd like to come out with me sometime, Minka. I'll prove to you that the coffee at Astoria puts the Grand Hotel to shame. Tomorrow at 4, Daria announced, as if she was suddenly my social secretary. She'll be there. As Josek said his goodbyes and walked off, Daria looped her arm through mine. I'm going to kill you, I said. Why? Because I got you a date with a handsome boy? For goodness sake, Minka, if I can't have fun, at least let me live vicariously through you. I don't want to go out with Josek. But Anya needs you to go out with him, Daria said. Anya, my character, who was too boring, too safe. You can thank me later, she said, patting my hand. Astoria Cafe was a well-known hangout on Piotrkowska Street. At any given moment you might find Jewish intellectuals, playwrights, composers, arguing the finer points of artistic merit over smoky tables and bitter coffee, or opera divas sipping tea with lemon. Even though I was dressed in the same borrowed outfit I'd worn the day before, being in close quarters with these people made my head swim, as if I might become enlightened simply by breathing the same air. We were sitting near the swinging doors of the kitchen, and every time they opened, a delicious smell would waft over us. Josek and I were sharing a plate of pierogi and drinking coffee, which was, as he had promised, heavenly. Upiori, he said, shaking his head. That's not what I expected. I had been telling him, shyly, of the plot for my story, of Anya and her father the baker, of the monster who invades their town by masquerading as a common man. My grandmother used to talk about them when she was still alive, I explained. At night she would leave grain on the wooden table at the bakery, so that if an upjur came, he would be forced to count it until the sunrise. If I didn't go to bed when I was supposed to, my grandmother said the upjur would come for me and drink my blood. Pretty grisly, Josek said. The thing is, it didn't scare me. I used to feel bad for the upjur. I mean, it wasn't his fault he was undead. But good luck getting someone to believe that, when there were people like my grandmother running around saying otherwise. I looked up at Josek. So I started to daydream a story about an upjur who may not be as evil as everyone thinks. At least, not compared to the human who's trying to destroy him, and certainly not in the eyes of the girl who's starting to fall for him, until she realizes he may have killed her own father. Wow, Josek said, impressed. I laughed. You were expecting a romance, maybe? More than I was expecting a horror story, he admitted. Daria says that I have to tone it down, or no one will ever want to read it. But you don't believe that? No, I said. People have to experience things that terrify them. If they don't, how will they ever come to appreciate safety? A slow smile spread across Josek's face. In that moment, he looked handsome. At least as handsome as Herr Bauer, if not more. I didn't realize Łódź had the next Janusz Korczak in its midst. I fidgeted with my teaspoon. So you don't think it's crazy for a girl to write something like this? Josek leaned closer. I think it's brilliant. I see what you're doing. It's not just a fairy tale. It's an allegory, right? The upiori, they are like Jews. To the general population, they are bloodsuckers, a dark and frightening tribe. They are to be feared and battled with weapons and crosses and holy water. And the Reich, which puts itself on the side of God, has commissioned itself to rid the world of monsters. But the upiori, they are timeless. No matter what they try to do to us, we Jews have been around too long to be forgotten or to be vanquished. Once, in Herr Bauer's class, I had made an error during an essay and substituted one German word for another. I was writing about the merits of a parochial education, and meant to say Achtung, which meant attention, respect. Instead, I used Ächtung, which means ostracism. As you can imagine, it completely changed the point of my essay. Herr Bauer asked me to stay after class to have a discussion about the separation of church and state, and what it was like to be a Jew in a Catholic high school. I wasn't embarrassed at the time, because mostly I didn't even pay attention to what made me different from the other students, and because I got to spend a half hour alone with Herr Bauer, talking as if we were equals. And of course it was a mistake, not a stroke of brilliance, that had led me to make the observation in my paper that Herr Bauer thought was so insightful. But I wasn't about to admit to that. Just like I'm not going to admit to Josek now that when I was writing my story, I never in a million years was thinking of it as a political statement. In fact, when I imagined Anya and her father, they were Jewish, like me. Well, I said, trying to make light of Josek's explanation, guess I can't put anything past you. You're something else, Minka Levin, he said. I've never met another girl like you. He threaded his fingers through mine, then he lifted my hand and pressed his lips to it, suddenly a courtier. It was old world, and chivalrous, and made me shiver. I tried to remember every sensation, from the way all the colors in the cafe suddenly seemed brighter, to the electric current that danced over my palm like lightning in a summertime field. I wanted to be able to tell Daria every last detail. I wanted to write them into my story. Before I could finish my mental catalogue, though, Josek wrapped his hand around the back of my head, drew me closer, and kissed me. It was my first kiss. I could feel the pressure of Josek's fingers on my scalp, and the scratchy wool of his sweater under my palm. My heart felt like fireworks must, when after finally being lit, all that gunpowder has somewhere to go. So, Josek said after a moment. I cleared my throat and looked around at the other patrons. I expected them all to be staring at us, but no. They were tangled in their own conversations, punctuating the air with gestures that cut through the haze of the cigarette smoke. I had a brief, flashing image of myself and Josek, living abroad and working together at our kitchen table. There he was, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to the elbows as he furiously typed a story on deadline. There I was, chewing the top end of a pencil as I added the final touches to my first novel. "Josek Shapiro," I said, drawing back. "What's gotten into you?" He laughed. "Must be all this talk of monsters and the ladies who love them." Daria would tell me to play hard to get, to walk out and make Josek come after me. To Daria, every relationship was a game. Me? I got tired of figuring out all the rules. Before I could answer, though, the doors of the cafe burst open, and a swarm of SS soldiers exploded into the room. They began to smack the patrons with their truncheons, to overturn chairs with people still in them. Old men who fell to the floor were trampled or kicked. Women were thrown against the walls. I was frozen in place. I had been near SS soldiers when they passed, but never in the middle of an action like this one. The men all seemed to be over 6 feet tall, hulking brutes in heavy green wool uniforms. They had clenched fists and pale silver eyes that glittered the way mica did. They smelled like hatred. Josek grabbed me and shoved me behind him through the swinging kitchen doors. "Run, Minka," he whispered. "Run!" I did not want to leave Josek behind. I grabbed onto his sleeve, trying to pull him with me, but as I did, a soldier yanked on his other arm. The last thing I saw before I turned and sprinted was the blow that spun Josek in a slow pirouette, the blood running from his temple and broken nose. The soldiers were dragging out the cafe patrons and loading them into trucks when I climbed through the window of the kitchen and walked as normally as I could in the opposite direction. When I felt I was a safe distance away, I started to run. I twisted my ankle in the kitten heels, so I kicked them off and kept going barefoot, even though it was October and the soles of my feet were freezing. I did not stop running. Not when I got a stitch in my side, or when I had to scatter a group of little beggar children like pigeons. Especially not when a woman pushing a cart of vegetables grabbed my arm to ask if I was all right. I ran for a half hour until I was at my father's bakery. Basha was not at the cash register, shopping with Mama, I assumed. But the bell that hung over the door rang so that my father would know someone had entered. He came out from the kitchen, his broad face glistening with sweat from the heat of the brick ovens, his beard dusted with flour. His delight at seeing me faded as he noticed my face, makeup streaked with tears, my bare feet, my hair tumbling out of its pins. "Minusha!" he cried out. "What happened?" But I, who fancied myself a writer, couldn't find a single word to describe not only what I had seen, but how everything had changed, as if the earth had tilted slightly on its axis, ashamed of the sun, so that now we would have to learn to live in the dark. With a sob, I threw myself into his arms. I had tried so hard to be a cosmopolitan woman. As it turned out, all I wanted was to stay a little girl. But I had grown up in an instant. If the world hadn't been turned inside out that afternoon, I would have been punished. I would have been sent to my room without dinner, and barred from seeing Daria or doing anything but my schoolwork for at least a week. Instead, when my mother heard what had happened, she held me tightly and would not let me out of her sight. Before we walked home, my father's arm tightly anchored around me and his eyes darting around the street as if he expected a threat to leap out of an alley at any minute, and why should he think any differently after what I had relayed to him, we went to the office where Josek's father worked as an accountant. My father knew his father from shul. "Chaim," he said gravely, "we have news." He asked me to tell Josek's father everything, from the time we arrived at the cafe to the moment I saw a soldier hitting Josek with an iron rod. I watched the blood drain from his father's face, saw his eyes fill with tears. "They took people away in trucks," I said. "I don't know where." An internal battle played over the older man's face, as hope struggled with reason. "You'll see," my father said gently. "He'll come back." "Yes," Chaim nodded, as if he needed to convince himself. He looked up, then, as if he was surprised to see us still standing there. "I have to go. I must tell my wife." When Daria came after dinner time to find out about my date with Josek, I told my mother to make an excuse and say I wasn't feeling well. It was the truth, after all. That date seemed unrecognizable now, so badly tarnished by the firestorm of events that I couldn't remember what it used to look like. My father, who picked at the food on his plate that night, went out after the dishes were cleared. I was sitting on my bed, my eyes squeezed shut, conjugating German verbs. Ich habe Angst. Du hast Angst. Hat Angst. Wir haben Angst. We are afraid. Wir haben Angst. My mother came into my bedroom and sat down beside me. "Do you think he's alive?" I asked, the one question that no one had spoken out loud. "Ah, Minusha," my mother said, "that imagination of yours." But her hands were shaking, and she hid this by reaching for the brush on my nightstand. She turned me gently so that I was sitting with my back to her, and she began to brush out my hair in long, sweeping strokes, the way she used to when I was little. What we learned from information that leaked through the community in tiny staccato bursts like rapid gunfire was that the SS had rounded up 150 people from the Astoria that afternoon. They had taken them to headquarters and had interrogated the men and women individually, beating them with iron bars, with rubber clubs. They broke arms and fingers and demanded ransom payments of several hundred marks. Those who didn't have the money with them had to give the names of family members who might. 46 people were shot to death by the SS. 50 were freed after payment, and the rest were taken off to a prison in Radogos. Josek had been one of the lucky ones. Although I hadn't seen him since that afternoon, my father told me he was back home with his family. Chaim, who like my father had Christian clients as well as Jews, had somehow made the arrangements for the money to be brought to SS headquarters in exchange for his son's freedom. He told everyone who would listen that if not for the bravery of Minka Levin, they might not have had such a happy ending. I had been thinking a lot about happy endings. I had been thinking about what Josek and I were speaking of moments before everything happened. Of villains and of heroes. The Upjur in my story, was he the one who terrorized others? Or was he the one being persecuted? I was sitting on the steps that led to the second floor of the school building one afternoon, while the rest of the students had religious studies. Although I was supposed to be crafting an essay, I was writing my story instead. I had just started a scene where an angry mob beats at Anya's door. My pencil could not keep up with my thoughts. I could feel my heart start to pound as I imagined the knock, the splinter of the wood against the weapons the townspeople had brought for the lynching. I could feel sweat breaking out along Anya's spine. I could hear their German accents through the thick cottage door. But the German accent I heard was actually Herr Bauer's. He sank down beside me on the step, our shoulders nearly bumping. My tongue swelled to 4 times its normal size. I could not have spoken aloud if my life depended on it. "Fräulein Levin," he said, "I wanted you to hear the news from me." "The news? What news?" "Today is my last day here," he confessed in German. "I will be going back to Stuttgart." "But why?" I stammered. "We need you here." He smiled, that beautiful smile. "My country apparently needs me too." "Who will teach us?" He shrugged. "Father Czernisky will take over." Father Czernisky was a drunk, and I had no doubt the only German he knew was the word Lager. But I didn't need to say this out loud. Herr Bauer was thinking the same thing. "You will continue to study on your own," he insisted fiercely. "You will continue to excel." Then Herr Bauer met my gaze, and for the first time in our acquaintance he spoke Polish to me. "It has been an honor and a privilege to teach you," he said. After he walked downstairs, I ran to the girls' bathroom and burst into tears. I cried for Herr Bauer and for Josek and for me. I cried because I would not be able to lose myself daydreaming about Herr Bauer anymore, which meant more time would be spent in reality. I cried because when I remembered my first kiss, I felt sick to my stomach. I cried because my world had become a raging ocean and I was drowning. Even after I splashed my face with cold water, my eyes were still red and puffy. When Father Jarmik asked if I was all right during Mass, I told him that we had received sad news the previous night about a cousin in Krakow. These days, no one would question that kind of response. When I left school that afternoon, headed directly to the bakery as usual, I thought I was seeing an apparition. Leaning on a lamp-post across the street was Josek Shapiro. I gasped and ran to him. When I got closer, I could see the skin around his eyes was yellow and purple, all the jewel tones of a fading bruise, that he had a healing cut through the middle of his left eyebrow. I reached up to touch his face, but he caught my hand. One of his fingers was splinted. "Careful," he said. "It's still tender." "What did they do to you?" He pulled my hand down. "Not here," he warned, looking around at the busy pedestrians. Still holding my hand, he tugged me away from the school. To anyone passing by, we might have looked like an ordinary couple, but I knew from the way Josek was holding on to me, tightly, as if he were drowning in quicksand and needed to be rescued, that this wasn't the case. I followed him blindly through a street market, past the fishmonger and the vegetable cart, into a narrow alley that ran between 2 buildings. When I slipped on cabbage rinds, he anchored me to his side. I could feel the heat of his arm around me. It felt like hope. He didn't stop until we had navigated a rabbit warren of cobbled pathways, until we were behind the service entrance of a building I did not even recognize. Whatever Josek wanted to say to me, I hoped that it didn't involve leaving me here alone to find my way back. "I was so worried about you," he said finally. "I didn't know if you'd gotten away." I'm much tougher than I look, I replied, raising my chin. As it turns out, Yosek said quietly, I'm not. They beat me, Minka. They broke my finger to get me to tell them who my father was. I didn't want them to know. I thought they would go after him and hurt him too. But instead, they took his money. Why? I asked. What did you ever do to them? Yosek looked down at me. I exist, he said softly. I bit my lip. I felt like crying again, but I didn't want to do it in front of Yosek. I'm so sorry this happened to you, I said. I came to give you something, Yosek said. My family leaves for St. Petersburg next week. My mother has an aunt who lives there. But, I said stupidly, wanting only to unhear the words he had just spoken, what about your job? There are newspapers in Russia. He smiled, just a little bit. Maybe one day I will even be reading your Upur story in one. He reached into his pocket. Things are going to get worse here before they get better. My father, he has business acquaintances, friends who are willing to do favors for him. We are traveling to St. Petersburg with Christian papers. My eyes flew to his face. If you had Christian papers, you could go anywhere. You had the so-called proper documents to prove that you were Aryan. This meant a free pass from all restrictions, roundups, deportations. If Yosek had had those papers a week ago, he would never have been beaten by the SS. Then again, he would never have been at Astoria Cafe either. My father wanted to make sure that what happened to me never will happen again. Solemnly, Yosek unfolded the documents. They were, I realized, not for a boy his age. They were instead for a teenage girl. You saved my life. Now it's my turn to save yours. I backed away from the papers as if they might burst into flame. He couldn't get enough for your whole family, Yosek explained. But, Minka, you could come with us. We would say you're my cousin. My parents will take care of you. I shook my head. How could I become part of your family, knowing I had left mine behind? Yosek nodded. I thought you would say that. But take them. One day you may change your mind. He pressed the papers into my hand and closed my fingers around them. Then he pulled me into his arms. The papers were caught between our bodies, a wedge to drive us apart, like any other lie. Be well, Minka, Yosek said, and he kissed me again. This time, his mouth was angry against mine, as if he were communicating in a language I hadn't learned. An hour later, I was in the steamy belly of my father's bakery, eating the roll he made for me every day, with the special twisted crown on the top and a center of chocolate and cinnamon. At this time of day we were alone. His employees came in before dawn to bake, and left at midday. My legs were hooked around the stool where I sat, watching my father shape loaves. He set them to proof inside the flowered folds of a baker's couche, patting the round, dimpled rise of each one, supple as a baby's bottom. Inside my brassiere, the edges of my Christian papers seared my skin. I imagined getting undressed that night, finding the name of some Goyishe girl tattooed over my breast. Yosek's family is leaving, I announced. My father's hands, which were always moving, stilled over the dough. When did you see him? Today, after school. He wanted to say goodbye. My father nodded and pulled another clot of dough into a small rectangle. Are we going to leave town? I asked. If we did, Minusha, my father said, who would feed everyone else? It's more important that we're safe, especially with Basha having a baby. My father slammed his hand down on the butcher block, creating a small storm of flour. Do you think I cannot keep my own family safe? He bellowed. Do you think that's not important to me? No, Papa, I whispered. He walked around the counter and gripped my shoulders. Listen to me, he said. Family is everything to me. You are everything to me. I would tear this bakery down brick by brick with my own hands if it meant you wouldn't be harmed. I had never seen him like this. My father, who was always so sure of himself, always ready with a joke to diffuse the most difficult situation, was barely holding himself together. Your name, Minka. Short for Wilhelmina. You know what it means? Chosen protection. I will always choose to protect you. He looked at me for a long moment and then sighed. I was going to save these for a Hanukkah gift, but I'm thinking maybe now is the time for a present. I sat while he disappeared into the back room where he kept the records of shipments of grain and salt and butter. He returned with a burlap sack, its drawstring pulled tight as a spinster's mouth. Freilichen Hanukkah, he said. A couple of months early, anyway. With impatient hands, I yanked at the knots to untie the package. The burlap pooled around a shiny pair of black boots. They were new, which was a big deal. But they were nothing fancy, nothing that would make a girl rhapsodize over their fashionable stitching or style. Thank you, I said, forcing a smile and hugging my father around the neck. These are one of a kind. No one else has a pair like them. You must promise me to wear these boots at all times, even when you are sleeping. You understand, Minka? He took one from my lap and reached for the knife he used to hack off bits of dough from the massive amoeba on the counter. Inserting the tip into a groove at the heel, he twisted, and the bottom of the sole snapped off. At first I could not understand why he was ruining my new present. Then I realized that inside this hidden compartment were several gold coins. A fortune. No one knows they are in there, my father said, except you and me. I thought of Josek's broken hand, of the SS soldiers demanding money from him. This was my father's insurance policy. He showed me how both heels opened, then fitted each back to the boot and whacked them a few times on the counter. Good as new, he said, and he handed the boots to me again. And I mean it. I want you to wear them everywhere, every day. When it's cold, when it's hot, when you're going to the market, or when you're going dancing. He grinned at me. Minka, make a note. I want to see you wearing them at my funeral. I smiled back, relieved to be settled on familiar ground. That may be a little tricky for you, don't you think? He laughed then, the big belly laugh that I always thought of when I thought of my father. With my new boots cradled in my lap, I considered the secret we now shared. And the one we didn't. I never told my father about my Christian papers. Not then, not ever. Mostly because I knew he would force me to use them. As I finished the roll my father had baked just for me, I looked down at my blue sweater. On my shoulders there was a dusting of flour that he had left behind when he grabbed me. I tried to brush it off, but it was no use. No matter what, I could see the faint handprints, as if I had been warned by a ghost. In November, there were changes. My father came home one day with yellow stars, which we were to wear on our clothing at all times. Łódź, our town, was being called Litzmannstadt by the German soldiers who overran it. More and more Jewish families were moving into the old town, or Bałuchi, some by choice and some because the authorities had decided that the apartments and houses they had owned or rented for years should now be reserved for ethnic Germans. There were streets in town that we could no longer walk down, but instead had to take circuitous routes or bridges. We were not allowed to use public transportation or to leave home after dark. My sister's pregnancy became visible. Daria went on a few dates with a boy named David, and all of a sudden she thought she knew everything there was to know about love stories. "If you don't like what I'm writing," I said one day, "then why don't you stop reading it?" "It's not that I don't like it," Daria replied. "I'm just trying to help you with realism." Realism, to Daria, meant reliving her moments of passion with David, so that my character Anya could have just as romantic a kiss. From the way Daria talked, you'd think David was a combination of the Green Fields actor Michael Goldstein and the Messiah. "Have you heard from Josek?" she asked. She wasn't saying it to be mean, but Daria must have realized that the odds of me getting mail were very slim. The post did not come and go with any regularity anymore. I preferred to think that Josek had written me often, maybe even 2 or 3 times a day, and that these missives were piling up somewhere at a dead letter office. "Well," she said when I shook my head, "I'm sure he's just really busy." We were at the studio where Daria practiced ballet 3 times a week. She was good, at least as proficient in her craft as I was in writing. She used to talk about joining a dance company, but these days no one talked about the future. I watched her pull on her jacket with its yellow star on the front shoulder and back, and wrap a scarf around her neck. "The bit you wrote about consuming an Upur's blood," she said. "Did you make that up?" I shook my head. "My grandmother used to tell me that." Daria shuddered. "It's creepy." "Good creepy or bad creepy?" She linked her arm through mine. "Good creepy," she said. "People will want to read it, creepy." I smiled. This was the Daria I knew, the Daria I missed because she was usually too busy fawning over her new boyfriend. "Maybe tonight we can stay over together at my place," I suggested, as we walked out of the building, knowing that she was probably planning to go on a date with David. There was a barrage of soldiers passing as we exited, and instinctively we ducked our heads. Once when soldiers passed, I used to feel a cold ache in the pit of my stomach. Now it was so commonplace I didn't even notice. There was a buzz in the street. From a distance we could hear screams. "What's happening?" I asked, but Daria was already moving in that direction. In one of the squares, 3 men were hanging from gallows so new I could still smell the sap of the trees their timber had come from. A group of people had gathered. At the front of the crowd, a woman was weeping and trying to get to one of the dead men, but the soldiers wouldn't let her. "What did they do?" Daria asked. An elderly lady beside her replied, "Criticized Germans here in the city." The soldiers began to move through the crowd, telling people to go home. Somehow Daria got separated from me. I heard her calling my name, but I worked my way forward until I was standing at the edge of the gallows. The soldiers didn't pay attention to me. They were too busy dragging away the family of the deceased. This was the closest I had ever come to someone dead. At my grandmother's funeral, I was little, and all I remember is the coffin. The man who was now twisting like a leaf on an autumn tree looked like he was asleep. His neck was snapped at a strange angle, and his eyes were closed. His tongue protruded a little. There was a dark shadow in his pants where he must have urinated. Before or after, I wondered. I thought of all the blood and guts in the horror story I was writing, of the Upjur eating the heart of a victim, and realized that none of it mattered. The shock value was not in the gore. It was in the fact that a minute ago this man was alive, and now he wasn't. That afternoon, when my father and I walked past the gallows, he tried to distract me with conversation about our neighbors, about the bakery, about the weather, as if I did not notice the stiff forms of the men behind me. My parents argued that night. My mother said I should not be walking around town anymore. My father said that was impossible. How would I go to school? I fell asleep to their angry voices and had a nightmare. Daria and I were at the hanging, but this time, when I got closer to the body and it slowly rotated toward me so that I could see the face, it was Josek's. The next morning I ran to Daria's home. When her mother let me in, I was dumbfounded. The house, which was usually neat as a pin, was in total disarray. "It's time," Daria's mother told me. "We're going to the old town, where it's safer." I did not believe it was safer in the old town. I didn't think it would be safer until the British started winning the war. After all, they'd never lost one, so I knew it would only be a matter of time before Hitler and his Third Reich were conquered. "She's very upset, Minka," Daria's mother confided. "Maybe you will be able to cheer her up." Music from Tchaikovsky's Sleeping Beauty seeped from beneath the closed door of Daria's room. When I walked inside, I saw that her rug had been rolled up, the way she sometimes did when she danced. But she wasn't dancing. She was sitting on the floor, cross-legged, crying. I cleared my throat. "I need your help. I'm totally stuck on page 56. Daria didn't even look at me. "It's this part where Anya goes to Alexander's home," I said, frantically making it up as I went. "Something has upset her. I just don't know what it is." I glanced at Daria. "At first I thought it was Alexander with another woman, but I don't think that's it at all." I did not think Daria was listening, but then she sighed. "Read it to me." So I did. Although there was nothing written on the page, I pulled word after word from my core, like silk for a spider's web, spinning a make-believe life. That's why we read fiction, isn't it? To remind us that whatever we suffer, we're not the only ones. "Death," Daria said when I was finished, when the last sentence hovered like a cliff. "She needs to see someone die." "Why?" "Because what else would scare her more?" Daria asked, and I knew she wasn't talking about my story any longer. I took a pencil out of my pocket and made notes. "Death," I repeated. I smiled at my best friend. "What would I do without you?" That, I realized too late, was exactly the wrong thing to say. Daria burst into tears. I don't want to leave." I sat down beside her and hugged her tight. "I don't want you to leave," I agreed. "I'll never get to see David," she sobbed, "or you." She was so upset I didn't even get jealous about being the second party in that sentence. "You're just going across town, not to Siberia." But I knew that meant nothing. Every day, a new wall appeared, a fence, a detour. Every day, the buffer zone between the Germans in this city and the Jews grew thicker and thicker. Eventually it would force us into the old city, like Daria's family, or it would shove us out of Łódź completely. "This isn't the way it was supposed to happen," Daria said. "We were supposed to go to university and then move to London." "Maybe we will one day," I replied. "And maybe we'll be hanged like those men." "Daria, don't say that. You can't tell me you haven't thought about it," she accused. And she was right, of course. Why them, when everyone had spoken badly of the Germans? Were they louder than the rest of us, or were they just picked at random to make a point? On Daria's bed were 2 boxes, a ball of twine, and a knife for cutting it. I grabbed the knife and sliced the fleshy center of my palm. "Best friends forever," I vowed, and handed her the knife. Without hesitation, she cut her own palm. "Best friends," she said. We pressed our hands together, a promise sealed in blood. I knew it didn't work this way, because I had studied biology at gymnasium, but I liked the thought of Daria's blood running through my veins. It made it easier to believe I was keeping a piece of her with me. 2 days later, Daria's family joined the long line of Jewish families snaking out of this part of town toward Bałutyi, with as many possessions as they could haul. On that same day, the men who had been hanged were finally allowed to be cut down. This was clearly meant as an insult, since burial in our religion was meant to happen as quickly as possible. During that 48-hour stretch, I passed the gallows 6 times, going to the bakery, to Daria's, to school. After the first 2 times, I stopped noticing. It was as if death had become part of the landscape. My nephew, Meyer Kaminsky, was a shayne upon him. It was March 1940, and he was 6 weeks old. And already he smiled back if you smiled at him. He could hold up the weight of his own head. He had blue eyes and jet hair, and a gummy grin that my father used to say could melt even Hitler's black heart. Never had a baby been so beloved. By Basha and Rubin, who gazed at him like he was a miracle every time they passed by his bassinet, and by my father, who was already trying to teach him recipes, and by myself, who made up nonsense lyrics to lullabies for him. Only my mother was distant. Sure, she quelled about her grandson, and she cooed at him when Basha and Rubin brought him to visit, but she rarely held Meyer. If Basha passed him into her arms, my mother would find an excuse to put him down, or to shuffle him to me or my father instead. It didn't make any sense to me. She had wanted to be a grandmother forever, and now that she was one, she couldn't even bear to cuddle her grandchild? My mother always saved the best food for Friday nights, because my sister and Reuben came for Shabbat dinner. There were usually potatoes and root vegetables in our rations, but tonight somehow my mother had purchased a chicken, a food we had not seen in months, since Germany occupied the country. There were black markets all over town where you could get just about anything for a price. The question was, what had she traded in return for this feast? I was salivating so badly, though, I almost didn't care. I fidgeted during the prayer over the candles, and the kiddush over the wine, and the hamoitzi over my father's delicious challah, and then, finally, it was time to sit down and eat. "Hannah," my father sighed, biting into the first bite of the chicken, "you are truly a marvel." At first, none of us spoke. We were that occupied with the delicious food. But then Reuben interrupted the silence. "Herschel Berkovich, who works with me, he was ordered to leave his home last week." "Did he go?" my mother asked. "No." "And?" my father said, his fork paused en route to his mouth. Reuben shrugged. "Nothing, so far." "You see, Hannah, I was right. I'm always right. You refuse to move and the sky doesn't fall on your head. Nothing happens." On February 8th, the chief of police had listed streets where Jews were allowed to live and posted a calendar citing when the rest were supposed to leave. Although at this point everyone knew a family that had gone east to Russia or into the area of the town allotted for Jews, others, like my father, were resistant to leave. "What can they do?" he said, shrugging. "Kick us all out?" He patted his mouth with his napkin. "Now, I will not let this glorious meal be ruined with talk of politics. Minka, tell Reuben what you were telling me about mustard gas the other day." It was something I had learned in chemistry class. The reason mustard gas worked was that it was made in part of chlorine, which had such a tight atomic structure that it sucked electrons in from whatever it came in contact with, including human lungs. It literally ripped apart the cells of your body. "This is what passes for dinner conversation now?" my mother sighed. She turned to Basha, who was cradling Maya in her left arm. "How's my angel sleeping? Through the night yet?" Suddenly, there was a pounding at the door. "You're expecting someone?" my mother asked, looking at my father as she went to answer it. Before she could reach the door, however, it flew open, and 3 soldiers burst into the parlor. "Get out," one of the officers said in German. "You have 5 minutes." "Minka," my mother cried, "what do they want?" So I translated, my heart pounding. Basha was hiding in the corner, trying to make the baby invisible. They were Wehrmacht soldiers. One of them swept the crystal off my great-grandmother's oak server so that it shattered on the floor. Another overturned the table with all our food on it, the candles still burning. Reuben stamped out the flames before they could spread. "Go," the officer shouted. "What are you waiting for?" My father, my brave, strong father, cowered with his hands over his head. "Outside in 5 minutes, or we come back in and start to shoot," the officer said. And he and his comrades stormed out of our apartment. I didn't translate that part. My mother was the one who moved first. "Abram, get your mother's silver from the server. Minka, you take the pillowcases and go around and collect anything that has value. Basha, Reuben, how fast can you go home and gather your things? I'll stay with the baby until you get back." It was the call to action that we needed. My father began rummaging through the drawers of the server, and then he started to move books from the shelves and reach into jars in the kitchen cabinets, collecting money that I had not known was hidden there. My mother settled Meyer in his bassinet, although he was screaming, and began to collect winter coats and woolen scarves, hats and mittens, warm clothing. I flew into my parents' bedroom and took my mother's jewelry, my father's tefillin and talis. In my own room, I looked around. What would you take with you if you had to pack up your life in only 5 minutes? I took the newest dress I owned and its matching coat, the one I had worn for the high holy days last fall. I took several changes of underwear and a toothbrush. I took my notebook, of course, and a stash of pencils and pens. I took a copy of The Diary of a Lost Girl by Margarete Böhme in its original German, a novel I had found at a second-hand store and had hidden from my parents because of its racy subject matter. I took an exam upon which Herr Bauer had written "Exceptional Student" in German. I took the Christian papers Josek had given me, hidden inside the boots my father had made me promise to wear at all times. I found my mother standing in the center of the dining room, surrounded by the broken crystal. She was holding Meyer in her arms and whispering to him. "I prayed you'd be a girl," she said. "Mama?" I murmured. When she looked up at me, she was crying. Mrs. Szymański, she would have raised a little girl like her own. I felt like my mind was filled with mud. She wanted to give Meyer, our Meyer, away? To be raised by someone other than Basha and Reuben? Was that why she'd agreed to watch the baby while they ran home to pack? Yes, I realized, in a moment of painful clarity, because it was the way to keep him safe. It was why families had shipped their children to England and the United States. It was why Josek's family thought I should go with them to St. Petersburg. With survival comes sacrifice. I looked down at Meyer's tiny face, his waving hands. "Then give him to her, right now," I urged. "I won't tell Basha." She shook her head. "Minka, he's a boy." For a moment I just blinked at her, and then I realized what my mother was talking about. Meyer, of course, had had his bris. He was circumcised. If the Szymańskis told authorities their little girl was Christian, there would be no way to prove otherwise. But a little boy, well, all you had to do was open his diaper. I realized, too, why my mother had not wanted to cuddle her grandson. Deep down, she knew she should not become attached, in case she lost him. My father appeared, a rucksack on his back and pillowcases stuffed to the breaking point in each hand. "We must go," he said, but my mother did not budge. I could hear screams as the soldiers worked their way through the homes of our neighbors. My mother flinched. "Let's wait downstairs for Basha," I suggested. Only then did I notice her watch was missing. It was what she had traded for the chicken, I guessed. The chicken, which now lay unfinished on the floor of the dining room, the meal she had cooked to give the rest of her family the illusion that everything was going to be just fine. "Mama," I said gently, "come with me." It was the first time I remember acting like the grown-up, being the one to take my mother's hand, instead of the other way around. My father had a cousin who lived in Bałuchi, and in this we were lucky. People who were evicted, and who knew no one, had to get assigned a room by the authorities. The authorities, in the case of the Jewish ghetto, were the Judenrat, which was headed by one man, Chaim Rumkowski, the chairman, the eldest of the Jews. My mother had never liked my father's cousins. They were poor and lower class, and in this they were an embarrassment to her. When they came to our home for my sister's wedding dinner, my cousin Rivke kept holding things up to the light as if she were an appraiser, saying, "And how much do you think this cost?" My mother had huffed and muttered and made my father swear that she would not have to suffer their company again in her own home. It was ironic, then, to find ourselves on their doorstep, in the position of beggars, to see my mother, with her mouth pinched shut, at the mercy of their good graces. In the 4 square kilometers that the Germans had decreed to be the Jewish part of town, there were 160,000 people. 4 or 5 families crowded into apartments meant for one. 1/2 of these homes had a bathroom. We were in one of them, and for this I gave thanks every day. The ghetto was surrounded by a fence made of wood and barbed wire. A month after we arrived, it was completely sealed off from the rest of Łódź. There were fabriken, factories, some in warehouses, but many in bedrooms and basements, where people worked, making boots, uniforms, gloves, textiles, furs. It had been Chairman Rumkowski's idea to become indispensable to the Germans, to be such a useful group of workers that they would come to see how badly they needed us. In return for our making what they needed for the war effort, they would pay us in food. My father got a job baking bread for the ghetto. Mordechai Leiserowitsch was the head of the ghetto bakeries, and he reported to Chairman Rumkowski. There were times when no flour or grains came in a shipment, and there weren't enough ingredients to bake. My father didn't hire his own bakers. They were assigned by Rumkowski. The loudspeakers that blared all day in German in the squares would tell people who needed work to assemble every morning, and they would be directed to this fabrik or another. My mother, who had not worked while I was growing up, now got a job as a seamstress in a fur shop. Until then I hadn't even known that she could hem. We'd taken our clothes to a tailor in the past. In only a few weeks' time, my mother had calluses on her fingers from needle sticks, and she started to squint from the poor light in the factory. We split the food she received in payment with Basha and Rubin because Basha had to stay home with the baby. Except for the fact that my mother, father, and I all shared a tiny room now, I did not mind living in the ghetto. I had more time to write my story. I got to go to school with Daria again, at least at first, until they closed all the schools. In the afternoons we would go to the apartment she shared with 2 other families, none of whom had children, and we'd play card games. Often, because of the curfew, I would stay over at Daria's. Being in the ghetto sometimes felt like we were living in a cage, but it was a wonderful cage if you were 15 years old. My friends and family surrounded me. It felt safe. I believed that if I stayed where I was supposed to be, I'd be protected. In the late summer, when there was no bread in the ghetto because no flour had been brought in, my father became frantic. He considered it his personal responsibility to feed his neighbors. Thousands of people marched in the streets, while my father pulled the shades down at the bakery and hid in the back, afraid of the mob. "We are hungry," the chant swelled in the heat, like dough rising. The German police shot into the air to disperse everyone. There was more and more shooting as people kept pouring into the ghetto, but its boundaries remained fixed. where were they all supposed to go? What were they supposed to eat? Although by the winter there was full-scale rationing, there was never enough. Every 2 weeks, we each got 100 grams of potatoes, 350 grams of beets, 300 grams of rye flour, 60 grams of peas, 100 grams of rye flakes, 150 grams of sugar, 200 grams of marmalade, 150 grams of butter, and 2,500 grams of rye bread. Working in a bakery, my father got an extra portion of bread during the day, which he always saved for me. Of course, he could no longer bake me my special roll. In the winter, the bakery closed down again. This time it wasn't because they ran out of flour, but because there was no fuel. No wood had been supplied to the ghetto, and only a little coal. My father and his cousin and Reuben took apart fences and ruined buildings and carried the wood back home so that we would have something to burn. One morning I found my cousin Rivke tearing up floorboards in a closet. "Who needs a floor in a pantry?" she said when she saw me watching. Yet even with all these extreme measures, people were freezing to death at night in their homes. The Chronicle, the newspaper that detailed everything that happened in the ghetto, reported on the casualties every day. Suddenly, being here didn't seem so safe anymore. One afternoon, Daria and I were walking to her home from school. It was frigid, and a wind whipped out of the north that made it even colder than the thermometer suggested. We huddled with our arms linked as we crossed the bridge at Zgierska Street, which Jews were not allowed to walk down anymore. A trolley was passing, and standing on the platform of the car was a woman in a long fur coat, her legs in silk stockings. "Who would be stupid enough to wear silk stockings on a day like today?" I murmured, thankful for the woolen leggings I had on, double layers. When we had scrambled to leave our home, I had taken silly things like party dresses and colored pencils, but my parents had had the foresight to take our winter coats and sweaters. Unlike some of the others in the ghetto, we at least had warm clothing to weather this horrible winter. Daria didn't answer. I saw her staring at the woman as the trolley passed. "If I had them," she said, "I'd wear them. Just because." I squeezed her arm. "Someday, we'll both wear silk stockings." When we reached Daria's apartment, it was empty. Everyone else was still at work. "It's freezing in here," Daria said, rubbing her hands together. Neither of us bothered to take off our coats. "I know," I said. "I can't feel my toes." "I have an idea to warm us up." Daria dumped her book bag on the floor and turned on the record player. Instead of putting on popular music, though, she found one of her old classical records. She started to dance, slowly at first, so that I could follow along. I laughed as I tried. I was clumsy on a good day, and here I was trying to be graceful in my winter coat and many layers. Impossible. Eventually I collapsed to the floor. "I'll leave the dancing to you," I told Daria. But it had worked. I was winded, and my cheeks were pink and warm. Instead, I took out my notebook and read over the pages I had written last night. My book was taking a turn, now that I had been relocated to the ghetto. Suddenly the charming little village I had created was more sinister. A prison. I had lost sight of who was a hero and who was a villain. The dire circumstances in which I had set my story made everyone a little bit of both. The most detailed descriptions were of the smell of the bread in Anya's father's bakery. Sometimes, when I wrote about smearing a slice with fresh butter, I found myself salivating. I could not conjure food for myself, and had not had anything but watery soup for months, but I could imagine so vividly what I was missing that my belly ached. The other thing I could write about now was blood. God knows I had seen enough of it. In the few months I had been here, I had seen 3 people shot by German soldiers. One was standing too close to the ghetto fence, so a guard shot him. 2 were women fighting noisily over a loaf of bread. The officer who approached to stop the argument shot them both, took the bread, and threw it in a puddle of mud. Here's what I now knew about blood. It was brighter than you would imagine, the color of the deepest rubies, until it dried, sticky and black. It smelled like sugar and metal. It was impossible to get out of your clothes. I had come to see, too, that all my characters and I were motivated by the same inspiration. Whether it was power they sought, or revenge, or love. Well, those were all just different forms of hunger. The bigger the hole inside you, the more desperate you became to fill it. As I wrote, Daria kept dancing, turning, whipping her head at the last possible moment in a circle of chaînés and piqué turns. She looked like she might be able to bore a hole through the floor with the chisel made by her feet. As she moved with dizzying speed, I put down my notebook and started to clap. That was when I noticed the policeman peering through the window. "Daria!" I hissed, slipping my notebook underneath my sweater. I jerked my head in the direction of the window, and her eyes grew wide. "What should we do?" she asked. There were 2 police forces in the ghetto, one made of Jews, who wore the Star of David like the rest of us, and the German police. Although they both enforced the rules, which was a challenge because the rules changed daily, there were significant differences between them. When we passed German policemen on the street, we would bow our heads, and boys would remove their hats. Otherwise, we had no contact with them. "Maybe he'll go away," I say, averting my eyes, but the German rapped on the window pane and pointed to the door. I opened it, my heart pounding so loud that I thought for certain he could hear it. The officer was young and slight, like Herr Bauer. And if not for the fact that he was wearing a dark uniform I had learned to be terrified of, Daria and I might even have giggled behind our hands about how handsome he was. "What are you doing in here?" he demanded. I answered him in German. My friend is a dancer. He raised his eyebrows, surprised to hear me speaking his language. "I can see that." I didn't know if there was maybe a new law that we couldn't dance here in the ghetto, or if Daria had unwittingly offended the soldier by playing the music loud enough to be heard through the windows, or because he didn't like ballet, or if he was just in the mood to hurt someone. I had seen soldiers kick elderly men on the street as they passed, simply because they could. In that moment, I wished desperately for my father, who always had a ready smile and something new from his oven that he could use to distract the soldiers who sometimes came into the bakery to ask too many questions. The soldier reached into his pocket, and I screamed. I threw my arms around Daria and pulled her down to the floor with me. I knew he was reaching for his gun, and I was going to die. Without ever having fallen in love, or finished my book, or studied at university, or held my own baby in my arms. But there was no gunshot. Instead, the soldier cleared his throat. When I was brave enough to squint up at him, I saw that he was holding out a business card. Tiny and cream-colored, it said, Erich Schäfer, Stuttgart Ballet. I was the artistic director there before the occupation, he said. If your friend would like to come to me for pointers, I would be happy to provide some. He inclined his head and left, closing the door behind him. Daria, who hadn't understood a word he'd said in German, took the card from my hand. What did he want from me? To give you dance lessons. Her eyes widened. You're kidding me. No. He used to work for the Stuttgart Ballet. Daria leaped to her feet and did a turn around the room, smiling so wide that I fell into the chasm of her happiness. But then, just as quickly, the light in her eyes burned hotter, angrier. So, I am good enough for lessons, but not good enough to walk down Zgierska Street? She ripped the business card in half and tossed it into the belly of the wood stove. At least it is something to burn, Daria said. In retrospect, it's amazing that Meyer, my little nephew, did not get sick before. With my sister and Reuben and 6 other couples in a tiny apartment, there was always someone coughing or sneezing or running a fever. Meyer, though, had been sturdy and adaptable, happy to be carried by Basha, or when he was old enough to be in a daycare center while she worked in a textile factory. This week, though, Basha had come to my mother, frantic. Meyer was coughing. He was running a fever. Last night he had not been able to catch his breath, and his lips had turned blue. It was late February 1941. My mother and Basha had stayed up all night with Meyer, taking turns holding him. They both had to go to work, though, or risk losing their jobs. With hundreds of people streaming into the ghetto daily from other countries, a worker was easily replaceable. Some people were being sent to work outside the ghetto. We didn't want to risk breaking our family apart. Because Meyer was sick, my father planned to send Reuben home from the bakery early. This was a big deal for several reasons. The most important ones being that my father did not really have the authority to do that, and that it meant one less man to transport the loaded bread cart to the distribution point storehouse at 4 Jakuba Street. Minka, my father announced that morning, you will come at noon and you will take Reuben's place. There were no schools anymore, so I had a job too, as a delivery girl for a leather goods factory that produced and repaired shoes, boots, belts, and holsters. Daria worked there with me. We were sent all over the ghetto on various errands or to make deliveries. It was believed that perhaps I might not be missed if I slipped away, or that if I was, Daria could cover for me for the afternoon. Secretly, I knew my father was thrilled to have me in his bakery. Reuben was not a baker by trade. He had been assigned to work with my father simply because they had been standing in line together to seek employment. Although it did not take an advanced university degree to bake bread, there was definitely an art to it, one that my father used to say I had in spades. I knew instinctively how much bread to pinch from the amorphous mass of dough in order to make a batard that was exactly 13 inches long. I could braid 6 strands of challah in my sleep. But Reuben, he was constantly messing up, mixing a dough that was too wet or too dry, daydreaming when he should have been using the peel to move the loaves in the brick oven before the bottom crusts burned. After running a midday errand, I slipped off to the bakery instead of returning to the shoe factory. I happened to catch sight of myself in the plate-glass window of a fabrique where textiles were manufactured. At first I averted my eyes. That's what I did when I passed people on the street, mostly. It was just too sad to look at others, to see your own pain written across their faces. But then I realized that it was just my reflection, and yet oddly unfamiliar. The chubby cheeks and baby fat I'd carried around last year were gone. My cheekbones were sharp and angular, my eyes huge in my face. My hair, which had once been my pride and joy, long and thick, was matted and dry, hidden underneath my wool cap. I was skinny enough to be a ballerina, like Daria. I wondered how I hadn't noticed the weight slipping off me, or, for that matter, anyone else in my family. We were all starving all the time. Even with our extra bread ration, there was never enough food, and what there was spoiled, rotten, or rancid. As I walked into the bakery, I spied my father, stripped to his undershirt in front of the brick ovens, sweating in the blistering heat. His muscles were no longer beefy, just striated like rope. His belly was flat, his cheeks hollow. And yet, to me, he still seemed a commanding presence in the room, as he shouted directions to his workers and simultaneously shaped dough to rest on a plank. "Minusha," he said, his voice ringing out across the floured table, "come help me over here." Reuben nodded at me and slipped off his apron. He had arranged with my father to leave through the back door of the bakery, but he wasn't going to announce his departure, lest someone else see it as a special favor. I stepped up beside my father and began to expertly rip pieces of dough and shape them into batards. "How was work today?" he asked. I shrugged. "The same. What news have you had about Meyer?" My father shook his head. "Nothing. But no news is good news." And that was all we said. Even talking took too much energy when we had a set number of loaves to produce before the transport to the warehouse. I thought instead of what it used to be like inside my father's own bakery, how sometimes he would sing in a scratchy baritone, and how Basha at the register would say he was scaring away customers. I remembered the way the light would slant inside at about 4:30 in the summer, when the sun was beginning to slip behind the buildings across the street, how I would curl up in the padded window seat with one of my schoolbooks and doze off, my stomach full from the roll my father had made me, cinnamon sugar dusting my skirt like glitter. How he would shake me awake, asking what he'd done to deserve such a lazy girl, smiling the whole time, so that I knew he meant the exact opposite. And I thought of Meyer, who had just learned to say my name. When it was nearly time for us to load the loaves into baskets and transport them to Yakuba Street, the door opened, letting in a flickering tongue of cold air. Reuben walked back into the bakery, his hands buried in his pockets, his chin ducked into the scarf wrapped around his neck. "Reuben," I said, my stomach flipping. If he was here, it could only be to tell us something awful. He shook his head. "Nothing's changed," Reuben said. "Basha and your mother are home now with Meyer." He turned to my father and shrugged. It was doing me no good to sit around there. "Then grab a basket," my father said, squeezing Reuben's shoulder. Reuben and I and the other bakery employees began to load up the bread from the wire racks where it cooled. It was back-breaking work. Loaves weigh more than you'd think when packed tightly together. I ferried baskets from the bakery into the cart that was pulled up to the front door. 3 little boys gathered on the stoop across the street. They were shivering, but they stood in the snow, stamping their feet for as long as we were out there. They could smell the steam and the flour, which was the next best thing to eating the bread itself. When it was full, my father walked behind the cart and pushed, while 2 of the stronger employees grabbed the yoke in the front to tug. He motioned to me to walk beside him because I hadn't the strength to pull. "Oh!" I cried out, remembering that I'd left my scarf wrapped around the neck of a chair inside. "I'll be right back." I ran into the bakery again to find Reuben still inside. He had unbuttoned his coat part way and was slipping a loaf beneath his clothing. Our eyes met. Bread smuggling was a crime. So was any speculation on the black market for foodstuffs. But sometimes people would sell their rations on the black market, usually because something tragic made it necessary. "Minka," Reuben said evenly, "you saw nothing." I nodded. I had to, because if I turned Reuben in to my father, he would look the other way. And if Reuben was caught trading that bread for something else, and it was discovered that my father had been in on the theft, he could be punished too. As the cart creaked toward Yakuba Street, with a plume of steam rising from the bread and teasing our nostrils, Reuben disappeared. 1 minute he was walking behind me, the next he was gone. My father did not comment, which made me wonder if maybe he already knew what I was trying so hard not to tell him. I lied to my father and told him I had to give Daria a book I had borrowed and would meet him at our house before curfew. Instead, I went to the spot in town where I had seen the deals happening between smugglers and thieves, hoping to catch Reuben before he did something stupid. At nightfall, when the sky was gray and blending with the cobblestones, and you could not be sure if what you were seeing was real, those who were desperate moved through the shadows, willing to trade their food, their jewels, their souls. It was easy to find Basha's husband, with his red beard, and the loaf of bread wrapped in brown paper. "Reuben," I cried out, "wait!" He looked up at me, as did the man with the hollow black eyes who was taking the package from him. 1 moment the parcel was there, and the next it was hidden, slipped somewhere in the ratty folds of the other man's coat. "Whatever you're doing," I begged, grabbing Reuben's arm, "don't! Basha wouldn't want you to." Reuben shrugged me off. "You're a child, Minka. You don't know anything." But I wasn't a child. There were none left in this ghetto, really. We had all grown up, by default. Even a baby like Maya was not a child, because he would have no memory of a life that wasn't like this one. "Get rid of the girl," the man hissed, "or the deal's off." I ignored him. What could possibly be worth your own life? Reuben, who had kissed me on the forehead the night he got engaged to Basha and told me he had always wanted a little sister, who had found me a copy of Grimm's fairy tales written in German for my last birthday, who had promised me he would interview any boy who dared to ask me out on a date. Reuben shoved me away so hard that I fell down. My woolen stockings tore. Sitting up, I rubbed my knee where I had scraped it on the cobblestones. I watched the man press a small brown packet into Reuben's palm. At the very same instant, there was a shout, and a whistle, and suddenly Reuben and the other man were surrounded by 3 soldiers. "Minka!" Reuben shouted, and he threw the bag at me. I caught it, just as he was shoved to the ground. The butt of a rifle was smacked into the side of Reuben's head, and I started to run. I did not stop, not when I reached the bridge over Zgierska Street, not even when I knew that none of the soldiers was pursuing me. Instead, I flew back home, burst through the doors, and collapsed into my mother's arms. Sobbing, I told her about Reuben. Basha, who was standing in the doorway with a wailing Meyer, started to scream. It was then that I remembered the package I was still clutching. I held out my hand, and my fingers opened like the petals of a rose. My mother cut the twine with a kitchen knife. The paper, waxy and mottled, fell away to reveal a tiny vial of medicine. "What could possibly be worth your own life?" I had pleaded. "His son's." Information in the ghetto traveled now like a wisteria vine, twisted, convoluted, and blooming from time to time with unlikely bursts of color. It was through this network that we learned Reuben had been put in prison. Yet even though Basha went daily to see him, she was not allowed in. My father tried to use every business connection he had had outside the ghetto to find information about Reuben, or better yet, to bring him home. But the connections that had gotten me into Catholic school back then were meaningless now. Unless my father happened to be friends with an SS officer, Reuben was going to remain in jail. It made me think of Daria's policeman, the one from the Stuttgart Ballet. There was no guarantee that he would be in a position to help, and yet he had been a name in a sea of German uniforms. But Daria had burned his card, and so even that tiny spark of possibility was lost to me. We did not know what would happen to Reuben, yet earlier that month, Chairman Rumkowski had issued a statement. Thieves and criminals would be sent to do manual labor in Germany. It was the eldest's way of removing the riffraff from our community. And yet, who would ever have thought of Reuben as riffraff? I wondered how many people in prison were actually criminals at all. The thought of Reuben being shipped away left Basha inconsolable, even though she had Meyer, who had improved quickly once he'd started taking the medicine, to think of. One night she slipped into my room. It was just after 3 a.m., and I immediately assumed something was wrong with the baby. "What is it?" I said. "I need your help," Basha said. "Why?" "Because you're smart." It was rare for Basha to admit she needed anything from me, much less my intelligence. I sat up in bed. "You're thinking of doing something stupid," I guessed. "Not stupid. Necessary." That reminded me of Reuben selling the bread. Angry, I stared at her. "Do either of you even care that you have a little boy who depends on you? What if you wind up being arrested too?" "That's why I'm asking you for help," Basha said. "Please, Minka." "You're Reuben's wife. If you can't get into the prison to see him, there's nothing I'll be able to do." "I know," Basha said softly, "but that's not who I'm going to see." Chaim Rumkowski's reputation in the ghetto sat squarely on the fine line between love and hate. You had to publicly admire the chairman, or your life could be hell, since he was the one who granted favors, housing, and food. But you also had to wonder about a man who had willingly agreed to deal with the Germans, to starve his own people, and to explain away the horrible conditions we were living in, by saying At least we were alive. There were rumors, too, that Rumkowski had a weakness for pretty girls, which was exactly what Basha and I were counting on. It hadn't been hard to get my mother to watch Meyer by explaining that Basha was once again going to try to get into the prison to see her husband. It made sense, too, that she would want to dress in her best outfit and style her hair to look as pretty as she could for her husband. I didn't lie to my mother. I just neglected to mention that our destination was not the prison, but instead Chairman Rumkowski's office. There was nothing I could say that my sister could not have said herself to talk her way into a private audience with the eldest of the Jews, but I understood why she wanted me there. For courage going in, and for support going out. His office looked palatial compared to the cramped quarters of our apartment or the bakery. He had staff, of course. His secretary, a woman who smelled of perfume instead of grime and smoke like us, took one look at me and flicked a glance at a Jewish policeman standing like a sentry in front of a closed door. "The chairman isn't in," she said. Rumkowski spent a lot of time traveling around the ghetto, having school children paraded around in front of him, giving speeches, officiating at wedding ceremonies, or visiting the Fabriken that he thought would make us indispensable to the Germans. So it was not impossible that he would not be present when Basha and I came to his headquarters, but we had been sitting in the cold for hours and had seen the chairman enter the building, surrounded by an entourage, no more than 15 minutes ago. He was easily recognizable, with his shock of white hair and his round black glasses, his heavy wool coat with its yellow star on the sleeve. It was that emblem that had made me grab Basha's hand outside when she shivered as he passed. "You see," I whispered, "in the end, he's no different than you or me." So I looked the secretary in the eye and said, "You're lying." Her eyebrows rose. "The chairman isn't in," she repeated, "and if he were, he would not see you without an appointment, and he does not have any openings for the next month." I knew this too was a lie, because I had heard her on the telephone arrange a meeting with the head of the provisioning department tomorrow morning at 9. I opened my mouth to say so, but Basha elbowed me in the ribs. "I'm sorry," she said, stepping forward and averting her gaze. "I think you may have dropped these." She held out a pair of earrings. I knew that the secretary had not dropped these. They had, in fact, been screwed into my sister's ears when she dressed for our outing. They were a beautiful pair of pearls that had been a wedding gift from Reuben. "Basha!" I gasped. "You can't!" She smiled at the secretary and spoke through her teeth to me. "Shut up, Minka." The woman pursed her lips, then plucked the earrings out of my sister's hand. "No promises," she said. The secretary walked toward the closed office door. She was wearing silk stockings, which amazed me. I couldn't wait to tell Daria that I had seen a Jew looking just as fine as any German lady. She knocked, and a moment later we heard a deep voice rumbling through the door, telling her to enter. With a glance back at us, she slipped inside. "What are you going to say to him?" Basha whispered. We had decided that I would do all the talking. Basha was there as a pretty distraction, as the dutiful wife, but she was afraid that she would grow tongue-tied if she tried to explain why we were there. "I don't even know if we'll get in," I replied. I had a plan. I was going to ask the chairman to set Reuben free in time for his wedding anniversary next week, so that he could celebrate with his wife. That way, he would be seen as an advocate of true love. And if Chaim Rumkowski loved anything, it was his own image in the eyes of his people. The door swung open, and the secretary walked toward us. "You have 5 minutes," she announced. We started forward, holding hands, but the secretary grasped my upper arm. "She can go in," the woman said. "Not you." "But—" Basha looked wildly over her shoulder at me. "Beg him," I urged. "Get down on your knees." Lifting her chin, Basha nodded and walked through the door. As the secretary sat down again and began to type, I stood nervously in the center of the anteroom. The policeman caught my eye and immediately looked away. 22 minutes after my sister had entered the private office of the eldest of the Jews, she stepped outside. Her blouse was untucked in the back. Her red lipstick, which I had borrowed from Daria, was gone, except for a smear in the left corner. "What did he say?" I burst out. But Basha linked her arm through mine and hurriedly dragged me out of Rumkowski's office. As soon as we were on the street again, with a bitter wind blowing our hair into a frenzy around our faces, I asked her again. Basha let go of my arm and leaned over in the street, vomiting onto the cobblestones. I held her hair back from her face. I assumed this meant that she had failed to rescue Reuben, which was why I was surprised when she turned to me a moment later, her face still white and pinched, and her eyes blazing. "He won't have to go to Germany," she said. "The chairman is going to send him to a work camp here in Poland instead." Basha grabbed my hand and squeezed. "I saved him, Minka. I saved my husband." I hugged her, and she hugged me back, and then she held me at arm's length. "You cannot tell Mama and Papa we came here," Basha said. "Promise me." "But they'll want to know how—" "They'll assume that Reuben made a deal on his own," she insisted. "They would not want to know that we owe the chairman a debt." This was true. I had heard my father grousing about Rumkowski enough to know that he would not want to be beholden to the man. Later that night, with Meyer asleep between us in the bed, I could hear my sister quietly crying. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I'm fine." "You should be happy. Reuben's going to be all right." Basha nodded. I could see her profile, silvered by the moon, as if she were a statue. She looked down at Meyer then, and touched her finger to his lips, as if she was keeping him quiet or pressing him a kiss. "Basha," I whispered, "how did you convince the chairman?" "Just like you told me." A tear slipped down her cheek to land on the sheets between us. "I got down on my knees." When Reuben had been sent off to a work camp, Basha and the baby had moved in with us. It was like old times, my sister sleeping in my bed, but now my nephew was caught between us like a secret. Meyer was learning his colors and the sounds made by farm animals he had only seen in pictures. We all talked about what a prodigy he was, how proud Reuben would be of his son when he came home. We talked as if this moment was coming any day now. Reuben didn't write, and we all made excuses for him. He was too tired, he was too busy, he didn't have access to paper and pencil. The postal service was virtually non-existent. Only Daria was brave enough to say what we were all thinking, that maybe the reason Reuben had not written was that he was already dead. In October 1941, Daria and I both got food poisoning. It was not remarkable that this had happened, given the quality of the food, only that it had not happened before, and that we were both still strong enough to drag ourselves out of our sickbeds after 2 days of incessant vomiting. But by then, our delivery jobs had been given away. We reported to Lutomierska Street to be assigned new positions. Standing in line with us was a boy who had gone to our school. His name was Aaron, and he used to unconsciously whistle in class while doing his exams, which always got him in trouble. He had a gap between his front teeth and was so tall that he stood with his shoulders hunched, a human question mark. "I hope they put me anywhere but a bakery," Aaron said. I bristled. "What's wrong with a bakery?" I asked, thinking of my father. "Nothing. It's just too good to be true. Like purgatory. Too much heat in the winter, and food all around you aren't allowed to eat." I shook my head, smiling. I liked Aaron. He wasn't much to look at, but he made me laugh. Daria, who knew such things, said he fancied me. That's why he'd always happened to be the one holding the door of the school building for me as I was walking out, or accompanied me as far as he could in the ghetto before he had to turn off on the street that led to his own home. Once he had even given me a bit of his bread ration during lunch at school, which Daria said was virtually a proposal of marriage in these times. Aaron was no Herr Bauer, or Josek for that matter, but sometimes, when I was lying next to Basha and Meyer at night, and they had fallen asleep, I pressed the back of my hand against my lips and wondered what it would be like to kiss him. I was not smitten with him, really, only with the idea that someone might look at a girl with worn clothing and clunky boots and dull ropes of hair and see, instead, a thing of beauty. There were children as young as 10 in the square, waiting, and elderly people who could not stand without leaning on the person beside them. My parents had coached me on what to say, in the hope that I would be routed into my father's bakery or my mother's tailoring fabrique. Sometimes the officials placing you took into consideration your talents or previous experience. Sometimes they just assigned you at random. Daria grabbed my arm. "We could say we're sisters. Then maybe they'll put us together again." I didn't think it would make a difference. Besides, it was already Aaron's turn. I peered around his skinny frame as the official at the table scrawled something down on a piece of paper and handed it to him. When he turned, he was smiling. "Textiles," he said. "You know how to sew?" Daria asked. Aaron shrugged. "No, but apparently I'm going to learn." "Next!" The voice cut through our conversation. I stepped forward, dragging Daria with me. "One at a time," the man before us said. So I stepped in front of Daria. "My sister and I, we both know how to bake, and sew." He was staring at Daria. Then again everyone stared at Daria. She was that pretty. The man pointed to a truck at the corner of the square. "You'll be on that transport." I started to panic. The people who left the ghetto, like Rubin, did not come back. "Please," I begged, "a bakery, a saddle shop." I thought of the job no one else wanted to do. "I'll dig graves, even. Just please don't send me out of the ghetto." The man looked past me. "Next," he called. Daria started to cry. "I'm so sorry, Minka," she sobbed. "If we hadn't tried to stay together." Before I could answer, a soldier grabbed her by the shoulder and pushed her into the flatbed of the truck. I climbed in after Daria. The other girls were about our age. Some I recognized from school. Some seemed panicked, others almost bored. No one spoke. I knew better than to ask where we were headed. Maybe I did not want to hear the answer. A moment later we were driving through the gates of the ghetto, a place I had not left in over a year and a half. I felt it viscerally as the gates were closed behind us again. The air was easier to breathe out here. The colors were brighter, the temperature a tiny bit warmer. It was an alternate reality, and it stunned all 10 of us girls into silence as we bounced and jostled away from our families. I wondered who would tell my parents that I was gone. I wondered if Aaron would miss me, if Meyer would know me if he ever saw me again. I grabbed Daria's hand and squeezed. "If we have to die," I said, "at least we'll be together." At that, the girl sitting next to Daria laughed. "Die? You stupid cow. You're not going to die. I've been on this truck every day for a week. You're just going to the officers' headquarters." I thought about how the man had been staring at Daria, and wondered what it was exactly we were supposed to do for the officers. We drove through the streets of the city where I had grown up, but something was different. The details I remembered from my childhood, the boy selling newspapers, the fishmonger with her oversized hat, the tailor coming outside for a smoke and squinting into the sunlight, all those familiar faces were gone. Even the gallows, which had been built by the German soldiers in the square, had been dismantled. It reminded me of a story I had written once about a girl who woke up and found every trace of herself erased from the world as she knew it. A family that didn't know her, a school that had no record of her, a history that had never happened. It was as if I had only dreamed the life I used to lead. 15 minutes later, we pulled through another gate that locked behind us. The barracks of the German soldiers were former government buildings in Łódź. We were shuttled out of the truck and turned over to a broad-shouldered woman with chapped red hands. She spoke in German, but it was clear that some of the other girls already knew the routine because they had been assigned this work detail before. We were each given a bucket and rags and some ammonia and told to follow her. From time to time she would stop and direct a girl into a building. Daria and the girl who had called me a cow were sent into a big stone hall with a giant Nazi flag draped from its roof. I followed the woman through several passageways until we reached a residential area with small apartments wedged together like clenched teeth. "You," she said in German, "you will do all the windows." I nodded and turned the doorknob. This must have been where the German officers lived, because it was not like any other military barracks I had ever seen. There were no bunks or footlockers, but beautifully carved wooden bureaus, and a single bed, its covers still messy. Dishes were stacked neatly in a drying rack beside the sink. On the table was a single plate with a bright purple bloom of jam painting its surface. I started to salivate. I had not had jam in forever. For all I knew, though, someone was watching me through a chink in the wall. Pushing all thoughts of food out of my mind, I picked up the rag in my bucket and the ammonia and walked toward one of the 8 windows in the apartment. I had never cleaned anything in my life. My mother cooked and cleaned and organized and picked up after me. Even now, Basha was the one who pulled the blanket up on our bed and made tight little corners every morning. I looked at the bottle of ammonia and uncorked its cap, gagging at the smell. Immediately I closed it, my eyes tearing. I sat down at the kitchen table and found myself face to face with that breakfast plate. Very quickly I touched my forefinger to the spot of jam and stuck it in my mouth. Oh, God! My eyes began to tear again, for a very different reason. Every bit of my brain had begun firing in memory of eating my father's rolls, slathered with fresh butter and strawberry preserves that my mother had made, of picking blueberries in the country where Daria's father's factory had been, of lying on my back and imagining that the clouds in the sky were a scooter, a parrot, a tortoise, of having nothing to do, because that's the occupation of a child. That jam tasted like a lazy summer day, like freedom. I was so lost in my senses that I didn't hear the footsteps heralding the approach of the officer, who a second later turned the doorknob and entered his residence. I leaped up, grabbing my bucket so fast that the ammonia tumbled out onto the floor. "Oh!" I cried, falling to my knees to mop up the mess with the rag. He was about my father's age, with silver hair that matched the buttons of his uniform. When he saw me, his eyes flicked over my huddled body. "Finish your work quickly," he said in German, and then, because he didn't expect me to understand, he pointed at the window. I nodded and turned away. I could hear the creak of the chair as he sat down at a desk and began to leaf through papers. With a shaking hand, I uncorked the ammonia bottle again, plugged my nose, and tried to twist the rag into its narrow neck so that I could soak up some of the cleaning fluid. I was able to get just the corner wet. Gingerly, I pressed it up against the window at the dirtiest part, as if I were dabbing a wound. The officer looked up after a few moments. "Schneller," he said tightly. "Faster." I turned around, my heart pounding. "I'm sorry," I replied, babbling in his own language to keep him from getting even angrier than he already was. "I've never done this before." His eyebrows raised. "You speak German?" I nodded. It was my best subject. The officer got out of his chair and walked toward me. By now I was frantic, trembling so hard my knees were knocking. I lifted my hand over my head to ward off the blow that I knew was coming, but instead the soldier plucked the rag from my clenched fist. He poured some ammonia into the rag and wiped the window with long, smooth strokes. The rag came away filthy and black, so he folded it over to a fresh white spot and poured more ammonia onto it. He continued to clean his own window, and when he finished, he picked up a newspaper and began to rub it over the panes of glass. "This dries it without leaving streaks," he explained. "Danke," I murmured, holding out my hand for the rag and the bottle of ammonia, but he just shook his head. He proceeded to finish the other windows until they were spotless, until it seemed as if there was no barrier between the inside of this apartment, where we had entered a strange truce, and the outside world, where I could take nothing for granted. Then he looked at me. "Repeat everything you learned." I rattled off every step of the window-washing process as if my life depended on it, which maybe it did. Flawlessly, in his mother tongue. When I was finished, the officer was staring at me as if I were a museum specimen he'd never encountered before. "If I were not staring right at you," he said, I wouldn't know you were not völkisch. You speak like a native." I thanked him, thinking of all those afternoons I'd spent in conversation with Herr Bauer, and silently winging my gratitude to my former teacher, wherever he was now. I reached for the bucket, intent on finishing the rest of my job in other officers' apartments before the head cleaning woman came back to collect me, but the soldier shook his head and set it on the floor between us. "Tell me," he said, "can you type?" With one note from the officer who had taught me to wash windows, I was reassigned to a workshop run by Herr Fassbinder, an ethnic German man who was just over 5 feet tall and who employed a great number of young girls, many younger than myself. He called us meine Kleine, my little ones. The children were responsible for stitching the emblems that were sewn onto German uniforms. If, that first day, I shuddered to see 10-year-olds fashioning swastika patches, it became common enough. I was not one of the sewers. Instead, I had been sent to work in Herr Fassbinder's office. My job was to process the orders, to answer the telephones, and to give out the candy that he brought in every Friday for the children. At first, Herr Fassbinder spoke to me only when he needed information from the files, or when he had to dictate a letter and have it typed. But then, one day, Aaron showed up with a few other boys, hauling bolts of cloth that would be cut and stitched according to the orders that had been placed. I think Aaron was as surprised to see me as I was to see him. "Minka," he said as I directed his co-workers to the storage rooms, "you work here?" "In the office," I told him. "Ooh," he teased, "a posh job." I looked down at the skirt I was wearing, which was threadbare at the knees after so much use. "Oh, yes," I joked, "I'm practically royalty." But we both knew how lucky I was. Unlike my mother, who had lost most of her eyesight from sewing in the near dark, or pretty Daria, who was still cleaning at the officers' headquarters and whose graceful dancer's hands were now cracked and bleeding from lye and soap. In comparison, 12 hours at a typewriter in a warm office was a walk in the park. Just then, Herr Fassbinder passed by. He looked from me to Aaron and back to me again. Then he shooed me into the office and instructed the little ones to return to work. I had sat down at my desk to type requisition forms when I realized Herr Fassbinder was standing in front of me. "So," he said, smiling broadly, "you have a boyfriend?" I shook my head. "He's not my boyfriend." "Like I am not your boss." "He is just a school friend." I was nervous, wondering if Aaron could somehow get in trouble with his employer for talking to me at my own job. Herr Fassbinder sighed heavily. "Well, then, that is a shame," he said, "because he is very much taken with you." "Ah, look, I have made you blush. You should give the young man a chance." After that, whenever we needed textile supplies, Herr Fassbinder would specifically request that Aaron be the one to deliver them. And he would conveniently assign me to unlock the storeroom for him, although there were others at the factory who were more suited to that job than a secretary. Afterward, Herr Fassbinder would come to my desk and pepper me for details. He was, I realized, just a matchmaker at heart. Gradually, as we sat together in the little office, he began to confide in me. He told me of his wife, Liesel, who was so beautiful that the clouds would part when she stepped outside. She could have had her pick of any man, he told me, but she chose him because he knew how to make her laugh. His greatest regret was that they had not had a baby before she died of tuberculosis 6 years ago. I came to see that all of us in the factory, from the littlest girls to me, were his children. One day, Herr Fassbinder and I were alone in the office. Work for the embroiderers was halted from time to time because various raw materials had not been delivered. This time, it was thread that had not arrived. Herr Fassbinder went out for a little while, and when he came back, he was flustered. "We need more workers," he barked, more upset than I had ever seen him. I was scared of him for the first time, because I didn't know what we would do with more workers when we couldn't even occupy the girls we already had. The next day, in addition to our usual 150 employees, Herr Fassbinder had recruited 50 mothers with young children. The children were too young to do anything of value in an embroidery shop, so he had them sorting the threads by color. Aaron came by with bolts of white fabric. The textile divisions had been employed to make 56,000 camouflage suits for the Eastern Front in the summer. We would be stitching the insignia to match. I knew, because I processed all the orders, that we hadn't been contracted to do this, and that we had just turned into a glorified daycare center. "That's not your problem," Herr Fassbinder snapped when I asked him about it. That week, the announcement was made. 20,000 Jews were to be deported from the ghetto. Chairman Rumkowski had negotiated the number down by half, but lists of the 10,000 who would be leaving were made by ghetto officials. The Roma, who lived in a separate part of the ghetto, were the first. Criminals came second. Then those who didn't have jobs. Such as the 50 mothers who had just recently arrived. Something told me that if Herr Fassbinder had been able to take all 10,000 people on that list into his little Fabrik, he would have. The first week of January, all the people who had been put on those lists had received their summonses. Wedding invitations, we called them, with irony. A party no one wanted to attend. 1,000 people were taken each day to the trains that led out of the ghetto. By then, our shipment of thread had arrived. By then, our new employees had settled in and were embroidering insignia as if they'd been born to it. One night, as I was covering my typewriter with its dust cover, Herr Fassbinder asked if my family was all right. It was the first time he had ever spoken of me having a life outside these walls, and I was startled. "Yes," I said. "None were on the lists?" he asked bluntly. I realized then that he knew far more about me than I knew about him. For also on these lists were the relatives of those who were Roma, who had no jobs, or who were criminals, such as Rubin. Whatever deal Basha had made with the chairman had been a thorough one. She did not know where her husband was, or if he was still alive, but she had not been recommended for deportation because of his crime. Herr Fassbinder turned out the light so that I could just discern his profile in the moonlight that spilled through the small window of the office. "Do you know where they are being taken?" I blurted, suddenly brave in the darkness. "To work on Polish farms," he said. Our eyes met in silence. That was what we had been told about Rubin months ago. Herr Fassbinder had to know from my expression that I did not believe him. "This war," he sighed heavily. "There's no escaping it." "Would you say that to someone with papers?" I whispered. "Christian ones?" I have no idea what made me tell him, a German, my biggest secret, the one I had never even told my parents. But something about this man, and the lengths he had gone to protect children who weren't even his, made me think he could be trusted. "If someone had Christian papers," he said after a long moment, "I would tell that person to go to Russia until the war ends." As I left work that night, I started to cry. Not because I knew Herr Fassbinder was right, or because I knew that I would still never go as long as it meant leaving my family behind, but because, when we were locking up the factory office in the dark, where no one else could see us, Herr Fassbinder had held the door open for me, as if I was still a young lady, and not just a Jew. Although we had all believed that the lists created in January would be a single horrible moment in the history of the war, and although the chairman's speeches reminded us, and the Germans, how indispensable we were as a workforce, only 2 weeks later the Germans demanded more deportees. By now, rumors were running as fast as fire through the factories, nearly paralyzing production, because no one ever heard again from a person who had left on one of the transports. It was hard to believe that someone who had been resettled wouldn't try to get word to his family. "I heard," Daria said one morning when we were waiting at one of the soup kitchens for our rations, "that they're being killed." My mother was too tired these days to stand for hours in the massive crowds that lined up for food. It sometimes seemed it took more time to get our rations than it did to consume them. My father was still at the bakery, and Basha was picking up the baby from his daycare. They had officially been disbanded, but still operated illegally at many of the Fabriken, including Basha's textile factory. That left me with the job of getting the rations, and bringing them back home. At least I had Daria with me to pass the time. "How could they possibly kill 1,000 people a day?" I scoffed. "And why would they, if we're working for them for free?" Daria leaned closer to me. "Gas chambers," she whispered. I rolled my eyes. I thought I was the fiction writer. But even though I thought Daria was telling the wildest tales, there were parts of her story that rang true, like the fact that now the officials were asking for volunteers and promising a free meal if you went on one of the transports. At the same time, food rations were being cut, as if to persuade anyone who was on the fence about the decision. After all, if you took what Rumkowski said at face value, and could get out of this hellhole, and fill your belly while doing it, who wouldn't step up? But then, there was the new law that made it a crime to hide someone who was on the list for deportation. Or the case of Rabbi Weiss, who had been given the responsibility of finding 300 people in his congregation for the most recent transport. He had refused to give a single name, and when the soldiers came to arrest him, they found him and his wife lying dead on their bed, their hands tightly linked. My mother said it was a blessing that they went at the same time. I couldn't believe she thought I was stupid enough to believe that. By late March 1942, everyone knew someone who had been deported. My cousin Rivke, Daria's aunt, both of Rubin's parents, my former doctor. It was the season of Passover, and this was our plague. But no amount of lamb's blood would save a household from tragedy. It seemed the only blood that satisfied was that of the families inside. My parents tried to protect me by giving me only limited information about the Aussiedlungen, the roundups. Be a mensch, my mother told me, no matter what situation you're in. Be kind to others before you take care of yourself. Make whoever you're with feel like they matter. My father told me to sleep in my boots. It was several hours before I collected the meager store of food that was meant to last us for the next 2 weeks. By then my feet were frozen and my eyelashes were stuck together. Daria blew into her mittens to warm her hands. "At least it's not summer," she said. "Less of a chance that the milk is already spoiled." I walked with her as far as I could, until she had to turn down a different street to her apartment. "What should we do tomorrow?" I asked. "Oh, I don't know," Daria said. "Maybe go shopping?" "Only if we can stop for high tea." Daria grinned. "Honestly, Minka, do you ever stop thinking about food?" I laughed and turned the corner. Alone, I walked faster, averting my eyes from the soldiers I passed and even the residents I knew. It was too hard to look at people these days. They seemed so hollow sometimes. I worried that I might fall right inside those empty stairs and never be able to claw my way out. When I reached the apartment, I climbed over the missing wooden stoop step. Daria's family had burned it in December for firewood, and immediately noticed that nobody was home. Or at least, there was no light, no sound, no life. "Hello?" I called out as I walked inside and set the canvas sack with our rations on the kitchen table. My father was sitting on a chair, holding his head in his hands. Blood seeped between his fingers from a wide cut on his forehead. "Papa?" I cried, running to him and pulling his hand away so that I could see the wound. "What happened?" He looked at me, his eyes unfocused for a moment. "They took her," he said, his voice breaking. "They took your mother." It seemed that you didn't even have to be on a list to fill up the necessary quotas for deportation. Or maybe my mother had gotten her wedding invitation and had chosen not to tell us, so we wouldn't worry. We didn't have the whole story. All we knew was that my father had returned from Shul to find the SS in his living room, screaming at my mother and my uncle. Fortunately, Basha had taken Meyer out for some fresh air and wasn't home. When my mother tried to run to my father, he was knocked unconscious with the butt end of a rifle. By the time he came to, she was gone. He told me all this as I cleaned and dressed the cut on his forehead. Then he sat me down on a chair and knelt at my feet. I could feel him unlacing my boots. He slipped the left one from my foot and smacked the heel against the floor until it wiggled loose, then pulled it apart so that the little compartment with the stash of gold coins was revealed. He reached inside and took out the money. "You will still have the rest in the other boot," he said, as if he were trying to convince himself that he was doing the right thing. After he put my boot back together again, he took my hand and led me outside. For hours we walked the streets, trying to ask anyone we saw if they knew where those who had been rounded up had gone. People shied away from us, as if misery was contagious. The sun sank lower and lower, until it broke like a yoke over the rooftops. "Papa?" I told him. "It's nearly curfew." But he didn't seem to hear me. I was terrified. I thought this was surely a death wish. If he couldn't find my mother, he didn't want to be here anymore. It didn't take long for us to be confronted by 2 SS soldiers who were patrolling. One of them pointed at my father and started yelling, "Get off the street!" When my father kept walking toward him, holding out the coins in his hand, the soldier pointed his gun. I threw myself in front of my father. "Please," I begged in German, "he isn't thinking clearly." The second soldier stepped forward and put his hand on his comrade's arm, lowering the gun. I started to breathe again. "Was ist los?" he asked. "What's the matter?" My father looked at me, his expression so raw that it hurt to stare into his eyes. "Ask them where they took her." So I did. I explained that my mother and my uncle had been collected from our home by soldiers, and that we were trying to find them. Then my father spoke in a universal language, pressing the gold coins into the gloved hand of the soldier. In the light from the street lamp, the soldier's response had a shape. The words swelled in the space between us. "Verschwenden Sie nicht Ihr Geld," he said, dropping the coins onto the pavement. He jerked his head toward our apartment, a reminder again that we were breaking curfew. "My gold is as good as anyone else's," my father called after them, angrily, as the soldiers moved down the street. "We will find someone else, Minka," he promised. "There has to be a soldier in the ghetto who is willing to be paid for information." I knelt, picking up the coins that winked against the cobblestones. "Yes, Papa," I said. But I knew this wasn't true, because I understood what the soldier had said. "Don't waste your money." The day after my mother disappeared, I went to work. There were several girls missing. Others cried as they embroidered. I sat at my typewriter, trying to lose myself in requisition forms, but failing miserably. When I had messed up for the 5th time in a row, I finally banged my fist on the keys so that they all flew up at once, printing a line of nonsense, as if the whole world had started to speak in tongues. Herr Fassbinder came out of his inner office to find me sobbing. "You are upsetting the other girls," he said. And sure enough, I could see some of them staring at me through the window that separated my desk from the factory floor. "Come here." I followed him into his office and sat down the way I did when I took dictation. He did not pretend that he didn't know about the Aussiedlung of the previous evening, and he did not tell me to stop crying. Instead, he gave me his handkerchief. "Today you will work in here," he announced, and he left me, closing the door behind him. For 5 days, I moved like a zombie at work, and then like a ghost at home, silently picking up after my father, who had stopped eating and speaking. Basha fed him spoonfuls of broth the way she fed Meyer. I had no idea how he made it through his bakery shift, but I assumed his men were covering whatever labor he could not do on his own. I was not sure what was worse, having my mother vanish in an instant, or losing my father by degrees. One night, as I walked home from the Fabrik, I could feel a shadow behind me, breathing on my neck like a dragon. Every time I turned around, though, I saw nothing but haggard neighbors trying to get home and close their doors before any misery could slip over the threshold. Still, I could not shake the feeling that I was being followed. and the fear rose, doubling, quadrupling, filling every last space in my mind, the way my father's dough swelled, if given enough time. My heart was pounding by the time I burst through the door of the apartment, which felt wrong now that both of my cousins were gone, as if we were squatters instead of guests. "Basha!" I yelled out. "Papa!" But it was just my dumb luck. I was alone. I unwound my scarf and unbuttoned my coat, but left them on because there was no heat in the apartment. Then I slipped a paring knife into my sleeve, just in case. I heard something break in another room. The noise had come from the only bedroom in the apartment, the one that had been occupied by my cousins when we first moved in. I crept down the hallway as quietly as I could in my heavy boots and peered through the doorway. One of the window panes had been broken. I looked around to see if a rock had been thrown, but there was nothing on the floor but glass. Kneeling, I began to sweep it up carefully with my palms, using my skirt as a dustpan. There! I hadn't imagined it. That shadow that flickered at the corner of my eye. Leaping to my feet so that the glass spilled back onto the floor, I yanked aside the bedroom door to find the tall, thin boy who had broken the window to hide inside. Brandishing the knife from my sleeve, I held him at bay. "We have nothing for you," I cried. "No food, no money. Go away." His eyes were wide, his clothes torn and ragged. Unlike the rest of us who were starving, he had visible muscles bulging beneath his shirt. He took a step forward. "Stop, or I'll kill you," I yelled, and in that moment I believed that I could. "I know what happened to your mother," he said. I, who had dreamed up a novel about an undead Upur who fell in love with a human girl, could not believe the fantasy this boy spun with words. His name was Hersh, and he had been with my mother on the freight train that left the ghetto. The train had traveled 44 miles from Łódź to Koło. Then everyone was taken to another train, this one running on a narrow-gauge track to Powiercie. By the time they arrived, it was late in the day, and they spent the night a few kilometers away in an abandoned mill. It was there that Hersh met my mother. She said that she had a daughter about the same age he was, and she worried about me. She hoped that there would be a way to get word back to the ghetto. She asked Hersh if he had family there, too. "She reminded me of my mother," Hersh said. "My parents both went with the second roundup. I thought that maybe we were being taken to the same place to work, that I would get to see them again." We were sitting down now, with Basha and my father, who were hanging on every word Hersh spoke. After all, if he was here, didn't that mean my mother might soon follow? "Go on," my father urged. Hersh picked at a scab on his hand. His lips were trembling. The next morning, we were divided into small groups by the soldiers. Your mother went with one group into a truck, and I went with another that held 10 young men, all tall and strong. We drove up to a big stone mansion. We were brought to the basement of the manor house. There were signatures all over the walls, and one sentence written in Yiddish: "He who comes here does not walk away alive." There was a window, too, nailed shut with boards. Hersh swallowed hard. I could hear through it, though. Another truck pulled up. and this time one of the Germans told the people who had been transported that they were to be sent east to work. All they had to do was take a shower first and put on clean clothes that were disinfected. The people in the truck, they started clapping their hands, and then a little while later we heard bare feet shuffling by the basement window. "So, she is all right," my father breathed. Hersch looked down at his lap. The next morning I was taken to work in the woods with the others who had spent the night in the basement. As I left, I noticed a big van parked up against the house. The door of the van was open, and there was a ramp to get inside. There was a wooden grate on the floor like the kind you might see in a community bathhouse, he said. But we didn't get into this van. Instead, we went in a truck that had tarpaulin on its sides. About 30 SS men came with us. There was a huge pit that had been dug. I was given a shovel and told to make it bigger. Just after 8 in the morning, the first van arrived. It looked like the one I had seen at the manor. Some of the Germans opened the doors and then ran quickly away from it, while grey smoke poured out. After about 5 minutes, the soldiers directed 3 of us inside. I was one of them. He sucked in his breath as if it were coming through a straw. The people inside, they had died from the gas. Some were still holding each other. They were wearing their underwear, but nothing else. And their skin was still warm. Some were still alive. And when that was the case, one of the SS men would shoot them. After the bodies were taken out, they were searched for gold and jewelry and money. Then they were buried in the pit, and the towels and bars of soap they had been given for their shower were gathered to be brought back to the manor house for the next transport. As I stared at Hersch, my jaw dropped. This made no sense. Why would you go to so much trouble to kill people? People who had been manufacturing items needed for the war effort. And then I began to do the arithmetic. Hersch was here. My mother was not. Hersch had seen the bodies being unloaded from the vans. "You're lying," I spat. "I wish I were," he whispered. "Your mother, she was on the 3rd truck of the day." My father put his head down on the table and started to weep. 6 of the boys who had been picked to work in the woods were killed that day, shot because they weren't doing their job fast enough. I survived, but didn't want to. I was going to hang myself that night in the basement. Then I remembered that even if I didn't have family left, your mother did, and that maybe I could find you. The next day on the transport to the woods, I asked for a cigarette. The SS man gave me one, and suddenly everyone in the truck was asking for a smoke. While he was being swarmed, I took a pen from my pocket and used it to poke a hole in the tarpaulin and tear a long rip. Then I jumped out of the truck. They started shooting, but didn't hit me. And I managed to run through the woods until I found a barn, where I hid underneath the hay in the loft. I stayed there for 2 days, and then sneaked out and came back here. I listened to Hersch's story, although I wanted to tell him he was a fool trying to break into the ghetto when all of us wanted to get out. But then again, if getting out meant dying in a van full of gas, maybe Hersch was the smart one. There was a part of me that still could not believe what he said, and continued to dismiss it. But my father, He immediately covered the only mirror in the house. He sat on the floor instead of in a chair. He tore his shirt. Basha and I followed his example, mourning our mother the way our religion told us to. That night, when I heard my father crying, I sat down on the edge of the mattress he had shared with my mother. We, who had been so crowded in this apartment, now had more room than we needed. "Minka," my father said, his voice so soft I may have imagined it, "at my funeral, make sure. He broke off, unable to tell me what he wanted me to remember. Overnight, his hair went snow white. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it possible. It is probably the hardest thing to understand, how even horror can become commonplace. I used to have to imagine how you might look at an upur sucking the blood from the neck of a freshly killed human and not have to turn away. Now I knew, from personal experience. You could see an old woman shot in the head and sigh because her blood spattered onto your coat. You could hear a barrage of gunfire and not even blink. You could stop expecting the most awful thing to happen because it already had. Or so I thought. The first day of September, military trucks pulled up to the hospitals in the ghetto, and the patients were dragged out by SS soldiers. Daria told me that at the children's hospital, people reported seeing babies tossed from the windows. I think that was when I realized Hersch could not have been lying. These men and women hobbling in their hospital gowns, some too weak or too old to stand on their own, could not have been going to work in the East. The next afternoon, the chairman gave a speech. I stood with my sister in the square, bouncing Meyer between the two of us. He had another cough and was fussy. My father, who had become a shadow of his former self, was at home. He dragged himself to the bakery and back, but he did not go out in public otherwise. In a way, my little nephew could take better care of himself than my father could. Chairman Rumkovsky's voice crackled over the loudspeakers that had been erected at the corners of the square. "A severe blow has befallen the ghetto," he said. "They are asking for the best it possesses, children and old people. I have not had the privilege to have a child of my own, and therefore I devoted the best of my years to children. I lived and breathed together with the children. I never imagined that my own hands would have to deliver the sacrifice to the altar. In my old age, I must stretch out my hands and beg. Brothers and sisters, give them to me. Fathers and mothers, give me your children." There were gasps and shrieks, shouts from the crowd around us. Maya was in my arms at that point. I pulled him tighter against me, but Basha ripped him from my grasp and buried her face in his hair. Red hair, like Reuben's. The chairman went on to talk about how 20,000 people had to be deported, how the sick and the elderly would only tally 13,000. Beside me, someone shouted, "We'll all go!" Another woman cried out her suggestion that no parents lose an only child, that those with children to spare be the ones to give them up. "No," Basha whispered, her eyes full of tears. "I won't let him be taken." She hugged Meyer so close that he started to cry. The chairman was saying now that this was the only way to appease the Germans, that he understood the horror of his request, that he had convinced the Germans to take only children who were under 10 years old because they would not know what was happening to them. Basha leaned over and vomited on the ground. Then she pushed through the crowd, away from the chairman's podium, still holding Meyer. "I understand what it means to tear a limb from the body," Rumkowski was saying, trying to plead his case. So did I. It meant that you bled out. At the end of the workday, Herr Fassbinder did not let us leave the factory, not even to go home and tell our parents we would be staying late. He told the officers who demanded an explanation that he had emergency deadlines and was requiring all of us to sew through the night. He barricaded the doors, and he stood at the entrance with a gun I had never seen him carry before. I think that if a soldier had come to take away the little ones he employed, he would have fought his own country. This was, I knew, for our own protection. A curfew had been imposed, keeping everyone in their homes, as the SS and the police searched house by house to select the children who would be deported. When we started hearing shots and screams, Herr Fassbinder told everyone to remain quiet. The young mothers, on the knife edge of hysteria, rocked their children. Herr Fassbinder handed out candy for them to suck on and let them play with empty spools, stacking them like blocks. By the next morning, I was frantic. I couldn't bear thinking of Basha and Meyer, wondering who would protect them, with my father still an empty shell. "Herr Fassbinder," I begged, "please let me go home. I am 18, too old to be considered a child." "You are meine Kleine," Herr Fassbinder replied. I did something incredibly bold then. I touched his hand. As nice as Herr Fassbinder had been to me, I never allowed myself to think that I was his equal. "If I go home tomorrow, or the next day, and find that someone else has been taken away from me while I was gone, I don't think I'll be able to live with myself." He looked at me for a long moment, and then directed me to the door. Walking outside the factory with me, he flagged a young German policeman. "This girl must get to her apartment safely," he said. "This is a priority, and I will hold you responsible if it does not happen. Do you understand?" The policeman could not have been much older than I was. He nodded, terrified by Herr Fassbinder's promise of retribution. He walked briskly with me to my apartment, stopping when we reached the front steps of the building. I thanked him under my breath in German and flew inside. The lights were off, but I knew that wouldn't stop the German soldiers from coming inside and looking for Meyer. My father was on his feet the moment he heard me enter. He folded me into his arms, stroking my hair. "Minusha," he said, "I thought you were lost to me." "Where's Basha?" I asked, and he led me to the pantry, the one whose flooring my poor cousin Rivke had ripped up over 2 years ago. A small mat made of newspapers was covering the hole that revealed the crawl space beneath. I pulled it aside and saw the gleam of Basha's eyes looking up at me in panic. I heard the soft pop of Maya's thumb in his mouth. "Good," I said. "This is very good. Let's make it better." Searching frantically around the apartment, I laid eyes on the barrel that my father had brought home from the bakery. Once full of flour, it now served as our kitchen table, since we had burned the original one for fuel. I hauled it onto its side and rolled it into the pantry, then balanced it over the hole in the floor. It would not look strange to keep a flour barrel in the pantry, and it was one more obstacle to any soldier realizing there was a hidey-hole beneath it. We knew they were getting closer because we could hear people in apartments nearby, both those who were taken from their families and those who were left behind, screaming. It was another 3 hours, though, before they came into our home, slamming the door back on its hinges and demanding to know where Meyer was. "I don't know," my father said. "My daughter hasn't been home since the curfew started." One of the SS men turned to me. "Tell us the truth." "My father is telling the truth," I said. Then I heard it, the cough and a tiny wail. Immediately, I covered my mouth with my hand. "You are ill?" the soldier asked. I couldn't say yes, because that qualified me as one of the sick to be transported. "Just a sip of water that went down the wrong pipe," I said, beating my chest with my fist to prove a point until the noise disappeared. The soldiers ignored me after that. They began to open cabinets and drawers, places small enough to hide a child. They ripped their bayonets into the straw mattresses we slept on, in case Meyer was tucked inside. They looked inside the belly of the wood stove. When they reached the pantry, I stood very still, while the soldier swept his gun along the shelves, tumbling our meager rations to the floor and into the empty barrel. He looked down into its gaping mouth. The SS man turned around and stared at me without emotion. "If we find her hiding with the child, we will kill her," he said, and he kicked the barrel. It did not tip over. It didn't wobble. It just shifted the tiniest bit to the right, pulling the newspaper along with it, and revealing the tiniest black crack along the edge that was a hint of the gaping hole it covered. I held my breath, certain he would see this, but the soldier was already calling the others to move on to the next apartment. My father and I watched the SS men leave. "Not yet," my father whispered when I made a move toward the pantry. He pointed furtively to the window, from which we could still see our neighbors being dragged onto the street, marched away, shot. After 10 minutes, when the soldiers had left the street and the only sounds were the wails of other mothers, my father ran to the kitchen and pulled the barrel aside. "Basha!" I cried. "It's over!" She was sobbing and smiling through her tears. She sat up, still clutching Meyer, as my father helped her out of the narrow space. "I thought they would hear the coughing," I said, hugging her tightly. "I thought so too," Basha confessed. "But he was such a good boy. Weren't you, my little man?" We both looked down, to where Meyer's face was pressed tightly against his mother's neck, the only way she had been able to quiet him. Meyer wasn't coughing anymore. He wasn't screaming. But my sister, looking down at her son's blue lips and empty eyes, was. The children were driven in wagons through the ghetto gate. Some of them were dressed in their fanciest clothing, whatever was left of it at this point. They were crying at the tops of their lungs, calling for their mothers. These mothers were expected to go to their factories to work, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. The ghetto was a ghost town, We were a beaten, grey stream of workers who did not want to remember our past and did not think we had a future. There was no laughter, no hopscotch remaining, no hair ribbons or giggles, no colour or beauty left behind. Which is why, they said, her death was so lovely. Like a bird, she flew from the bridge across Lutomierska Street into the road where Jews were not allowed. They said Basha's unbound hair fluttered behind her, like wings, and her skirts became the fan of a tail. They said that the bullets, as they hit her in mid-air, gave her bright crimson plumage, like a phoenix that was meant to rise again.
In the dark, there was a soft growl, almost a purr, the rasp of a match, a scent of sulphur. The torch blazed to life again. Crouched before me in a pool of blood was a man with wild eyes and knotted hair. More blood dripped from his mouth and covered his hands, which held a haunch of meat. I fell back, struggling to find air. This was the cave in the side of the cliff where Alex had told me he made his modest home. I had come here hoping to find him after he escaped from the village square. But this was not Alex. The man, could I even call him such, took a step closer. That haunch of meat he was devouring had a hand, fingers. They were still clutching the top of a gilded cane I couldn't have forgotten if I tried. Baruch Byler was no longer missing. I felt my vision fading, my head spinning. It wasn't a wild animal, I forced out. It was you. The cannibal smiled, his teeth slick and stained crimson. Wild animal. Ou pure. Why split hairs? You killed Baruch Byler. Hypocrite. Can you honestly say you didn't wish him dead? I considered all the times the man had come to the cottage, demanding tax money we didn't have, extorting deals from my father that only dragged us deeper and deeper into debt. I looked at this beast and suddenly felt like I was going to be sick. My father, I whispered. You killed him, too? When the Upure didn't answer, I flew at him, using my nails and my fury as weapons. I raked at his flesh and kicked and swung. Either I would avenge my father's death or I would die trying. Suddenly I felt an arm around my waist, yanking me backward. Stop! Alexander cried, his full weight pinning me to the ground. From this angle, I could see the chains that encircled the Upure's bare, filthy feet, the pile of bleached bones beside him. I could see, too, the ragged cuffs of Alexander's shirt, drenched with blood. Whatever he'd done to free himself from the ropes Damien had trapped him in, it must have been painful. Leave me alone, I shouted. I didn't want Alex to save me, not this time, not if it meant I couldn't avenge my father's death. Stop, Alex begged, and I realized I wasn't the only one he was trying to protect. Please, he's my brother. I stopped fighting. This was Casimir? The feeble-minded boy Alex had to stay with during the day and lock up at night so that he wouldn't eat what he shouldn't? True, I had never seen his face without the leather mask, and Alex had said he consumed things like stones and twigs and dirt, not humans. If that had been a lie, how could I trust anything Alex had told me? I shook my head, trying to understand. Alex had protected me. He had saved my life when I was hurt, by his own brother. And yet he had the same unearthly amber eyes as this creature beside me. He had the same blood beating through his veins. He is your brother, I repeated, my voice breaking. But I no longer have a father. I tore away from Alex and faced Casimir. Because you killed him. Say it. I was shaking so hard I could barely stand upright. But Casimir wouldn't speak, wouldn't give me the satisfaction. I began to run blindly in the direction from which I'd come, striking against sharp corners, tripping over rocks and ruts in the cavern floor, landing hard on my hands and knees. As I struggled to my feet, Alexander's arms closed around me. I stiffened, remembering that indirectly he was the cause of all my pain. "You could have stopped him," I sobbed. "He murdered the only person who ever loved me." "Your father is not the only person to ever love you," Alex confessed. "And you cannot blame Casimir for his death." He turned away so that his face was in shadow. "Because I'm the one who killed him."
Minka. For a while, people disappeared from the ghetto like fingerprints on a pane of glass, ghosting into vision one moment and the next gone, as if they'd never been there. Death walked next to me as I trudged down the street, whispered into my ear as I washed my face, embraced me as I shivered in bed. Herr Fassbinder was no longer my boss. Instead of working in an office, I was reassigned to a factory that made leather boots. My hands shook even when I wasn't sewing. That's how hard it was to force the needle through the tough hides. We lived expecting to be deported at any minute. Some ladies in the factory had the diamonds from their wedding rings implanted as fillings by the dentist. Others smuggled small pouches of coins in their vaginas and came to work this way in case the roundups happened there. And still, we went on living. We worked, and we ate, and we celebrated birthdays, and gossiped, and read, and wrote, and prayed, and we woke up each morning to do it all over again. One day, in July 1944, when I went to collect Daria to stand in line for rations, she was gone. I hardly had time to grieve, though. By then it was almost expected to lose the people who meant the most to you. And besides, 3 days later, my father and I found ourselves on the list for deportation. It was hot, the kind of heat that made it impossible to believe that months ago we could not get warm no matter how hard we tried. The fabrique had been blistering, windows closed, the air so thick it felt like a sponge in your throat. Walking outside for the first time in 12 hours, I was grateful for the fresh air, and in no great hurry to go home, where my father and I would sit up the whole night, wondering what would happen the next morning, when we were to assemble in the town square. Instead, I found myself picking a convoluted path through the narrow streets and twisted alleys of the ghetto. I knew Aaron lived somewhere around here, but I had not seen him in several weeks. It was possible that he, like Daria, had already been deported. I stopped a man on the street and asked if he knew Aaron, but the man just shook his head and moved on. I was doing the unthinkable. We didn't talk of those who had been taken from us. It was like those cultures who don't name the dead for fear that they will haunt us forever. Aaron, I asked an old woman, Aaron Sendik, have you seen him? She looked at me. I realized with a shock that she was not much older than I was. But her hair was white and there were bare patches on her scalp. Her skin draped from her bones like fabric too heavy for its hanger. He lives there, she said, and she pointed to a door further down the street. Aaron answered the door with terror on his face, and why wouldn't he? When we heard a knock, it usually was followed by a soldier barging in. Upon seeing me, though, his features softened, Minka. He reached out his hand to me, to pull me inside. It was like an oven in there. Is anyone here? He shook his head. He was wearing an undershirt and trousers, which had been pinned to keep from falling off his skinny hips. His shoulders were slick with sweat, shiny like the knobs of a brass flagpole. I reached up on my tiptoes and kissed him. He tasted of cigarettes, and the hair at the nape of his neck was damp. I pressed my body along the length of his and kissed him even harder, as if I had been dreaming of this moment for years. I suppose I had been, too, just not with Aaron. Eventually Aaron must have realized he was not hallucinating, because his arms caught me around the waist and he started to kiss me back, tentatively at first, and then wildly, like a starving man given access to a banquet. I stepped away from him and, looking him straight in the eye, unbuttoned my blouse, let it hang open. I was nothing to look at. My ribs were more prominent than my breasts. There were circles under my eyes that never went away. My hair was dull and tangled, but it was still long, at least. It took me a moment to recognize the look in Aaron's eyes. Pity. Minka, what are you doing? He whispered. Suddenly embarrassed, I pulled the edges of my blouse together to cover myself. I was too ugly even to get this boy, who had once been interested in me, to take the bait. If you can't figure that out, I'm doing a very bad job, I said. I'm sorry I disturbed you. I turned my back, hurrying to the door as I fastened my buttons, but was stopped by Aaron's hand on my arm. Don't go, he said quietly. Please. When he kissed me again, I thought that if I'd had the time, and maybe a different life, I could have fallen in love with him after all. He laid me down on the mat where he slept, which was in the center of the one-room apartment. There was no need to ask, why now? Why him? I didn't want to give the answer, and he wouldn't have wanted to hear it. Instead, he just sat down beside me and held my hand. "You're sure about this?" Aaron asked. When I nodded, he peeled the clothes from my body and let the sweat dry on my skin. Then he pulled off his undershirt and shucked off his pants and covered me. It hurt when he moved between my legs, when he pushed inside of me. I didn't understand what all the fuss was about, why the poets wrote sonnets about this moment, why Penelope had waited for Odysseus, why knights rode off to battle with ribbons from their lovers wrapped around the hilts of their swords. And then I understood. My heart, batting like a moth under my rib cage, slowed to match the beat of his. I could sense the blood in his veins moving with mine, like the inevitable chorus of a song. I was different with him, transformed, from ugly duckling to snowy swan. I was for a minute the girl of someone's dreams. I was a reason to stay alive. Afterward, when I was dressed again, Aaron insisted on walking me back home, as if he were a real boyfriend. We stopped outside my apartment. My father was in there, I knew, packing for our deportation in the single suitcase each of us was allowed. He would wonder where I'd been. Aaron leaned down, right there in public, with neighbors passing on the street, and kissed me. He seemed so happy that I thought I owed him a grain of truth. I wanted to know what it was like, I whispered. Because this may be my last chance, I thought. And I looked up at him. Thank you very much. Aaron laughed. That seems a little formal. He bowed, an exaggeration of manners. Miss Levin, may I call for you tomorrow? If I had any love for him, I owed him more than that grain of truth. I owed him the comfort of a lie. I curtsied and forced a smile, as if I would be here tomorrow to be courted. Of course, kind sir, I said. That was the last time we ever spoke. If you had to pack your whole life into a suitcase, not just the practical things like clothing, but the memories of the people you had lost and the girl you had once been, what would you take? The last photograph you had of your mother? A birthday gift from your best friend? A bookmark embroidered by her? A ticket stub from the traveling circus that had come through town 2 years ago, where you and your father held your breath as jeweled ladies flew through the air and a brave man stuck his head in the mouth of a lion? Would you take them to make wherever you were going feel like home? Or because you needed to remember where you had come from? In the end, I took all of these things, and the copy of The Diary of a Lost Girl, and Meyer's baby shoes, and Basha's wedding veil. And, of course, my writing. It filled 4 notebooks now. I tucked 3 of them inside my case and carried the other in a satchel. Into my boots, I wedged my Christian papers beside the gold coins. My father was silent as he held the door to the apartment that was not ours open for the last time. It was summertime, but we were wearing our heavy coats. This is how you know that even then, even in spite of the rumors we had heard, we were still hopeful. Or stupid. Because we continued to imagine a future. We were not put into wagons. Maybe there were too many of us. It seemed like hundreds. As we marched, soldiers rode alongside on horseback, their guns glinting in the sunlight. My father moved slowly. He had never gone back to being himself after my mother was taken, and losing Meyer and Basha left its mark as well. He could not follow a whole conversation without his eyes going distant. His muscles had atrophied. He shuffled instead of striding from place to place. It was as if he had been bleached of color by some chronic, harsh exposure. And although you could discern the outline of the man he'd been, he was no more substantial than a ghost. The soldiers wanted us to walk at a steady clip, and I worried that my father would not make it. I was weak and dehydrated, and the road we were traveling on seemed to ripple before my eyes, but I was stronger than my father. The train station isn't too far, I urged him. You can make it, Papa. I reached over and took his suitcase in my free hand so that he wouldn't have to carry the weight. When the girl in front of me tripped and fell, I stopped. My father stopped, too. It caused a swell like a tide butting up against a dam. Was ist los? The soldier closest to us asked. He kicked at the girl who was lying on her side. Then he bent down and picked up a stick from the side of the road. He poked her and told her to get up. When she didn't, he took the stick and tangled it into her hair. He tugged, then harder. He yelled at her to get up, and when she didn't, he started to twist, until she began to scream, and her scalp tore like a hem. Another soldier approached, leveled his pistol, and shot the girl in the head. It was suddenly quiet again. I started to cry. I couldn't catch my breath. This girl, whose name I did not know, her brains were on my boot. I had seen dozens of people shot in front of me, to the point where it was hardly shocking anymore. The ones who were shot in the chest, they dropped like stones, cleanly. The ones who were shot in the head left behind a mess, runnels of grey matter and foamy pink tissue, and now it was on my boot, caught in the treads, and I wondered what part of her mind that was. The power of language, of movement, the memory of her first kiss, or her favorite pet, or the day she moved to the ghetto. I felt my father's hand close around my arm with a strength I did not realize he still possessed. "Minusha," he whispered, "look at me." He waited until I was staring into his eyes, until my panicked breathing slowed. "If you die, it will be with a bullet to the heart, not the head. I promise." It was, I realized, a macabre version of the game we had once played, planning for his death. Except this time, he was planning for mine. My father did not speak again until we had boarded the trains. Our suitcases had been taken elsewhere, and we were packed into the freight cars like cattle. My father sat down and put his arm around me, the way he had done when I was little. "You and I," he said softly, "will have another bakery where we're going, and people will come from miles around to eat the bread we bake. And every day I'll bake you your own roll with the cinnamon and chocolate inside, the way you like. Oh, it will smell like heaven when it comes out of the oven." I realized that the car had gone quiet, that everyone was listening to my father's fantasies. "They can take away my home," he said, "and my money, and my wife, and my child. They can take away my livelihood, and my food, and—" here his voice hitched, "my grandson. But they can't take away my dreams." His words were a net, drawing everyone into a chorus of agreement. "I dream," said a man across the rail car, "of doing to them what they've done to us." There was a smack on the wooden wall of the railway car, startling us. Us. Them. But not all Jews were victims. Look at Chairman Rumkovsky, who sat safe with his new wife in his cushy home, making lists, with the blood of my family on his hands. And not all Germans were murderers. Look at Herr Fassbinder, who had saved so many children on the night that children were taken away. Another sharp rap on the car, this right behind where my head rested on the splintered wood. "Get out," a voice whispered through the narrow slats from the outside. "Escape if you can. Your train is going to Auschwitz." It was chaos. The ramp where we disembarked was a sea of humanity. We were numb, stiff, suffocating from the heat, gasping for fresh air. Everyone was screaming, attempting to locate family members, trying to be heard over the soldiers who were stationed every few feet with guns pointed at us, and who yelled for the men to go to one side and the women to go to the other. In the distance was a long line of people who had arrived before us. I could see a brick building with chimneys. Several men in striped clothing were trying to sort us. They looked like the pods of a milkweed, plants that might have once had color and animation, but that now had dried up and were waiting to blow away on a breath. They told us in Polish to leave our belongings on the ramp. I grabbed the sleeve of one man. "Is this a factory?" I asked, pointing toward the building with the smokestacks. "Yes," he said, his lips pulling away from his yellow teeth. "It's a factory where they kill people." In that instant, I remembered the boy who had told me what happened to my mother, how I had thought he was lying or crazy. My father began to move to the left with the other men. "Papa!" I screamed, running toward him. As the butt of a gun crashed down on my temple, I saw stars. Everything went white, and when I blinked again, my father was moving further down the men's line of the ramp. I was, to my surprise, being dragged forward by a woman who had worked with me at Herr Fassbinder's embroidery fabrique. I turned around and craned my neck just in time to see my father standing in front of the soldier at the head of the line, who stood with his finger on his pursed lips, assessing each man as he stepped forward. "Links," he would mutter. "Rechts." I saw my father heading to the left, moving with the longer line of people. "Where are they taking him?" I asked wildly. But no one answered my question. I was pushed and shuffled and yanked forward until I stood in front of one of the guards. He was standing beside a man in a white coat, who was the one directing us. The soldier was tall and had blonde hair. He was holding a pistol. I looked away, trying to find my father in the moving mass of people. The man in the white coat grasped my chin in his hand, and it was all I could do not to spit at him. He looked at the bruise already forming on my head and murmured, "Links," then gestured to the left. I was euphoric. I was headed in the same direction as my father, which meant surely we would be reunited. "Danke," I murmured out of habit, but the soldier, the blond one, had heard what I said under my breath. "Sprichst du Deutsch?" he asked. Ja, fließend," I stammered. "I am fluent." The soldier leaned toward the man in the white coat and murmured something. White coat shrugged. "Rechts," he pronounced, and I panicked. My father had been sent to the left, and now I was being sent to the right, because I had been stupid enough to speak German. Maybe I had offended them. Maybe I was not supposed to talk back, much less in their native tongue. But I was clearly in the minority. Other women, including the one who had worked with me at Herr Fassbinder's, were being sent to the left. I started to shake my head, to protest, to beg to go left, but one of the Polish men in the stripes pushed me to the right. I have thought about it many times, you know. About what would have happened if I'd gone to the left, which every muscle in my body was pulling me toward. But nobody likes a story without a happy ending, and I knew that I had to do whatever they said if I were to have any chance of seeing my father again. As I passed the soldier who had spoken to me, I realized his right hand, the one that was holding his pistol, was twitching, almost like a tremor. I was afraid he'd shoot me by accident, if not on purpose. So I hurried by him and stood with a smaller group of women, until another soldier marched us to a red brick building shaped like the letter I. Across the road, I could see people milling in a grove, sitting quietly in front of the big building with the smokestacks. I wondered if my father was with them, if he could see me standing here. We were herded into the building and told to undress. Everything off. Clothes, shoes, stockings, underwear, hairpins. I looked around, embarrassed to see strangers naked in front of me, and even more embarrassed when I realized that the male soldiers who were guarding us did not plan to leave us in privacy. But they did not even look at our bodies. They seemed indifferent. I moved slowly, as if I were peeling off layers of skin and not just fabric. With one hand, I tried to cover myself. The other held on to my boots, like my father had told me. One of the guards walked up to me. His eyes slid over me like a frost, settling on my boots. "These are fine boots," he said, and I tightened my arms around them. He reached down and plucked them from my grasp, giving me a pair of wooden clogs instead. "Too fine for you," he pronounced. With those boots went any chance I had of bribing my way out of here, or getting information about my father. With those boots went the Christian papers that Josek had gotten me. We were moved to a table where Jewish women in striped clothing held electric razors. As I got closer, I saw how they were shaving women's heads. Some got away with short hair, others were not as lucky. I was not a vain girl. I had not grown up pretty. I was always in the shadow of Daria or even Basha. Until we moved to the ghetto, I had baby fat, a round face, thighs that rubbed when I walked. Starving had made me skinny, but it hadn't made me any prettier. The only saving grace I had was my hair. Yes, it was dull and matted now, but it was also every color of brown, from chestnut to mahogany to teak. It had a natural wave and a curl at the end, even when I braided it in a rope down my back. That plait was thick as a fist. "Please," I said, "don't cut off my hair." "Maybe you have something to persuade me to give you just a trim." She leaned closer. "You look like the kind of person who would smuggle something through." I thought of my boots in that German soldier's hands. I thought of this woman who had presumably once been in line like us. If these Germans wanted to turn us into animals, then by all accounts they had succeeded. "Even if I did," I whispered back, "you'd be the last person on earth I'd ever give it to." She looked at me, raised her razor, and buzzed my hair off at the scalp. It was at that moment I realized I wasn't Minka anymore. I was some other creature, something inhuman. Shivering, sobbing, I followed orders and hurried blindly into the shower room. All I could think of was my mother, and the false bathhouse that the boy had told me about, those trucks full of gas that were emptied of bodies in the woods. I stared up at the shower heads, wondering if they would spray water or poison, wondering if I was the only person who had heard these rumors and whose heart was threatening to burst from her chest. Then, a hiss. I closed my eyes and tried to picture all the people I had loved in my short life. My parents, Basha, Daria, Rubin and Meyer, Josek, Herr Bauer, even Aaron. I wanted to die with their names on my tongue. I felt a trickle. Water. It was cold and sporadic. The shower heads turned on and off before I managed to turn in a full circle. No gas, no gas, I thought, a litany. Maybe that boy had been wrong. Maybe what happened here was not the same as what had happened in Chelmno. Maybe this was what the soldiers had told us, a work camp. There it was again, that mewling cry of hope. "Raus!" a guard yelled. Dripping, I shuffled quickly out of the shower room and was given clothing. A work dress, a head covering, a jacket with blue and grey stripes. No socks or underwear. I dressed fast. I wanted to cover up the shame of being naked, indistinguishable from the other women around me. I was still buttoning my jacket when a guard grabbed me and dragged me toward a table. There, a man rubbed alcohol on my left forearm, and another man began to write on me. I didn't understand what he was doing at first. It burned, and I could smell the sear of flesh. I looked down. A14660. I had been branded, like cattle. I had no name anymore. We were pushed into a hut with no light, and as my eyes adjusted, I could see bunks 3 tiers high, with straw laid on each tier as if this were a stable. There were no windows. The building reeked, and packed inside were several hundred women. I thought of the rail car, how we had been stuffed inside and had gone for days without seeing the sun or stopping to stretch or go to the bathroom. I did not want to go through all that hell again, just to die. Better now, I thought. And before I realized what I was doing, my feet were turning away from the entrance to the hut, and I was running with all the strength I could muster, flying across the dirt as best I could in my wooden shoes toward the electric fence. I knew, if I got close enough, that I would be free, that Aaron and Daria and, please God, my father would remember me as Minka, not as this bald animal, not as a number. My arms stretched outward as if I were racing toward a lover. A woman's voice started to yell. I could hear the angry shouts of a guard, who a moment later collided with me, shoving me down on the ground and landing with his full weight on top of me. He dragged me upright by the collar of my dress and threw me into the barracks so that I landed sprawled on my face on the concrete floor. The door was slammed shut. I pushed myself to my knees, only to find someone reaching out a hand to me. "What were you thinking?" a girl said. "You would have died, Minka." I squinted. One moment I could not see past the low light and the shorn head and the bruises on her face, and then the next, I recognized Daria. Just like that, I became human again. She had been here 2 days longer than I had, and knew the routine. The Aufseherin oversaw the women's blocks. She reported to the Schutzhaftlagerführer, the male commandant of the women's camp. On her first day, Daria had seen him beat to death a woman who stumbled out of her straight line during roll call. Inside the huts were the Stubenältesten and the Blockältesten, who were Jews in charge of the individual rooms of the barrack and the entire barracks, respectively, and who were worse sometimes than the German guards. Our Blockälteste was a Hungarian, called Borbalo, who reminded me of a giant squid. She stayed in a separate room in the hut, and had a chin that ran right into the fleshy sleeve of her neck, and eyes that glinted like chips of coal. Her voice was as deep as a man's, and she would scream at us in the morning at 4 to rise. It was Daria who told me to sleep with my shoes on, lest another prisoner steal them, and to tuck my bowl inside my shirt as I slept for the same reason. She explained the Bettenbau, the military bed we were expected to fashion out of the straw mattress and the thin blanket. It was, of course, impossible to make straw look as precise as a real mattress. This was just an excuse for Borbalo to make someone an example for the rest of us. Daria was the one who told me to run to the toilets, because there were only a limited number for hundreds of us, and we had only a few moments before roll call. Being late was, once again, grounds for a beating. Daria touched her head as she told me this, her temple still blooming with a mottled purple bruise. She had learned the hard way. At Appel, we were counted, sometimes for hours. We were to stand at attention, as Borbalo called our numbers. If someone was missing, everything stopped while that person was located, usually sick or dead in the hut. She would be dragged into position, and the count would start over again. We were forced to do sport, running in place for hours at a time, then dropping to the ground when Borbalo commanded us to do frog leaps. Only after that were rations given, dark water that passed for coffee, a slice of brown bread. "Save half," Daria told me that first day, and I thought she was joking. But she wasn't. It was the only solid food we got. There would be a watery broth with rotten vegetables for lunch, maybe a broth with rancid meat for supper. It was better, Daria assured me, to go to bed on a full stomach. Sometimes there were exercises, even though there wasn't enough food to keep us strong. Sometimes we had to learn German songs and phrases, including basic commands. All of this was done in the shadow of that long, low building I had seen when we first got off the train, the place with the smokestacks that burned day and night. From those who had been in quarantine longer than we had, we learned that they were crematoria, that Jews had built them, that the only way out of this hellhole was as ash through those chimneys. 5 days after I arrived, and after we had finished the morning appel, Borbalo ordered us all to strip naked. We stood in a line in the courtyard, while the man in the white coat I remembered from the ramp paraded by us. With him was the same SS soldier whose hand shook. I wondered if he would recognize me, try to speak in German. He did not even flick his glance over me, however, and why would he have recognized me? I was just another skinny, shaved prisoner. I knew better than to speak or to move, especially with an SS man present. If we made Borbalo look bad, we would pay for it later. The man in the white coat picked 8 girls, who were immediately taken from the hut and sent to Block 10, the medical facility. Anyone else who had a scrape or a cut or a burn or a blister was weeded out as well. His eyes passed over Daria and then settled on my face. I felt the touch of his stare, sliding from my forehead to my chin to my breastbone. My teeth started to chatter, in spite of the heat. He flicked his glance past me, and I heard Daria exhale heavily through her nostrils. After an hour, those of us who remained were told to dress and to get our bowls. We would be moved out of quarantine, Borbalo told us, after we had our morning meal. A girl named Ilonka volunteered to carry the giant pot of coffee because with the task came an extra bread ration. "Look at that," I murmured to Daria as we stood in line with our bowls. "The pot is bigger than she is." It was true. Ilonka was a tiny thing. But there she was, carrying the giant steel tub as if it were filled with manna from heaven instead of swill. She set it down gently, so not a single drop sloshed over the edge. Borbalo, however, was not as careful. When it came to my turn, nearly half of the coffee spilled onto the ground. I looked at the puddle the capo had made, which was just enough time for her to notice the disappointment on my face. "So sorry," she said, in a way that let me know she was not sorry at all, and she held out my slice of bread. Except instead of handing it to me, she dropped it into the mud puddle made by my coffee. I fell to my knees to grab the bread, because even mucked in dirt it was better than losing an entire ration for the day. But before my fingers could close around it, a boot crushed down on the slice, pushing it deeper into the mud, and hesitating long enough for me to understand the action was deliberate. I squinted into the sunlight and saw the black silhouette of a German soldier. I rocked back on my heels, waiting for him to pass. When he did, I grabbed the bread from the mud and tried to press it against my dress, to get rid of the worst of the filth. I could not see the soldier's face any more, but I knew who it was. As he walked away from me, his right hand was still twitching. Daria and I shared a bunk with 5 other women. The hut where we lived was no different from quarantine, except there were more of us, about 400 crammed into the block. The smells were indescribable. Unwashed bodies, sweat, festering sores, rotting teeth, and always in the air around us, the sweet, charred, sickly scent of flesh burning. What was new, though, was the condition of these other women. Some had been here for months, and they were no more than skeletons, their skin drawn over their cheekbones and ribs and hips, their eyes sunken and dark. At night, the sleeping quarters were so tight that I could feel the hip bones of the women behind me, pushed like twin daggers into the small of my back. When one of us rolled over in our sleep, the rest of us had to do the same. I had spent the week trying to get word of my father. Was he in a different part of the camp, working like I was? Was he wondering if I was alive too? It was Agnat, a woman who shared the bunk with us, who bluntly told me my father was gone, that he had been gassed that very first day. "What do you think is the business of this camp?" she chided. "Death." Agnat had been here for a month, and had a mouth on her. She would talk back to the Blockälteste, a woman we called the Beast, and get beaten with a truncheon. She would spit at a guard and get whipped, but she had also fought off a prisoner who tried to steal my jacket in the middle of the night when I was sleeping fitfully. For this small loyalty, I was grateful to her. 2 days ago there had been an inspection in the hut. We had lined up while the capo tossed aside the neat covers we had made on our beds and pulled the bunks away from the wall to see what was being hidden. I knew that prisoners had items stashed. I had seen women with a deck of cards, money, cigarettes. I had seen one girl, too sick to eat her midday soup, carefully hide it underneath the straw that made up her mattress so that she could save it for later, even though having any food in the barracks was a serious infraction. When the guard came to our bunk, he began pulling aside the covers and found, to my surprise, a book by Maria Dombrovska. "What is this?" He smacked one of our bunkmates, a girl who was only 15, across the face. Her cheek started to bleed where his gold ring had cut into the skin. "It's mine," Agnat said, stepping forward. I wasn't convinced that the book was hers. Agnat had come from a small village in Poland and could barely read signs, much less a novel. But she stood proudly in front of the guard, claiming the book, until she was dragged outside and whipped unconscious. I thought of my mother's advice to me when the Aussiedlung had begun. Be a Mensch. Agnat was this, and more. Daria and I, along with Helena, the 15-year-old, were the ones who picked Agnat up and carried her back into the hut. We gave her some of our evening meal when she was unable to stand to get her own. Another woman, who had been a nurse in her former life, did the best she could to clean the open sores made by the lashes and to bandage them. We lived with lice and rats. We barely had water for washing. Agnat's cuts grew red and fierce, swollen with pus. At night she could not get comfortable. "Tomorrow," Daria told her, "we will take you to the hospital." "No," Agnat insisted. "If I go, I won't come back." The hospital was next to the crematoria. It was called the waiting room because of this. As I lay in the dark beside Agnat, I could feel the heat of the fever in her body. She grabbed my sleeve. "Promise me," she said. But she did not finish her sentence. Or maybe she did, and I had already fallen asleep. The next morning, when the beast came in screaming at us, Daria and I ran to the toilets as usual and then lined up for appel. Agnat, however, was missing. The beast called her number twice, and then pointed at us. "Find her," she demanded, and Daria and I went back into the hut. "Maybe she is too sick to stand," Daria whispered, when we saw the outline of Agnat's form beneath the thin blanket. "Agnat," I whispered, shaking her shoulder, "you have to get up." She didn't move. "Daria," I said, I think she's—" I couldn't say it, because saying it would make it real. It was one thing to see the distant putrid smoke and guess at what was happening in those buildings. It was another to know that a dead woman had been pressed up against me the entire night. Daria leaned over and closed Agnat's eyes. Then she grabbed her arm, which was already stiffening. "Don't just stand there," Daria muttered, and I leaned over the bunk and took Agnat's other arm. It was not hard to maneuver her down. She weighed next to nothing. We put her arms around our necks, as if we were school chums posing for a photograph. Then we dragged Agnat's upright body between us to the courtyard, so that it could still be counted. Because if the number was off even by one prisoner, they would start over again. We held her upright for the 2.5 hours of appel, as flies buzzed around her open eyes and mouth. "Why is God doing this to us?" I murmured. "God's not doing anything to us," Daria said. "It's the Germans." When the Count was finished, we loaded Agnat's body into a cart with 10 other women who had died during the night in our block. I wondered what had become of the Dombrovska book, if some German soldier had confiscated and destroyed it, or if there was still room for beauty like that in a world that had come to this. Nothing grew in Auschwitz. No grass, no mushrooms, no weeds, no buttercups. The landscape was dusty and grey, a wasteland. I thought this every morning as I was marched to work. Past the shacks that were the men's barracks, and past the incessant operation of the crematoria. Daria and I were lucky because we had been assigned to Canada. It was an area where the belongings that had come in on the trains were sorted. The valuables were tallied and given to the guards, who brought them to the SS officer in charge of getting them to Berlin. The clothing went somewhere else, and then there were the items that no one needed. Eyeglasses, prosthetic limbs, photographs. These were to be destroyed. The reason it was nicknamed Canada was that we all imagined that country as the land of plenty, and certainly that was what we saw every day as the suitcases piled up in the sheds with every new transport. In Canada, too, if a guard was looking the other way, it was possible to steal an extra pair of gloves, underwear, a hat. I hadn't been brave enough to do it yet, but the nights were turning cooler. It would be worth the risk of punishment, knowing I had a warm layer under this work dress. But that punishment, it was real, and it was serious. It was bad enough to have guards that watched over us, telling us to work faster and waving their guns. But the SS officer who was in charge of Canada also spent a portion of the day weaving among us as we worked to make sure we did not steal. He was a slight man, not much taller than I was. I had seen him drag outside a prisoner who had hidden a gold candlestick up the sleeve of her jacket. Although we did not see the beating, we could hear it. The prisoner was left unconscious in front of the barracks. The officer returned to walk through the aisles where we worked, with a nauseated look on his face. It made him seem human. And if he was human, how could he do this to us? Daria and I had talked about this. "More likely he was upset he had to get his hands dirty. Besides, what do you care?" she said with a shrug. "All you need to know is that he is a monster." But there were all sorts of monsters. For years I had written of an upjur, after all. But upjori, they were the undead. There were monsters that took over the living, too. We had a neighbor in Łódź whose husband had been hospitalized, and by the time he came home, had forgotten the name of his wife and where he lived. He kicked the family's cat and swore like a sailor, and seemed so radically different from the man she knew and loved that she called in a healer. The old woman who'd come to the house said there was nothing to be done. A dibuk, the soul of someone dead who would do whatever awful things it could in this new body that it hadn't been given time to do in its old one, had attached itself to the husband while he was at the hospital. He had been possessed, his mind usurped by a spirit with squatter's rights. Secretly, when the SS officer in charge of Canada passed by, I thought of him as Herr Dibuk, a human man, too weak to force out the evil that had taken up residence in him. "You are a silly, stupid girl," Daria said when I mentioned this to her one night, whispering in the bunk we shared. "Not everything is fiction, Minka." I did not believe her, because this camp, this horror, was exactly the sort of stuff no one would ever believe as fact. Take the Allies, for example. If they had heard of people being gassed, hundreds at a time, wouldn't they have already come to save us? Today I had been given a pair of scissors to cut up the linings of clothes. There was a pile of fur coats I was working my way through. Inside I sometimes found wedding bands, gold earrings, coins, and as I did, I turned them over to the guard. I wondered sometimes who had wound up with my boots, and how long it had been before she found the treasure hidden in the heels. There was always a little ripple of awareness when Herr Dybbuk arrived or departed, as if his presence was an electric shock. Even though I did not turn around to watch, I could hear him approaching with another SS soldier. They were speaking, and I eavesdropped on their German conversation as I ripped open a hem. "So then, the beer hall? At 8. You won't tell me you're too busy again. I'm beginning to think you're avoiding your own brother." Over my shoulder, I peeked. It was rare to hear two officers talking in such a friendly manner. Mostly they just yelled at each other the way they yelled at us. But these two, they were apparently related. "I'll be there," Herr Dybbuk vowed, laughing. He was talking to the SS officer who oversaw Appell, the man in charge of the women's camp, the one with the tremor in his hand. The one who was not inhabited by an evil spirit. He was just evil, period. He had ordered Agnat's beating, and ran hot and cold when it came to overseeing Appell. Either he seemed bored and the count went quickly, or he was on a rampage and took his fury out on us. Just that morning, he had raised his pistol and shot a girl who was too weak to stand upright. When the girl beside her jumped in response, he shot her too. These officers were related? There was a passing similarity, I suppose. They both had the same jaw, the same sandy hair. And tonight, after they had beaten and starved and demeaned us, they would go share a beer together. I had paused, thinking about this, and the guard who was watching me sift through the suitcases and satchels shouted at me to get to work. So I reached into the pile that never seemed to get any smaller and pulled out a leather valise. I tossed away a nightgown and some brasiers and underwear, a lace hat. There was a silk roll with a string of pearls. I called to the officer, who was smoking a cigarette and leaning against the wall of the shack, and handed it over to him to record and inventory. I lugged another piece of luggage out of the heap. This one I recognized. I suppose several people might have had the same overnight case as my father, but how many of those would have had the handle repaired with a length of wire, where it had broken after I used it years ago as part of a pretend fort to play in? I fell to my knees, turning my back on the guard, and opened the straps. Inside were the candlesticks that had come from my grandmother, wrapped carefully in my father's tallis. Beneath that were his socks, his undershorts, a sweater that my mother had knit for him. He told me once that he hated it, that the sleeves were too long and the wool too itchy, but she had gone to so much trouble, how could he not pretend that he loved it more than anything? I could not catch my breath, could not move. No matter what Agnat had said, no matter what evidence I was confronted with daily as I marched past the crematoria and the long line of new arrivals waiting blindly to go inside, I had not believed my father was truly dead until I opened this suitcase. I was an orphan. I had nobody left in the world. With shaking hands, I took the tallis, kissed it, and added it to the pile of trash. I set the candlesticks aside, thinking of my mother saying the prayer over them at Shabbat dinner. Then I lifted the sweater. My mother's hands had worked the needles, looped the yarn. My father had worn it over his heart. I couldn't let someone else wear this, someone who didn't know that every inch of it told a tale. This yarn lived up to its second meaning, a tale, with every knit and purl part of the saga of my family. This sleeve was the one my mother had been working on when Basha fell down and hit her head on the corner of the piano bench and needed stitches at the hospital. This neckline was so tricky she had asked for help from our housekeeper, who was a much more accomplished knitter. This hemline she had measured against my father's midsection, joking out loud that she had not meant to marry such a long-waisted gorilla of a man. There is a reason the word history has at its heart the narrative of one's life. I buried my face in the wool and started to sob, rocking back and forth, even though I knew I was going to attract the attention of the guards. My father had trusted me with the details of his death, and in the end, I was too late. Wiping my eyes, I started to pull the hem of the sweater so that the weave unraveled. I rolled the yarn up around my arm like a bandage, a tourniquet for a soul that was bleeding out. The guard closest to me approached, screaming, jerking his gun at my face. Do it, I thought. Take me too. I kept pulling on the yarn until it lay in a nest around me, crimped and rust-colored. Somewhere, Daria was probably watching me and too afraid for her own welfare to tell me to stop. But I couldn't. I was unraveling too. The commotion attracted some of the other guards, who came over to see what was happening. When one leaned down to grab the candlesticks, I snatched them in one hand and then took the scissors I had used to cut up fur coats and opened their legs wide, pressing the blade against my throat. The Ukrainian guard laughed. Suddenly, a quiet voice spoke. What is going on here? The SS officer in charge of Canada pushed through the crowd. He towered over me, taking in the scene. The open suitcase, the sweater that I had destroyed, my white knuckles on the necks of the candlesticks. On his orders, just this morning, I had seen a prisoner hit so hard in the back with a truncheon that she vomited blood. That woman had refused to discard tefillin that were found in a suitcase. What I was doing, destroying property that the Germans believed was theirs, was much worse. I closed my eyes, waiting for the blow, welcoming it. Instead, I felt the officer pry the candlesticks out of my hands. When I opened my eyes, Herr Dibuk's face was only inches from mine. I could see the tick of a muscle in his cheek, the blond stubble of his beard. Wem gehört dieser Koffer? To whom does this suitcase belong? Meinem Vater, I murmured. The SS officer's eyes narrowed. He looked at me for a long moment, then turned to the other guards and shouted at them to stop staring. Finally, he glanced back at me. "Get back to work," he said, and a moment later he was gone. I stopped counting the days. They all ran together, like chalk in the rain, shuffling from one side of the camp to the other, standing in line for a bowl of soup that was nothing more than hot water boiled with a turnip. I thought I had known hunger. I had no idea. Some girls would steal tins of food hidden in the suitcases, but I had not been brave enough yet. I would dream sometimes of the rolls my father made me, the cinnamon bursting on my tongue like gustatory fireworks. I would close my eyes and see a table groaning with the weight of Shabbat dinner, would taste the fatty, crisp skin of the chicken, which I used to peel from the bird when it came from the oven, even though my mother would swat at my hand and tell me to wait till it was on the table. Then, in my dreams, I would taste all these things, and they would turn to ash in my mouth. Not the ash of coals, but the ash that was shoveled from the crematoria day and night. I learned, too, how to survive. The best position for appel, when we lined up in rows of 5, was in the middle, out of reach of SS guns and whips, yet close to other prisoners who could hold you up if you fainted. When lining up for food, halfway through the queue was best. The front of the line got served first, but what they were served was the watery bit that floated on top. If you could hold out to the middle of the line, you were more likely to get something nutritious. The guards and the capos were always vigilant to make sure we were not talking as we worked, or marched, or moved. It was only in the hut, at night, that we could speak freely. But as the days stretched into weeks, I found that it took too much energy to have a conversation anyway. Besides, what was there to say? If we spoke at all, it was of food. What we missed the most. Where in Poland you could find the finest hot chocolate, or the sweetest marzipan, or the richest petit fours. Sometimes when I would share a memory of a meal, I noticed the others listening. "It's because you don't just tell stories," Daria explained. "You paint with words." Maybe so, but that is the funny thing about paint. At the first cold splash of reality, it washes away, and the surface you are trying to cover is just as ugly as ever. Every morning, being marched to Canada, I would see Jews waiting in the groves until it was their turn at the crematoria. They were still wearing their clothes, and I wondered how long it might be before I found myself ripping the lining of that wool coat or digging into the pockets of those trousers. As I walked by, I kept my gaze trained on the ground. If I had been looking up, they would pity me, with my shaved head and my scarecrow body. If I had been looking up, they would see my face and know that what they were about to be told, that this shower was just a precaution before they were sent out to work, was a lie. If I had been looking up, I would have been tempted to shout out the truth, to tell them that the smell wasn't from a factory or kitchen, but from their own friends and relatives being incinerated. I would have started to scream, and maybe I would never have stopped. Some of the women prayed. I saw no point in that, since if there was a God, he would not have let this happen. Others said that the conditions at Auschwitz were so horrendous, God chose not to go there. If I prayed for anything, it was to fall asleep quickly without concentrating on my stomach digesting its own lining. So instead I went through the motions. Line up for appel, line up for work, line up for food, line up for work, march back to the barrack, line up for appel, line up for food, crawl into my bunk. The work I did was not hard, not compared to what some of the other women had to do. We got to step inside from the cold, into the sorting sheds. We hauled suitcases and clothing, but not stone. The most difficult part of my job was knowing that I was the last person who would touch the clothes this person had worn, who would see his face in photographs, who would read the love letters his wife had written. The hardest, of course, were the possessions of little boys and little girls. Toys, blankets, pretty patent leather shoes. No children survived here. They were the first to be sent to the showers. When I came upon their belongings, I sometimes started to cry. It was devastating to hold a teddy bear, because its owner never would again, before tossing it into a pile to be destroyed. I began to feel a great responsibility, as if my mind was a vessel, and I had the duty of keeping a record of those who were gone. We had ample opportunity to steal clothing, but the first thing I stole from Canada was not a scarf or a pair of warm socks. It was someone else's memories. I had promised myself that even if it meant getting a clout on the head from a guard, I would take that extra moment to look at the trappings of a life that was about to be obliterated from existence. I would touch the spectacles with reverence. I would tie the pink ribbons on the knit baby booties. I would memorize one of the addresses in a small leather-bound book of business contacts. The photographs, they were the hardest for me, because they were the only proof that this person, who had owned these undergarments and carried this suitcase, had been alive, had been happy. And it was my job to obliterate that evidence. But one day, I didn't. I waited for the guard to walk away from the row where I was working and opened up a photo album. Written carefully beneath each picture was a caption and a date. In the photos, everyone was smiling. I saw a young woman who must have been the owner of this suitcase smiling up into the face of a young man. I looked at their wedding picture, and at some vacation abroad, with the girl mugging for the camera. I wondered how many years ago this had been. Then came a series of photos of a baby, carefully captioned. Anya, 3 days. Anya sits up. Anya's first steps. First day of school. First tooth lost. And then the picture stopped. This child had the same name as the character in my story, which made her seem even more compelling. I could hear the guard yelling at one of the women behind me. Quickly, I popped one of the photos out of the little corner reinforcements that had held it in place. I slipped it up my sleeve. I panicked when the guard came back, certain that he had seen what I did, but instead he just told me to speed up my work. That first night, I went home with pictures of Anya, of Herschel, and Gerda, of a little boy named Chaim missing his 2 front teeth. The next day I was bold enough to take 8 photographs. Then I was put on a different detail, loading clothes into carts and transporting them to sheds. As soon as I was reassigned to sorting the belongings, I went back to tucking various photos up my sleeve and squirreling them in the straw of my bunk. I didn't see it as stealing. I saw it as archiving. Before I went to sleep, I would take out these photos, this growing deck of the dead, and whisper my way through their names. Anya, Herschel, Gerda, Chaim, Wolf, Mindele, Dvoire, Israel, Shimon, Elke, Rochel and Chaya, the twins. Elias, still wailing after his bris. Shendele, on her wedding day. As long as I remembered them, then they were still here. Daria was working next to me, and she had a toothache. I could see her shoulders shaking with the effort of not moaning. If you showed illness, you were an even bigger target than usual for the guards, who took a tiny snag of weakness and ripped it wide open. From the corner of my eye, I saw her lift up a small autograph book with a sequined cover. When we were little, Daria had had one just like it. We would stand outside the theater and fancy restaurants sometimes and wait for glamorous women in white fur coats and silver heels to exit on the arms of their handsome beaux. I have no idea if any of them were actually famous, but they seemed that way to us. Daria glanced furtively toward me and slid the book across the bench. I buried it beneath a coat whose lining I was ripping to shreds. The book was filled with ticket stubs from films and sketches of buildings, the wrapper from a mint candy, and a little poem that I recognized as a hand-clapping game. A hair ribbon, a swatch of tulle from a fancy dress, a winning ticket from a bakery giveaway. Written inside the back cover were 2 words, "Never forget." Inside the front cover, a photo had been glued of 2 girlfriends. "Gittele and me," the caption read. I didn't know who me was. There was no identifying information, and the handwriting, careful and loopy, belonged to a young girl. I decided I would call her Daria. I looked over at my friend and saw her wipe away a tear with her sleeve. She could have been wondering what became of her own sequined autograph book, or of the happy girl who had once owned it. If I had not seen the transformation myself, I would not have recognized Daria. The long, lithe dancer's body, of which I had been so jealous, was now a bag of bones. Beneath her clothing, the knobs of her spine stood out like fence posts. Her eyes were sunken, her lips chapped dry. She now bit her nails to the point where they bled. I'm pretty sure I looked just as awful to her as she did to me. I ripped out the page with the photograph and tucked it into my sleeve, a move that I now had down to a science. Suddenly, a hand reached over my shoulder and picked up the autograph book. Herr Dybbuk stood so close to me that I could smell the pine of his aftershave. I did not turn my head, did not speak or acknowledge him. I heard him rifling through the pages. Surely he would notice the spot in the front where something had been torn out. He moved away, throwing the book onto the heap of items to be burned. But for at least another quarter of an hour I could feel the heat of his stare on the back of my neck. And that day I stole nothing else from Canada. At night, Daria couldn't sleep. The pain was so bad. "Minka," she whispered, shivering against me, "if I die, you won't have a picture of me to save." "I won't need one, because you're not going to die," I told her. I knew her tooth was infected. Her breath smelled as if she was rotting from the inside out, and her cheek was swelled to twice its size. If the tooth didn't come out, She wasn't going to survive. I hugged her back to my front, giving her whatever body heat I still had. "Say them with me," I begged. "It will distract you." Daria shook her head. "It hurts. Please," I said. "Just try." I did not even need the photos anymore. Anja, Herschel, Gerda, Meyer, Wolf. With each name I spoke, I imagined the face in the picture. Then the thinnest thread of Daria's voice responded, "Mindele? That's right. Dvoire, Israel." "Shimon," Daria added. "Elke. Rochel and Chaye. Elias. Fischl and Liba. And Bele. Lebush, Moishe, Braina, Gittele, and Daria." By then she had stopped reciting with me. Her body went lax. I checked to make sure she was still breathing, and then I let myself fall asleep. The next day, Daria woke with a swollen, red face, her skin on fire. She couldn't drag herself out of bed, so I had to do it for her, bearing her weight and hauling her to the toilets and then back to the bunk to make our bed. When the beast came in, I was waiting to volunteer to get the gruel, because hauling the pot entitled me to an extra ration. I gave it to Daria, who was too weak to even lift the bowl to her mouth. I tried to coax her to open her mouth by singing the way Basha had sung to Meyer when he refused to eat. "You can't sing," she croaked, smiling the tiniest bit, and it was just enough for me to get some of the liquid inside. I hauled her upright during appel, praying that the head officer, the one with the shudder in his arm, whom I thought of now as Herr Tremor, didn't notice she was ailing. Herr Tremor might have had some kind of condition that led him to quiver like that, but it wasn't severe enough to keep him from meting out brutal punishment with his own hands. Last week, when a new girl turned left instead of right at his command, he disciplined the whole block. We had to do calisthenics for 2 hours in a cold, driving rain. Needless to say, with so many women starving, at least 10 collapsed, and when they did, Herr Tremor walked through the mud and kicked them where they lay. But today he seemed in a rush. Instead of making an example of us or singling women out for punishment, he hurried through the counting and dismissed the capos. I was on a mission. Not only did I have to cover for Daria and do twice the work, but I had to find something in particular that I could steal, something sharp and small, something capable of knocking out a tooth. I managed to set Daria beside me at the sorting bench and paced myself so that every time she had to bring a valuable to the locked box in the center of the barracks, I had to go too. By the end of the day, though, I had not found a single item that would work. 3 pairs of false teeth, a wedding gown, tubes of lipstick, but nothing pointed and strong. And then, in one leather satchel, slipped into a torn silk lining, was a fountain pen. My hand closed around it with an ache. Holding a pen felt so normal that my past, which I had surgically separated from the current state of my existence, came rushing back. I could see myself curled in the window of my father's bakery, writing my book. I could remember chewing on the tip of a pen as I heard the dialogue of Anja and Alexander in my head. The story flowed like blood from my hand. Sometimes it seemed that I was simply channeling a film that was already playing, that I was only the projector instead of the creator. When I wrote, I felt untethered, impossibly free. And right now, I barely remembered what that was like. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed writing in the weeks I'd been here. Real writers can't not write, Herr Bauer had once told me when we were discussing Goethe. That is how you know, Fräulein Levin, if you are destined for the life of a poet. My fingers itched, curling around the instrument. I did not even know if there was ink inside. To test it, I pressed the nib against the numbers that had been burned into my left forearm. The ink flowed, a beautiful black Rorschach blot, covering up what they had done to me. I slipped the pen into my jacket. This was for Daria, I reminded myself, not for me. That night I enlisted the help of another girl to prop Daria up at the evening appel. She could barely stand by the time we were sent back to the block 2 hours later. She wouldn't let me even touch her cheek, so that I could open her lips and see how bad the infection had become. Her forehead was so hot it blistered against my hand. "Daria," I said, "you have to trust me." She shook her head, near delirium. "Leave me alone," she wailed. "I will, after I knock out that stupid tooth." My comment cut through whatever haze she was in. "Like hell you will. Shut up and open your mouth," I muttered, but when I went to grab her chin, she reared away. "Is it going to hurt?" I nodded, looking her right in the eye. "Yes. If I had any gas, I'd give it to you." Daria started to laugh, faintly at first, and then a loud bark, one that made the other girls turn around in their bunks. "Gas!" she wheezed. "You don't have any gas?" I realized how silly this was, given the mass extermination that was going on just yards away from our hut. Suddenly, I was laughing, too. It was inappropriate and awful gallows humor, and we could not stop. We collapsed against each other, snorting and hooting, until everyone else got disgusted with us and looked away. When we finally could control ourselves, we had our emaciated arms around each other, the gangly limbs of 2 tangled praying mantises. "If you can't anesthetize me," Daria said, "then distract me, okay?" "I could sing," I suggested. "You want to cause more pain or prevent it?" She looked at me, desperate. "Tell me a story." I nodded. I took the pen out of my pocket and tried to clean it as best I could, which wasn't easy given that my clothes were filthy. Then I looked at my best friend, my only friend. I couldn't tell her a memory from our childhood because that would be too upsetting. I couldn't spin a yarn about our future because we barely had one. There was really only one story I knew by heart. The one I'd been writing, the one Daria had been reading for years.
My father trusted me with the details of his death, I began, the words rising rote from some deep cave of my mind. "Anya," he would say, "no whiskey at my funeral. I want the finest blackberry wine. No weeping, mind you, just dancing. And when they lower me into the ground, I want a fanfare of trumpets and white butterflies." A character, that was my father. He was the village baker, and every day, in addition to the loaves he would make for the town, he would create a single roll for me that was as unique as it was delicious. A twist like a princess's crown, dough mixed with sweet cinnamon and the richest chocolate. The secret ingredient, he said, was his love for me, and this made it taste better than anything else I had ever eaten. I opened Daria's mouth gently and positioned the pen at the root of her swollen gum. I lifted a stone I had pried from the latrines. We lived on the outskirts of a village so small that everyone knew everyone else by name. Our home was made of river stone, with a thatched roof, The hearth where my father baked heated the entire cottage. I would sit at the kitchen table, shelling peas that I grew in the small garden out back, as my father opened the door of the brick oven and slid the peel inside to take out crusty round loaves of bread. The red embers glowed, outlining the strong muscles of his back as he sweated through his tunic. "I don't want a summer funeral, Anya," he would say. "Make sure instead I die on a cool day when there's a nice breeze, before the birds fly south, so that they can sing for me." I would pretend to take note of his requests. I didn't mind the macabre conversation. My father was too strong for me to believe any of these requests of his would ever come to pass. Some of the others in the village found it strange, the relationship I had with my father, the fact that we could joke about this. But my mother had died when I was an infant, and all we had was each other.
I looked down to see Daria finally relaxed, caught in the gauze of my words. But I realized, too, that the whole hut had gone quiet. All the women were listening to me. "My father trusted me with the details of his death," I said, raising the rock directly above the pen. "But in the end, I was too late." Swiftly I smashed the stone into the pen, a makeshift chisel. The sound that Daria made was unearthly. She reared up as if she'd been run through with a sword. I fell back, horrified by what I'd done, as she clutched her hands to her mouth and rolled away from me. When she looked up, her eyes were bright red, the blood vessels having burst from the force of her scream. Blood streamed down her chin, too, as if she herself was an upjur after a kill. "I'm so sorry," I cried. "I didn't mean to hurt you." "Minka," she said, through the blood, through her tears. She grabbed my hand, or at least that's what I thought she was doing, until I realized she was trying to give me something. In her palm was a broken, rotted tooth. The next day, Daria's fever had broken. I again carried the breakfast rations from the kitchen so that I could get an extra helping for Daria to build up her strength. When she smiled at me, I could see the gap where her tooth had been, a black chasm. A new woman joined us in the block that evening. She was from Radom, and she had given her 3-year-old to her elderly mother at the loading ramp, on the whispered advice of one of the men in striped uniforms. She could not stop crying. "If I'd known," she sobbed, choking on the truth, "if I'd known why he said that, I never would have done it." "Then you would both be dead," said Esther, the woman who, at age 52, was the oldest one in the block. She worked with us in Canada and had a steady black market business, trading cigarettes and clothing that were pilfered from the suitcases for extra rations. This new woman could not stop crying. That was not an unusual phenomenon, but this particular crier, she was a loud one, and we were all exhausted from lack of food and long hours of labor. We were getting upset listening to her. It was worse than the rabbi's daughter from Lublin, who prayed out loud the whole night through. "Minka," Esther said finally, when this woman had been wailing for hours, "do something." "What can I do?" I couldn't bring back her child, or her mother. I couldn't undo what had happened. To be honest, I was annoyed with the woman. That's how inhuman I had become. We had all suffered losses like she had, after all. What made hers so special that it had to rob us of our precious hours of sleep? "If we cannot shut her up," another girl said, "then maybe we can drown her out." There was a chorus of agreement. "Where were you up to, Minka?" Esther asked. At first I did not know what she was talking about, but then I realized that these women wanted to hear the story I had written, the one I had used to calm Daria the night before. If it worked as an anesthetic, why wouldn't it numb the pain of hearing this mother weep for her baby? They sat like reeds on the edge of a pond, fragile and swaying slightly against each other for support. I could see the shine of their eyes in the dark. "Go on," Daria said, elbowing me. "You have a captive audience." So I started to speak of Anya, for whom the day had started like any other, how it was colder than usual for October, how the leaves had blustered off the limbs of the trees into small cyclones that danced like devils around her boots, which was how she knew that something bad was going to happen. Her father had taught her that, as well as everything else she knew: how to tie her shoes, how to navigate by the stars, how to see a monster who was hiding behind the face of a man. I spoke of the people of the village who were on edge. Some farm animals had been slaughtered, pet dogs had gone missing. There seemed to be a predator in their midst. I told them about Damien, the captain of the guard, who wanted Anya to marry him, and wasn't above using force to make that happen. How he told the nervous mob that if they stayed within the walls of the village, they would be safe. I had written that part just after moving to the ghetto, when I still believed that. It was quiet in the block. The rabbi's daughter wasn't praying anymore. The new woman's sobs had quieted. I described Damien taking the last baguette Anya had to sell at market, how he held his coins out of reach until she agreed to kiss him, how she left in a hurry with her empty basket and his eyes boring into her back. There was a stream that separated the cottage from the house, I said, speaking in Anya's narrative voice.
And my father had placed a wide plank across it so that we could get from one side to the other. But today, when I reached it, I bent to drink, to wash away the bitter taste of Damien that was still on my lips. I cupped my hands. The water, I said, ran red. I set down the basket I was carrying and followed the bank upstream, and then I saw it.
"Saw what?" Esther murmured. I remembered in that minute what my mother had told me about being a mensch, about putting others' welfare before your own. I looked at the new woman until she met my gaze. "You'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out," I said. Sometimes all you need to live one more day is a good reason to stick around. It was Esther who told me to write it down. "You never know," she said. "Maybe one day you will be famous." I laughed at that. Or more likely, the story will die with me. But I knew what she was asking. For the narrative to exist, so that it could be read and reread even if I was taken away. Stories outlive their writers all the time. We know plenty about Goethe and Charles Dickens from what tales they chose to tell, even though they have been dead for years. I think, in the end, that's why I did it. Because there would be no photograph of me for someone to steal or to memorize. There was no family at home anymore to think of me. Maybe I wasn't even remarkable enough to be remembered. Looking like I did these days, I was just another prisoner, another number. If I had to die in this hellhole, and the odds were very good that would happen, then maybe someone else would survive and tell their children the story a girl had told at night in the block. Fiction is like that, once it is released into the world. Contagious, persistent. Like the contents of Pandora's box, a story that's freely given can't be contained anymore. It becomes infectious, spreading from the person who created it to the person who listens and passes it on. Ironically, it was the photographs that made it possible. One day, while reciting my litany, I dropped the deck of faces on the floor. Hurrying to gather them again, I realized that some were face down. On the white cardboard of one photo, I read, Moishe, 10 months. Someone had written that. It was a small square, smaller than what I was used to, but it was paper. And I had dozens of them. And a fountain pen. Having something to live for went both ways. I would play Scheherazade for the block every night, weaving a story of Anya and Alexander until they lived and breathed the way we did. But then I would write by the light of the moon for a few hours, to the even snores and occasional whimpers of the other women. To safeguard my work, I wrote in German. If these note cards were ever found, I had no doubt the punishment would be severe, but maybe less so if the guards could read the language and recognized it as a story, instead of thinking they were secret notes to be passed between prisoners to incite rebellion. I wrote from memory, adding bits and pieces as I edited my way through the story, always elaborating on scenes where food was described. I described in the greatest detail the crumb of that delicious roll Anya's father bakes for her. The way she could taste the butter in its flaky crust, the heat that stayed trapped on the soft palate, the burst of cinnamon on the tip of her tongue. I wrote until the fountain pen bled itself dry, until as much of my story as possible was scratched in tiny, careful prose on the backs of over 100 faces of the dead. Raus! One minute I was asleep, dreaming that I had been brought to a room with a table a kilometer long, on which there were heaps of food, and that I had to eat my way from one end to the other before I would be allowed to leave. The next, the beast was smacking the straw of the bunk indiscriminately with a metal rod, her blows landing on my back and my thigh before I managed to scramble down from the perch. Her back was to me, and she was yelling. Several guards filled the block and began to shove women out of the way, yanking the thin blankets off the bunks and sweeping the straw off the wooden planks. They were looking for contraband. Sometimes we knew about an inspection. I don't know how, but rumors would reach us, so that there was time to hide whatever you had squirreled away in your bunk on your person instead. Today, though, there had been no warning. I remembered the novel that had been confiscated weeks ago, the one that led to the injuries that caused Agnat's death. In my bunk, buried under the straw where I had laid last night, was the deck of photos with my story written out. One girl was dragged outside when a guard found a hidden radio. We had been listening to it at night, to Chopin and Liszt and Bach, and once a Tchaikovsky ballet that Daria had danced to in a recital in Łódź, which made her cry in her sleep. Sometimes there would be bursts of news in between, and from these I learned that the German offensive was not going well, that they could not reconquer Belgium. I knew that the United States had continued to advance after landing in France this summer. I told myself it was only a matter of time, surely, before this war was over. If I could survive the moments like this one, anyway. The beast stuck her hand into the straw of the bunk below mine and pulled out what looked like a small rock wrapped in paper. She brought it to her mouth, licked it. "Who sleeps here?" she demanded. The 5 girls who crammed into the tiny space stepped forward, holding tightly to each other's hands. "Who stole this chocolate?" the beast asked. The girls looked completely bewildered. It was entirely possible that someone savvier at the last minute had shoved her stash of contraband into the straw of their bunk to save herself. At any rate, they stood mute, staring down at the cold dirt floor. The blokkelteste grabbed the hair of one of the girls. Like the rest of us who worked in Canada, we were allowed to grow ours out. Mine was about an inch long now. It was only one of the many things about that job assignment that made people jealous. The guards there called us fat swine, because we looked healthier than most of the female prisoners, since we could steal bits of food we found in suitcases. "Is it yours?" the beast yelled. The girl shook her head. I didn't... "Maybe this will jog your memory," she said, and she swung her metal rod across the front of all 5 of their faces, breaking teeth and noses and driving them to their knees. She kicked between their fallen bodies to search the straw of our bunk. My heart started up like a machine gun. Sweat broke out on my temples. I saw her hand close around the deck of photographs, which I had secured with a thread pulled from the hem of my uniform dress. As the beast untied the bow, Daria stepped forward. "They belong to me." My jaw dropped. I knew exactly what she was doing, paying me back for saving her life. Before I could speak, another woman stepped forward, too. The one who'd arrived only 3 nights before, the one who could not stop weeping over the loss of her son and her mother. I still did not even know her name. "She is lying," the woman said. "They're mine." "They're both lying." I looked at the woman, wondering about her motivation. Was she trying to rescue me? Or just die herself? "She doesn't work in Canada, and she," I nodded at Daria, "does not speak German." One moment I was standing, drenched in bravado, and the next I was being hauled out of the block. It was pouring outside, and the wind raged like a dragon. One of my wooden shoes got stuck in the mud. I had just enough time to grab for it before it got left behind. If you did not have shoes, you would not survive, period. Standing in the center of the courtyard, rain pelting his wool uniform, was the SS officer I called Herr Tremor. There was no shudder in his grasp as he lifted a whip and brought it down on the back of the girl from my block who had hidden the radio. She lay face down in a puddle. After each blow, he yelled at her to get up, and each time she did, he struck her again. I would be next. An uncontrollable shiver ran down the length of me. My teeth were chattering, my nose running. I wondered if he would kill the girl who stole the chocolate. Or me, for that matter. It is a strange thing to contemplate dying. I found myself thinking of the criteria I had once kept for my father as an inside joke. I had criteria of my own now. When I die, please make it fast. If there is a bullet, aim for my heart, not my head. It would be good if it did not hurt. I'd rather die of a sudden blow than an infection. I'd even welcome the gas. Maybe that just felt like going to sleep and never waking up. I do not know when I started thinking of the mass extermination at this camp as being humane. Thinking like the Germans, I supposed. But if the alternative was to waste away to a corpse, as my mind shut down by degrees due to starvation, well then, maybe it was best to just get this over with. As we approached Herr Tremor, he looked up, the rain sleeting across his features. His eyes, I noticed, were like glass, pale and practically silver, like a mirror. "I am not done here," he said in German. "Should we wait, Schutzhaftlagerführer?" asked the guard. "I have no intention of standing around all day in this pissing rain because some animals cannot follow rules," he said. I lifted my chin. Very precisely, in German, I said, "Ich bin kein Tier." I am not an animal. His gaze narrowed on mine. I immediately looked down at my feet. He lifted his right hand, the one holding the whip, and cracked it across my cheekbone, so that my head snapped to the side. "Da irrst du dich." "You are mistaken." I fell to my knees in the mud, holding one hand up to my cheek. The tail of the whip had cut a gash under my eye. Blood mixed with rain, running down my chin. The girl on the ground beside me caught my gaze. Her uniform had been flayed open. The flesh of her back was peeled back like the petals of a rose. Behind me, I could hear conversation. The guards who had brought me here were telling someone else, someone new, what my infraction was. This new officer stepped over me. "Schutzhaftlagerführer," a voice said. "You are busy here. With your permission, perhaps I can help you." I could see only the back of his uniform and his gloved hands, which were clasped behind him. His boots were so shiny that I stared at them, wondering how he could walk through so much mud without getting them filthy. I could not believe that was what I was thinking about the minute before I was to be killed. Herr Tremor shrugged and turned back to the girl on the ground beside me. The other officer walked off. I was hauled upright and taken across the compound, past Canada, to the administrative building where this officer entered. He shouted an order at the guards, and I was brought downstairs to some kind of cell. I heard a heavy lock being snapped into place after the door was sealed. There was no light. The walls and the floor were made of stone. It was like an old wine cellar, slightly damp, with moss that made everything slippery. I sat with my back against the wall, sometimes pressing my swollen cheek to the cool stones. The one time I dozed off, I awakened to the feel of a mouse running up my leg beneath my work dress. After that, I stood. Several hours passed. The cut on my face stopped bleeding. I wondered if the officer had forgotten about me or if he was just saving me for punishment after the rain stopped, so that Herr Tremor could take his time hurting me. By then my cheek had inflamed so badly that my eye was swollen shut. When I heard the door being opened again, I winced at the beam of light that fell into the cramped space. I was brought to an office. Hauptscharführer F. Hartmann, it said on the door. There was a large wooden desk, and many filing cabinets, and an ornate chair, the kind you always found lawyers sitting in. In that chair was the officer in charge of Canada, and spread out in front of him, across the green blotter of his desk and various papers and files, were all of my photographs, flipped onto their bellies, to reveal my story. I knew what Herr Tremor was capable of. I saw it every day at Appel. In a way, Herr Dybbuk was more frightening, because I had no idea what to expect from him. He was in charge of Canada, and I had stolen from him, and the evidence was displayed between us. "Leave us," he said to the guard who had brought me. There was a window behind the officer. I watched the rain strike the glass, reveling in the simple fact that I was inside and warm. I was standing in a room where there was faint classical music playing on the radio. If not for the fact that I was probably about to be beaten to death, I would have counted this as the first moment since arriving at the camp that I felt normal. "So, you speak German," he said in his native tongue. I nodded. "Ja, Herr Hauptscharführer." "And you can apparently write it, too?" My eyes flickered toward the photographs. "I studied in school," I replied. He passed me a pad of paper and a pen. "Prove it." He began to walk around the room, reciting a poem. "Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten, dass ich so traurig bin. Ein Märchen aus uralten Zeiten, das kommt mir nicht aus dem Sinn." I knew the poem. I had studied it with Herr Bauer, and had once taken an examination on this very dictation, for which I received the highest marks. I translated in my head, "I wish I knew the meaning. A sadness has fallen on me, the ghost of an ancient legend that will not let me be." "Die Luft ist kühl und es dunkelt," the Hauptscharführer continued. "Und ruhig fließt der Rhein." The air is cool in the twilight, and gently flows the Rhine. "Der Gipfel des Berges funkelt," I added under my breath. "Im Abendsonnenschein." He had heard me. He took the pad and checked my transcription. Then he looked up, staring at me as if I were a creature he had never seen before. "You know this work?" I nodded. "The Lorelei, by Heinrich Heine." "Ein unbekannter Verfasser," he corrected. "Anonymous." That was when I remembered that Heinrich Heine had been Jewish. "You realize that you stole material from the Reich," he murmured. "Yes, I know," I burst out. "I'm sorry. It was a mistake." He raised his brows. It was a mistake to willfully steal something? No, it was a mistake to think the photographs didn't matter to the Reich. He opened his mouth and then snapped it shut. He could not admit that the photographs were valuable, because that was tantamount to admitting that those who were killed had worth. But he couldn't admit that the photos were meaningless, because doing so would dilute his argument for punishing me. "That is not the point," he said finally. "The point is that they do not belong to you." The officer sank back into his chair, rapping his fingers on his desk. He picked up one of the pictures and flipped it over to the side with writing on it. "This story. Where is the rest of it?" I imagined the guards ransacking the block, trying to find more photographs with writing. When they didn't, would they just start hurting people until someone gave them the answer they wanted? "I haven't written it yet," I confessed. This surprised him. I realized he had assumed I was simply recounting a tale I'd read elsewhere. I wasn't supposed to be intelligent enough to create something like this. "You," he said, "you made up this monster, this upjur?" "Yes," I answered. "Well, I mean, no. In Poland, everyone knows about the upjur. But this particular one, he is a figment of my imagination." "Most girls write of love. You choose to write about a beast," he said thoughtfully. We were speaking in German. We were having a conversation about writing. As if at any moment he might not take out his pistol and shoot me in the head. "Your choice of topic reminds me of another mythical beast," he said. "The Donestre. You have heard of it?" Was this a test? A trick? Was it a euphemism for some kind of corporal punishment? Was my treatment dependent on my answer? I knew of Wodnik, water demon, and Dziwożona, dryads, but they were Polish legends. What if I lied and said yes? Would I be worse off than if I told the truth and said no? The ancient Greeks, which is what I studied in school, wrote of the Donestre. It had the head of a lion and the body of a man. It could speak all the languages of the human race, which, as you might imagine, the Hauptscharführer said dryly, came in handy. I looked into my lap. I wondered what he would think if he knew my nickname for him, Herr Dybbuk, referred to yet another mythical beast. Like your upjur, this brute killed freely and devoured its prey. But the Donestre had one particular trait. It would save the severed head of its victim, sit beside it, and weep. He fixed his gaze on me until I glanced up. Why do you think that was? I swallowed. I had never heard of this Donestre, but I knew the upjur Alexander better than I knew myself. I had lived, breathed, birthed that character. Perhaps some monsters, I said quietly, still have a conscience. The officer's nostrils flared. He stood up and came around the desk, and I immediately cowered, throwing up my arm to block the blow. You realize, he said, his voice practically a whisper, for stealing, I could make an example of you, publicly flog you, like the prisoner the Schutzhaftlagerführer was punishing earlier. Or kill you. Tears sprang to my eyes. As it turned out, I was not too proud to plead for my meager life. Please don't. I'll do anything. The Hauptscharführer hesitated. Then tell me, he said, what happens next? To say I was stunned would be an understatement. Not only did the Hauptscharführer not lay a hand on me, but he kept me in his office for the rest of the day, typing out lists of all the items that had been salvaged in Canada. These, I would learn, were sent to various places around Europe that were still controlled by the Germans, along with the goods themselves. This, he told me, was my new assignment. I would take dictation, type letters, answer the phone, in German of course, and take messages for him. When he left to walk through the barracks of Canada, his usual routine, he did not leave me alone. Instead, he had another officer stand guard inside the office to make sure I did not do anything suspicious. The whole time I was typing, my fingers shook on the keys. When the Hauptscharführer returned, he sat down at his desk without saying a word. He began to punch numbers into an adding machine. Its long white tongue curled over the edge of his desk as he worked his way through a stack of papers. By late afternoon, my head was swimming. Unlike in Canada, I had not been given soup at lunch. However limited that sustenance was, it was still food. When the Hauptscharführer came back after one of his patrols of Canada with a muffin and a coffee, my stomach growled so loudly that I knew that in our close quarters he could hear it. Shortly afterward there was a knock on the office door, and I jumped in my chair. The Hauptscharführer called out for the visitor to enter. I kept my eyes trained on the page in front of me, but immediately recognized the voice of the Schutzhaftlagerführer, which sounded like smoke falling over the edge of a blade. "What a piss-hole of a day," he said, throwing open the door. "Come, I need to dull my senses at the canteen before I have to suffer through appel." The hair on the back of my neck prickled. He had to suffer through appel? His eyes fell on me, head bent, diligently typing. "Well," he said, "what is this?" "I needed a secretary, Rainer. I told you that a month ago. The amount of paper that gets processed through this office grows bigger every day." "And I told you I'd take care of it. It was taking you too long. Write me up if it makes you feel better." He shrugged. "I took matters into my own hands." The Schutzhaftlagerführer walked around me in a half-circle. "By taking one of my workers?" "One of my workers," the Hauptscharführer said. "Without my permission? For God's sake, Rainer, you can find another. This one happens to be fluent in German." "Wirklich?" he said. "Really?" He was talking to me. But since I had my back to him, I didn't know he was waiting for a response. Suddenly, something crashed down on the back of my skull. I fell out of my chair onto my knees, reeling. "You will answer when you are spoken to." The Schutzhaftlagerführer stood over me with his hand raised. Before he could strike me again, his brother took a firm grasp of his arm. "I would request that you trust me to discipline my own staff." The Schutzhaftlagerführer's eyes glittered. "You would ask this of your superior, Franz?" "No," the Hauptscharführer replied. "I would ask this of my brother." The tension dissipated then, like steam through a window. "So, you've decided to adopt a pet?" The Schutzhaftlagerführer laughed. "You would not be the first officer to do so, although I question your judgment when there are fine Volksdeutsche girls who are ready and willing." I dragged myself onto the chair again, running my tongue across my teeth to make sure none had been knocked loose. I wondered if this was what the Hauptscharführer planned for me, if I'd been brought here to be his whore. That was a whole new level of punishment I hadn't considered. I had not yet heard of a female prisoner being sexually abused by an officer. It was not that they were such gentlemen, but relationships were against the rules, and these officers were big on rules. Plus, we were Jews, and therefore completely undesirable. To lie with one of us was to lie with vermin. "Let's talk about this in the canteen," the Hauptscharführer suggested. He left the remains of his muffin on his desk. As he passed me, he said, "You will clean up my desk while I'm gone." I nodded, looking away. I could feel the Schutzhaftlagerführer's eyes raking over my face, my knobby body hidden beneath the work dress. "Just remember, Franz," he said, "stray dogs bite." This time the Hauptscharführer did not have a junior officer babysit me. Instead, he locked me into the office. This trust unnerved me. The interest in my writing, the news that he was making me his secretary, a job that would allow me to be warm all day long, now that winter was coming, and that could not be considered hard labor by any means. Why show me kindness if he planned to rape me? So, it's not rape. The thought fell like a stone into the well of my mind. It would never happen. I'd slit my throat with a letter opener before I developed any kind of relationship with an SS officer. I silently sent a thank you to Aaron, who had been my first, so that this German did not have to be. I crossed to his desk. How long had it been since I had a muffin? My father had baked them sometimes, with stone-ground cornmeal and the finest white sugar. This one was dark, with currants caught in the cake. I pressed my fingers to the wax paper, gathering up the crumbs. Half of it I tucked into a little torn corner of the paper and slipped into my dress, saving it for later. I would share it with Daria. Then I licked my fingers clean. The flavor nearly brought me to my knees. I drank the last sips of coffee, too, before carefully putting the paper into the trash and drying the cup. Immediately, I began to panic. What if this was not a show of trust, but another test? What if he came back and checked the garbage can to see if I had stolen his food? I played out the scenarios in my mind. The two brothers would enter, and the Schutzhaftlagerführer would say, "I told you so, Franz," and then the Hauptscharführer would shrug and turn me over to his brother for the whipping I had been expecting this morning. If stealing photographs from the dead was bad, surely taking food that belonged to an officer was much worse. By the time the Hauptscharführer unlocked the office door and entered again, alone, I was so nervous that my teeth were chattering. He frowned at me. "You are cold?" I could smell beer on his breath. I nodded, although I had not been this warm for weeks. He did not look in the trash. He glanced around the room cursorily, then sat down on the corner of his desk and picked up the stack of photographs. "I must confiscate these. You understand?" "Yes," I whispered. It took me a moment to realize that he was holding something out to me. A small leather journal and a fountain pen. "You will take these instead." Hesitantly, I took the gifts. The pen was heavy in my hand. It was all I could do to not hold the journal up to my nose, breathe in the scent of the paper and the hide. "This arrangement," he said formally, "it suits you?" As if I had a choice. Was I willing to trade my body in order to feed my mind? Because that was the deal he was striking, or so his brother had said. For a price, I could write all I wanted, and I would be assigned to a job anyone else would have killed for. When I did not answer, he sighed and stood. "Come," he said. I started shaking again, so violently that he stepped away from me. It was time for me to pay up. I crossed my arms, hugging the journal to my chest, wondering where he would take me. To officers' quarters, I supposed. I could do this. I would go somewhere else in my mind. I would close my eyes and I would think of Anya and Alexander and a world I could control. Just as my story had calmed Daria, just as it had soothed the others in my block, I would use it to numb myself. I clenched my teeth as we walked outside. Although it was no longer raining, there were massive mud puddles. The Hauptscharführer strode right through them in his heavy boots as I struggled to keep up, but instead of turning toward the other side of the camp where the officers lived, he led me to the entrance to my block. The women had already come back from work and were waiting for Appell. The Hauptscharführer called for the Blockälteste, who immediately began to ingratiate herself. "This prisoner will now be working for me," he announced. "This book and pen she holds are my possessions. Should they go missing, you will personally answer to me and to the Schutzhaftlagerführer. Is that clear?" The beast nodded, mute. Behind her there was a buzz of silence. The curiosity of the other women was palpable. Then the Hauptscharführer turned to me. "By tomorrow, 10 more pages." And then, instead of taking me to his quarters and raping me, he left. The beast immediately sneered. "He may be protecting you now, but when he gets tired of what's between your legs, he'll find someone else." I pushed past her to where Daria was waiting. "What did he do to you?" she asked, grabbing onto my forearms. "I've been worried sick all day." I sank down, taking in everything that happened, the strangest turn of events. "He did absolutely nothing," I told her. "No punishment. If anything, I got a promotion because I can speak German. I'm working for an officer who recites poetry and who asked for more of my Upur story." Daria's brow furrowed. "What does he want?" "I don't know," I answered, amazed. "He didn't touch me. And look." I took the muffin crumbs from where they were tucked in the waistband of my dress and let her have them. "He saved this for me." "He gave you food?" Daria gasped. "Well, not exactly, but he left it behind." Daria tasted the muffin. Her eyes drifted shut, pure rapture. But a moment later she fixed her gaze on me. "You can put a pig in a ball gown, Minka. That doesn't make it a debutante." The next morning, after Appell, I presented myself at the Hauptscharführer's office. He was not there, but a junior officer who was waiting unlocked the door for me so that I could go inside. I realized that he was probably at Canada, patrolling the barracks where Daria and the others worked. There was a stack of forms to be typed on my makeshift desk beside the typewriter. Hanging on the back of the chair was a woman's cardigan sweater. This is how my routine settled. Every morning I would report to the Hauptscharführer's office. There would be work waiting for me while he made his rounds in Canada. At midday, the Hauptscharführer brought lunch from the main camp back to his office. Often he got a second ration of soup or a slice of bread. Yet he never finished either. Instead, he would leave these in the trash when he left the office, knowing full well I would eat them. Every day as he ate his lunch, I would read aloud what I had written the night before. And then he would ask me questions. Does Anya know that Damien is trying to frame Alexander? Will we ever see Casimir committing murder? But most of his questions were about Alexander. Is the love you feel for a brother different from the love you feel for a woman? Would you sacrifice one for the other? What must it cost Alex to hide who he really is in order to save Anya? I could not admit this even to Daria, but I began to look forward to going to work. In particular, to lunchtime. It was as if the camp fell away while I was reading to the Hauptscharführer. He listened so carefully that it made me forget that outside there were guards abusing prisoners, and people being gassed to death, and men pulling their bodies from the shower rooms to stack like wood in the crematoria. When I was reading my own work, I got lost in the story, and I could have been anywhere, back in my bedroom in Łódź, scribbling down ideas in the hallway outside Herr Bauer's classroom, sharing a hot cocoa at a cafe with Daria, curled in the window seat at my father's bakery. I was not stupid enough to presume that the officer and I were equals, but during those moments I felt at least as if my voice still mattered. One day, the Hauptscharführer tilted back his chair and propped his boots on his desk as I read to him. I had reached a cliffhanger, the moment where Anya enters the dank cave looking for Alexander and instead finds his brutal brother. My voice shook as I described her navigating her way in the darkness, her boots crunching on the hard-backed shells of beetles and the tails of rats.
A torch flickered on the damp walls of the cave.
He frowned. Torches don't flicker. Firelight does. And even so, that's too cliched. I looked up at him. I never quite knew what to say when he criticized my writing like this. Was I supposed to defend myself? Or was that presuming that I had any say in this strange partnership? Firelight dances like a ballerina, the Hauptscharführer said. It hovers like a ghost. You see? I nodded, making a note in the margin of the book. Go on, he commanded.
There was a sudden draft, and the torch illuminating my path was extinguished. I stood shivering in the dark, unable to see even a foot in front of myself. Then I heard a rustle, a movement. I spun around. "Alexander?" I whispered. "Is that you?"
I looked up to find the Hauptscharführer hanging on my words.
In the dark there was a soft growl, almost a purr, the rasp of a match, a scent of sulphur. The torch blazed to life again. Crouched before me in a pool of blood was a man with wild eyes and knotted hair. More blood dripped from his mouth and covered his hands, which held a haunch of meat. I fell back, struggling to find air. That haunch of meat he was devouring had a hand, fingers. They were still clutching the top of a gilded cane I couldn't have forgotten if I tried. Baruch Beiler was no longer missing.
There was a knock at the door. A junior officer stuck his head inside. "Herr Hauptscharführer," he said, "it is already 2:00. I snapped the book shut and began to roll a new form into my typewriter. "I am fully capable of telling time," the Hauptscharführer called out. "It will be time to go when I say it is time to go." He waited for the door to close. "You will not start typing yet," he said. "Continue." I nodded, fumbling with the leather journal again and clearing my throat.
I felt my vision fading, my head spinning. "It wasn't a wild animal," I forced out. "It was you." The cannibal smiled, his teeth slick and stained crimson. "Wild animal. Ou pure. Why split hairs?"
The Hauptscharführer laughed.
"You killed Baruch Beiler." "Hypocrite! Can you honestly say you didn't wish him dead?" I considered all the times the man had come to the cottage, demanding tax money we didn't have, extorting deals from my father that only dragged us deeper and deeper into debt. I looked at this beast and suddenly felt like I was going to be sick. My father, I whispered. You killed him, too? When the Upur didn't answer, I flew at him, using my nails and my fury as weapons. I raked at his flesh and kicked and swung. Either I would avenge my father's death or I would die trying.
I continued describing the arrival of Alex, the torture of Anya, as she tried to reconcile the man she was falling in love with a man whose brother was a beast. And what, after all, did that make him? I spoke of her frantic flight from the cave, of Alex chasing after her, of her accusation that he'd had the power to keep her father from being murdered, and didn't.
Your father is not the only person to ever love you,
I read.
And you cannot blame Casimir for his death. He turned away so that his face was in shadow, because I am the one who killed him.
When I finished, my final words remained trapped in the office like the smoke of a rich man's cigar, redolent and sharp. The Hauptscharführer clapped, slowly, twice, and then with sustained fervor. "Brava!" he said. "I did not see that coming." I blushed. "Thank you." Folding the journal closed again, I sat with my hands in my lap, waiting to be dismissed. But instead, the Hauptscharführer leaned forward. "Tell me more about him," he said. "Alexander." "But I've read you all I have written up to this point." "Yes, but you know more than you've written. Was he born a murderer?" "That's not how it works with an Upur. You have to be the victim of an unnatural death." "And yet," the Hauptscharführer pointed out, "both Alexander and Casimir suffered the same unfortunate fate. Coincidence? Or just bad luck?" He was talking about my characters as if they were real, which, to me, they were. "Casimir died while avenging Alexander's murder," I said, "which is why Alex feels the need to protect him now. And since Casimir is the younger Upur, he is not yet able to control his appetite the way Alexander can." "So, in theory, both of these men had normal childhoods. They had parents who loved them, and who took them to church and celebrated their birthdays. They went to school. They worked as paper boys or laborers or artists. And then, one day, due to circumstances, they awakened with a terrible thirst for blood." "That's what the legends say." "But you are the writer. You can say anything," he pointed out. "Look at Anya. In that one moment she was ready to kill the man she believed had murdered her father, and yet she is painted as a heroine." I had not thought about this, but it was true. There was no black and white. Someone who had been good her entire life could, in fact, do something evil. Anya was just as capable of committing murder, under the right circumstances, as any monster. Was there something in their upbringing, in their history, in their genetics that made them the way they are now? The Hauptscharführer asked. Some fatal hidden flaw? Surely there are plenty of men who die and who don't suffer the fate of being reborn as an Upur. I don't know, I admitted. Maybe it's the fact that Alexander doesn't want to be an Upur that makes him different. You mean a monster with remorse? The Hauptscharführer mused. Then he stood and took his heavy wool coat from its hanger. On his desk was a second ration of soup he had not touched. "Tomorrow," he announced. 10 more pages." He stepped out of the office, locking the door behind himself. I carefully tied the leather journal again with the ribbon that circled it and set it beside my typewriter. I crossed to the desk and picked up the soup. Suddenly, I heard the lock turn in the door. I dropped the soup, spilling it on the hardwood beneath the desk. The Hauptscharführer was standing there, waiting for me to turn to him. I trembled, wondering what he would say when he saw the puddle at my feet. But he did not seem to notice. "What do you think it was like the first time Alexander bled one of his victims?" he asked. "Do you think even then he felt shame, disgust?" I shook my head. He couldn't help himself. "Does that make it any less detestable?" "For the victim?" I asked. "Or for the Upur?" The officer stared at me. His eyes narrowed. "Is there a difference?" I did not answer. Moments later, when the key turned again in the lock, I got down on my hands and knees and lapped up what I could from the floor. One morning after a storm, when the snow had blanketed the camp, Daria and I stepped outside the block to march to work. We shuffled behind other women, all wrapped in ragged layers, freezing. The path, which we took every day, marched us along the far side of the fence at the entrance ramp to the camp. Sometimes we would see the new railroad cars arriving. Sometimes there was a selection going on as we passed. Sometimes we shuffled past a line of people waiting for the shower they would not survive. That day, as we passed, a new group of prisoners was being belched out of one of the cars. They stood like we had, on the platform, carrying their belongings, yelling out names of loved ones. Suddenly, we saw her. She was dressed from head to toe in white silk. On her head, a veil streamed out behind her in the cold wind. She was looking around, even as she was herded into line for the selection. The rest of us women all stopped, riveted by this sight. It was, unbelievably, not the most depressing thing we had ever seen. A bride, ripped from her own wedding, separated from her groom, and put on a transport to Auschwitz. On the contrary, it gave us hope. It meant that no matter what was happening in this camp, no matter how many Jews they managed to round up and kill, there were still more of us out there, living lives, falling in love, getting married, assuming that tomorrow would come. The main camp of Auschwitz was a village. There was a grocer, a canteen, a cinema, and a theater hall that showcased opera singers and musicians, some of whom were Jews. There was a photography darkroom and a soccer stadium. There was a sporting club that the officers could join, and there were matches. Prisoners who had been boxers, for example, pitted against each other while the officers bet on them. There was alcohol, too. The officers were given rations, but from what I saw, occasionally they pooled them to get drunk together. I knew all this because as the weeks went by, the Hauptscharführer would occasionally send me on an errand for him. I was to pick up cigarettes one day, laundry the next. I became his Läuferin, a runner, who would carry messages whenever necessary. He would send me to Canada from time to time to deliver notes to the junior officers who patrolled when he was in his office. As the winter came and the temperatures dropped, I would throw caution to the wind and do what I could for Daria and the others. When the Hauptscharführer left to go to the officers' club for a meal or across the camp for a meeting, and I knew he would be gone for an extended length of time, I would type up a note on his letterhead requesting that prisoner A18557, Daria, be brought in for questioning. Daria and I would hurry back to the office, where for at least a half-hour she could warm herself before having to go back to work in the freezing barracks of Canada. There were others like me, privileged prisoners. We would nod to each other as we passed in the village doing our jobs. We walked the finest of lines. People hated us because we had it easy, but they valued us because we were able to steal things that made their lives better. Food they could eat, cigarettes and whiskey they could use to bribe the guards. For a bottle of vodka that Daria took from a suitcase in Canada, I was able to trade a rind from a squash and some lamp oil from a prisoner working in the officers' club. We hollowed out 8 thumbprints in the rind, added a wick made of yarn from a sweater, and in this way made candles to celebrate Hanukkah. There was a rumor that a Jewish secretary who worked for an officer elsewhere in the camp had managed to swap a pair of reading glasses for a kitten, which was still inexplicably alive in the block where she lived. We were considered untouchable because of our protectors. Some SS man who, for whatever reason, had found us useful. For some, I imagined, that was because of sex. But as the weeks rolled into months, the Hauptscharführer still did not lay a hand on me, in anger or in lust. All he wanted, really, was my story. From time to time he would casually mention something about himself, which was interesting because I had forgotten that we prisoners were not the only ones who had a life before this one. He had wanted to study at Heidelberg, classics. He had hoped to be a poet himself, or if not, the editor of a literary journal. He had been writing a thesis on the Iliad when he was compelled to fight for his country.